issue for a different day. The concern is how it's labeled on the exhibit list. That's not, I think that's not concern at this juncture.
No, yes it is. No, yes it is.
The drugs themselves, if laid the proper foundation, which I believe this is the drugs recovered from the vehicle, from the vehicle, or the that component,
they weren't tested though. They weren't tested though, babe. So can you call it drugs? You not understanding. You not understanding. The whole thing is, if that shit ain't been tested, then you can't call that shit drugs today, babe. Nah. I don't think you understood.
The jury to determine whether or not it is what it says it is.
No, hell no. It ain't up to the jury. It ain't up to the jury. Fuck no. Hell no. That's the state's obligation to test those drugs. What?
So that's as it relates to the video. Your Honor, there is something we can say at a later time, not to delay any further. That particular bill will not be coming on until after lunch.
Your Honor.
Ms. Rosemont, as to the items that were seized, of course, that's the person that sees the foundation, part of the foundation, not necessarily what they are at this point in time, what they purport to be, but the admission of those drugs, I guess until we get GBI or somebody else to testify to that, then of course that's another issue.
It is, Your Honor, and I do have an issue for one of the first witnesses that they're going to call before lunch, so I want to hurry and get to that. But Your Honor, in reference to the drugs, the reason why I'm bringing that up now is because know that what the officers thought was MDMA was not. So we know that. That's confusing. That's misleading to the jury. We know that. We also know that the pills were not tested. We know that. So we know that this officer and no one else in court today could or should be telling the jury that it's ecstasy pills.
I told you.
We know that. We know that they shouldn't be able to say that because it wasn't tested.
She should be using my argument. You can't call it drugs. Stop saying you got them with drugs. You didn't test it. You can't call it drugs. Stop saying that. I told y'all. I just said that. Yo, she need to sharpen up. She need to really attack it and punch that. Stop calling it drugs, bitch.
So what I'm asking, Your Honor,
if you don't understand, y'all, listen. When the state finds you with drugs, they got to test it. If they go to court and they didn't test it, your whole defense is, that ain't real. Pull a card. So they either got to postpone it and go back to test it to prove that that's even drugs. Because if they didn't catch you in doing a controlled buy with fake drugs and they never tested the drugs and the shit is alleged that you just had possession of drugs, then technically, bitch, is that even drugs? You was being cheap and didn't send it through the lab? And now we 10 years down the road and you trying to insinuate that shit was real. Shit, that shit wasn't real.
For you to restrict this officer from testifying, I seize ecstasy. I seize Xanax.
It, then it goes get tested, and then what happens on the back end, so he can testify to what he thought it was. Yes, later on it was tested, but when he stopped it and seized it, this is what he thought it was.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably allow that, Ms. Rosemont.
Okay.
She can cross-examine him.
Oh. what's the excuse?
Whether or not it was, that's not the issue.
Yeah. So I'll probably allow that. So anyways, what else you have?
All right, Your Honor, for Maldonado, Sergeant Maldonado, from my understanding, the state said he will testify before lunch. This was an incident for 2017, a traffic stop for window violation. We would object to Maldonado testifying that Mr. Nichols was also arrested, beside the arrest for this incident, but also arrested for some other warrants. It's highly prejudicial. It's not probative. Those warrants have nothing to do with this indictment, and so we would object to the officer mentioning warrants.
All right, Ms. Hilton.
I just need to double check if that was the basis for one of the charges that they arrested. I'm sorry, I need to double check. The state won't object.
Tap the like button.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear you, Ms. Hilton.
Ms. Hilton, you may restate what you just said.
Yes, Your Honor. I said for the purposes of this, for this particular, for Maldonado, the state, for Maldonado, because I think this will become relevant for the next officer.
She overwhelmed, y'all.
For the next officer for 2017, I'm not aware of. You gave me a list.
I'm thinking through something really quickly. Okay. Hold on one second.
She ain't prepared, y'all. Too much.
For
No
the purposes
disrespect
of
to her.
Maldonado, we don't have to go into those additional warrants that were outstanding.
Okay. And let me ask you for Maldonado, do you intend on him testifying anything in reference to passenger / owner of the vehicle, Pierre, given consent to search?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we're going to object.
We took up that already.
Well, we took that up for a motion to suppress.
Yes, we did.
We did, but this is now trial, and it's a violation of his confrontational clause.
I'll note your objection.
Okay.
I'll just note your objection.
Thank you, Your
Fair
Honor.
enough. Okay. All right. You want to summarize our jurors at this point in time?
Yo, he's saving the state, y'all. Just to let y'all know. This might have already been a mistrial if it wasn't on TV, y'all.
All rise for the jury, please.
That looked like a man.
He's right here. Okay.
5 heartbeats. Doug should have went to the NBA. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. Oh, that bitch dressing zesty.
It's like, what, so soon?
This nigga look like a white Asian man. Yo, this nigga belong in the NBA team. What the fuck? Oh, what is that nigga name?
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant Walker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Look like that nigga on Snowfall. What Brian still smiling about?
Members of the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, y'all sound good. Sound good.
What?
Sound
He
like
buttering
you're
them up.
sufficiently sugared and caffeinated.
What?
So without further delay, we're going to go ahead and continue the presentation.
Sufficiently sugared.
Ms. Hilton, call your next witness, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Investigator Antonio Skeet to the stand.
All right, summon Investigator Skeet, please.
Oh, pause to this nigga last name too, bro. Where's father at? Antonio
Good
Skeet.
morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand.
What type shit
Once
is
you
that?
get there, turn and face Sergeant Brown to be sworn as a witness before you sit down, okay?
Thug was malnourished. Shit, you got Bobo in them niggas. Oh, at that position, he can't be that light.
Name is Antonio Skeet, and that's spelled A-N-T-O-N-I-O.
James Jones, that's you, boy.
S-K-E-E.
I know that ain't you, boy.
Good morning, Mackenzie. How are you?
I am well.
You can sit, turn, and talk to our jurors. Where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
Oh, that's you? What's up? What row is he?
Overruled.
How long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
19 years and 5 months.
And in those 5 months, where are you currently assigned to the police department?
I'm assigned to Criminal Investigation Department, Special Enforcement Section, Fugitive Unit.
And how long have you been with that unit?
I will say about roughly three years.
Can you tell the jury briefly about your time at the Atlanta Police Department?
Salute, James.
Where you worked since the police academy.
Okay, after graduating the police academy, I was assigned to Zone 2 Evening Watch patrols. So basically I stayed there until about, I would say, 6 years on patrol. Then I was assigned to a unit called the Field Investigation Team. Basically what we used to do is work in hot spots in the Zone 2 area. After that, I was sent to the gang unit, and I spent about a year there. Came back, and I was then assigned to Zone 2 CID as an investigator.
And when you say CID, what do you mean?
Criminal investigations.
Okay. And how long were you with Zone 2's Criminal Investigation Division?
I'll say maybe about 8 years if I got my math right, but
When did you start with Zone 2 CID?
as far as years, I don't remember what year it was. I mean, my career was so much going on. So as far as the years, I would say back in, is it 2011?
That's when you started with the Zone 2 CID.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you were with Zone 2 CID for about 8 years.
Objection, asked and answered and reading.
I sustain as to form.
How long were you with Zone 2 CID?
Until I came over here to Fugitive Unit, which should be about up to 3 years ago.
As an investigator let me ask you this. Where is Zone 2?
Well, Zone 2 is located in the northeastern part of the city of Atlanta. That would be the Buckhead area. You will have like Buckhead, Cheshire Bridge, 75 all the way up to Chattahoochee Bridge, the bridge between Cobb County and Chattahoochee, and back over to Bolton and Howard Mill, and down to where the water treatment plant is at, which is on Northside Drive.
And as an investigator with Zone 2 CID, or an investigator with the Atlanta Police Department, tell the jurors about some of your duties and responsibilities.
Well, as far as a Zone 2 investigator?
Yes.
Well, my duties were general crimes, like basically anything that came in, and there were more investigators, so they would get assigned to each and every investigator. All depends on what it is. So my duties was just general crimes, meaning burglary, ag assaults. All depends on what needed to be investigated.
And generally, how did an investigator get a case?
The cases are assigned by your supervisor, which will be your sergeant. And as those cases come in, there's a list of names of investigators that they will go down the list and assign. I get one today, the next person gets the next case that comes in, and it goes on and all like that until it gets back to your name.
I want to direct your attention to July 10th, 2013. Were you working in Zone 2 as an investigator during that time?
Yes, I was.
And during that period of time, did you have
It's 11
a
o'clock.
citizen by the name
Yes, I did.
How were you able to assist that citizen?
Mr. Phillips had a burglary that happened to his premises at 11.
Hi, I'm Tom Grieve, former state prosecutor and USCCA network attorney. I want to tell you about a free self-defense class that's happening in your area. Learn exactly what to do and not do following a self-defense incident. This life-saving information covers the
that was stolen from that burglary. And that item that was, the serial number he had for that item was a SIG handgun at the time.
What are you looking at?
Just my little notes, that's basically it. I'm trying to remember, it's 2013.
I know. I just have to make sure whatever you're looking at, the defense counsel knows. So if you need to look at your report, I have a copy for you, okay? Do you recall when he initially reported the burglary?
I think it was 2 days prior to that, if I'm correct.
And you began to say that it was a 6-hour, is that a handgun?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he able to provide you the serial number?
Yes, he did.
What was the serial number?
Can I look at the number?
Do you need to refresh your memory?
Well, I mean, it's
I'm gonna hand you something.
no problem.
Tap the like
And let
button.
me ask you this, did you write a report that had his serial number on there?
Yes.
And will looking at a copy of that report help refresh your memory as to what the serial number was?
Yes.
All right. Everybody take a look. Sure. 66. That's right, right? 66. My handwriting is crazy. Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may approach, madam.
I'm going to show you what's been marked solely for identification as state 66R. If you can flip through it and see if you see the serial number that helps refresh your memory.
Yes.
Okay. And you can look at it, have your memory refreshed, and then speak to the jury.
Okay, on the 10th of July, I received a serial number from the victim, Mr. Phillips, a SIG P226 handgun with the serial number of Uncle 748574.
And once you received that number, did you put that in the police report?
Yes.
And you put that on your system?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 12B as in boy. If you can take a moment, look at State's Exhibit 12B and let me know the serial number that's on State's Exhibit 12B.
Who became a member?
Have you had an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 12B and the serial number?
Yes, I did.
Was that the serial number on the actual gun, that's the same serial number given to you by Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
After getting the serial number from Mr. Phillips and putting the serial number on the system, did that conclude your involvement in the case at that time?
No, it didn't. Actually, Mr. Phillips had other items that were missing, but like the shotgun, stuff like that, that he could not locate the serial numbers on. So the case went inactive.
And then did there come a point in time when you learned of Mr. Phillips' gun
Yes.
And to your knowledge, do you recall when that date where the gun was recovered?
I think it was September the 9th. It was about September the 9th
Of that same year?
of the same year.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross. All right, Mr. Steele, go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you, investigator?
Fine.
Good to see you again. The notes that you brought with you, that you were referring to earlier in your testimony, do you still have them in front of you?
Yeah, they're here.
And did you review those notes and use them to prepare yourself for testimony today?
Yes.
May I look at them, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm not going to take long to go back.
Sure.
Get us to 75 likes, y'all. Get us to 75 likes. It's cool if you forgot. Tap the like button, baby. I need some of them glasses. Fuck around. It's cool to tap the like button. Be down with the team, baby. Netflix special in this case. I ain't even gonna lie. It don't got enough juice. To be honest. You gotta, if you're gonna make something about this, it gotta be funny. At this point, the only thing you can do is make a joke out of the shit. You mean, like, it ain't got enough juice to be like, yo, goddamn,
And thank you very much.
the Tiger King was more.
From your information, the burglary happens approximately July 10th,
They say fucking with Tiger
Does
King.
that sound approximately correct?
Yes, in that ballpark, correct.
Okay, and you don't go out to the house of the Phillips, is that fair to say?
No.
But you receive a call from Miss Phillips or Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Phillips.
Okay, and you get information to try to learn about what you can do to put the gun or the other property on the system, the computer system. Fair to say?
So, as far as this, cases, most people call, the officer advises them that if they don't have the serial number at that point in time, they can call the investigator that is handling the case to update with the serial numbers.
And that's what you did?
Yes.
And when you received the information on State's Exhibit 12B, which you just looked at and compared to what was given to you, you put that information on a computer system, fair to say?
Yes.
And approximately 2 months later, we're talking about September 9th, 2013 from July 10th, 2013, so about 2 months later, there's a match
Yes.
on the serial number that is now the gun in 12B. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And you had no involvement in that traffic stop either. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I had no involvement in the traffic stop.
And the traffic stop, again, I'm talking about the September 9th, 2013 traffic stop. True?
Well, as far as the traffic stop, the only thing I got from that was information.
Right. But you were not involved in that traffic
No.
stop? Okay. And you did nothing further in this matter?
As far as the gun being recovered, what I did after that was basically call to find out if the prints that the officer said he took from the location, if they came back to get a match.
Okay.
But they didn't have any prints.
Okay. And that's it?
And that's it.
That's why you're here?
That's why I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, thank you. Nothing else.
Any further examination, counsels? All right, any reason, permanent or temporary excusal, Ms. Hilton?
Investigator can be permanently excused.
All right. Investigator Skeet, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Tap the like button. Next witness. Tap the like button. Get us to 75, baby.
All right, madam, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Wellington Clark.
All right, Stuntman Wellington.
Cameraman
Clark, please.
barely missed his ass, y'all.
In a few moments. Be prepared.
Who you calling, baby?
The witness stand?
Whoa, they about to show a nigga again.
Once you get...
You swear if I'm telling you about the court the truth, I don't you nothing but the truth, something there.
I do.
Man, see if you say your first and last name, what's going on, please.
First name, Wellington, Wellington. Last name, Clark, Clarke.
Nigga named Wellington Clark. God damn it.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
I'm doing well. Where are you employed?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been in the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I guess about 20 years now.
20 years. And what is your current assignment?
Currently, I work with the License and Permit Unit.
Prior to working for licensing division, where were you?
Oh, you want a rundown or?
Yeah, just give me a quick rundown,
All right,
if you can remember it all.
I went from crime scene to crime prevention. I went over to our VIC unit before I moved over to license and permit.
Now, are you a post-certified officer?
Cameraman
Or
trash.
just an employee?
Yes.
Of course you would say that.
Yeah.
Tell the jurors, what do you do when your time when you were a crime scene tech? When was that period of time?
It's probably, I guess, somewhere from 2005, I think, all the way up to 2013 or somewhere, all around that, a little past that.
Tell the jury, what do you do as a crime scene tech? What were your job duties and responsibilities?
As a crime scene tech, your primary duty is to process crime scene, collect the evidence, package it, process it, or forward it to GBI.
When you were a crime scene tech, did you go out to every crime that was committed in the city of Atlanta or only some?
Only some.
How was a crime scene tech generally called out to a scene?
Usually, well, we worked off what we call detective radio, and most of the specialized units work off detective radio, so whenever something would happen in the zone officer would come on to detective radio and then raise
Just
crime
said he
scene.
testified.
And we're going to talk about generally, when you go to a crime scene, tell the jury a little bit about what happens once you
That
actually
nigga
arrive
making
at a crime
beats.
scene.
Well, usually when you arrive at the crime scene, you start to pretty much visualize what are you looking at, what do you have to do, how are you going to process the scene.
And when you say process, what do you mean?
Now they taking the stand.
As a crime scene, when you first get to the crime scene, we always say you looked at a crime scene, you take photographs, and you process as is before we start to alter it.
And when you arrive on the scene, do you generally speak with anyone?
Generally, you speak with the beat officer, the investigator, whoever.
And why is that?
Hold on, y'all. Let me get my coffee.
You just want to kind of get a brief idea of,
At the
why
light.
they call you, what is happening, who has already been in the crime scene.
Do you get any direction from either the responding officer or the investigator as to what they're asking of your services?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January 25th, 2013. Were you working as a crime scene tech on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention to an incident at 2612 Old Hateville Road. Did you have the occasion to respond to that location?
Yes.
And why, do you recall, I know there's been some time, why you were asked to respond to that location?
From my report I read, I think it was involving when I was officer.
It was involving one of your officers?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you asked to do?
Well, I want to believe when I got to the scene, As usual, usually we process it, whatever evidence was there, whatever subject was at the location, photograph them.
Now, you said when the subject at the scene, when you get on scene, do you know specifically what subject they are, like their names or date of birth, or are you just told to photograph the subject?
Or just the subject, whoever may be, you know, whoever the officer encountered at that moment or whatever that happened, we just consider them subject.
Outside of taking pictures of any individuals, did you take any pictures of anything else, do you recall?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What do you recall taking pictures of?
It was a black firearm that was in, I believe, a yellow bucket.
And anything else?
Not right off memory.
Okay. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll first start with State's Exhibit number 2, and it's going to publish on the screen next to you. Looking at State's Exhibit number 2, do you recognize State's Exhibit number 2?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit number 2?
That's the photograph that I took at the crime scene.
Okay. And now we're going to go next to State's Exhibit number 3. What is that?
That's what we call a close-up of the firearm.
What's the purpose of taking that close-up picture?
Well, we want to get any make, model, or any alteration, anything of that nature.
I want to show you what's already been admitted. Oh, excuse me, did you collect that gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted, State's Exhibit 10A. Looking at State's Exhibit 10A, is 10A the same gun that is in State's Exhibit 3A?
Yes, it is.
And that's the same gun you collected back in January 2013?
Yes.
Now looking at State's Exhibit number 4.
That ain't my
You
gun.
all taking pictures of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you directed to take pictures of that particular vehicle?
I want to believe so, yes.
What?
And now looking at what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 5.
You do sound high.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you
Niggas took the car with the temp tag.
what I've already shown the defense counsel previously, but we'll show it again.
I still think that's a ready rental. Who know what a ready rental is? Niggas don't know what about no ready rental. Y'all niggas be fake in the streets, man. Y'all ain't never had no ready rental. Allegedly. Who spent the bin in the motherfucking ready rental? What's wrong with you? Tap the like button.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6A.
Shout out to the fiends letting
As in
niggas
alpha.
get the ready rental.
7A, 8A, and 9A. Take a moment and look at those pictures.
Salute. Who had to get to the mall right away, so you had to get your man to get the ready one. Like, yo, where that one thing
Those
at?
are photos that I took at the crime scene.
Yo, the whole
And
shit.
were you directed to take a picture of those 4 individuals?
Yes.
And would those pictures fairly and accurately depict the individuals as you took pictures of them on January 25th, 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time state by the tender State's Exhibit 6A, 7A, 8A, and 9A into evidence.
But all of them don't let you hold them. See, you got some of them that's with the shit. They like, give me a 40. Y'all can hold it for 4 hours. I think it's like that.
6 alpha, 7
6
alpha,
hours.
8 alpha, 9 alpha admitted, and maybe published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What about the one that let y'all hold it continuously? Tap the like button for the ones that let you hold it forever. As long as you just got some, as long as you got the coke, it's good. As long as you got some more coke, you can still hold it. We got that. So it's our car now. Tap the like button for those. For the fiends. For the fiends that'll let you hold the car. That'll let you continuously have the car. For a little bit of crack rock. Shout out to them. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, yo. It was certain cars, bro. We was in that bitch for so long, I really forgot whose car it was. The one tripping that called the police, we ain't never. See, I'm the nigga that saved them from getting their ass whipped. See, when they call the law and I find out, I'm gonna save them because niggas be trying to dust them. I'm the nigga that tell them, nah, just don't. We just can't fuck with her no more at all. Serve her still, but don't fuck with the car, bro, because she try to use it. Yeah, it's normally the ladies. No disrespect. Oh, why would they use this picture? Whoa.
I just took the photograph.
Who the fuck?
And was this one the photograph you took?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 7A. Was this also, or excuse me, 8A. Was this one of the pictures you took?
Yes.
Who is these niggas? Bro, is any of these niggas on trial?
Let's look at 8A
Yes.
and then 9A.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After you took the pictures and collected the evidence, did that include your involvement in the case?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross. All right, no cross?
Who the hell was that?
Okay, all right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Mr. Clark?
Permanently excused.
All right, Mr. Clark, thank you for your patience with us, sir. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Kandakai, Kandakai.
Deputy who? Deputy, what the fuck was that you just said? Morris Kandakai.
All right, Deputy Kandakai, sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you turn and face Sergeant Ingram as to be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Right, and you swear affirm testimony to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Literally, Kandakai.
States first and last name.
First name Morris, Morris, last name Kandakai, Kandakai.
Okay, all right.
I think they got Seti in the back warming up. There they go with that bullshit as like some wind blowing in that bitch or something.
For the record, what we discussed has been addressed again.
Okay, all right. You may continue at this point.
Thank you. Deputy Kandakai, where do you work?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office, ma'am.
And how long have you been with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 2 years.
Prior to working with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department, where were you employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
It's this nigga telling this nigga that he got it, give him to him in the post next time he come down court because the nigga can't guard him. Yo, what is they doing? These two niggas is talking about basketball?
Roswell Police Department, South Fulton Police Department.
Okay. And we're going to specifically talk about your time with the Atlanta Police Department. When did you work for the Atlanta Police Department?
I worked for Atlanta Police Department from May 2012 up until October 2015.
And are you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you post-certified when you worked for APD?
Yes, ma'am.
When you worked for APD, the Atlanta Police Department, what did you do?
Well, once I came out of the training academy, I was assigned to Zone 3.
And where is Zone 3?
Zone 3 is in the southeast area of the city of Atlanta.
What are some of the major roadways within Zone 3?
You got Metropolitan, Cleveland Ave, Ralph David Abernathy, McDonough Boulevard,
The Wolf.
Lakewood, just to name a few.
And what were some of your job duties and responsibilities in Zone 3?
As a patrol officer, our primary role and responsibility was answering calls for service. If you had some downtime, you would try to be proactive and, deter crime through traffic stops or addressing 50 suspicious individuals and stuff like that.
And when you're assigned to a zone, do you have a particular beat that you're assigned to?
At first, you're not assigned a particular beat. When I first came to the zone, I was a roustabout. That just means whatever beat needed filling in for that day, I could be assigned to any beat. But after a while in the zone, I did get assigned to a certain beat, which was 308, the area of Thomasville Heights.
And when I say beat, what is beat?
Beat is just a particular area of responsibility
It's a wolf.
that the officer is responsible for in their shift, answering calls or doing.
That's
anything
not
that may arise in
SpongeBob,
that area.
nigga. That's a wolf. Like the wolf that blew the house down.
Officer, did you have a partner?
We weren't necessarily assigned partners. Sometimes we would ride two to a vehicle if we were short on vehicles or if he was training someone.
Now, if you had to make a stop or arrest anyone, were the officers, as an officer, are you responsible for making a report?
Yes, ma'am.
If there are two of you or multiple individuals involved,
Where y'all
in
see the
a
snake
stop,
at?
How do you determine who's going to write the police report? How do you determine who's going to write the police report?
Y'all sure that's a snake?
I mean, usually one of us just take it. Someone usually writes a report, the other person is writing out tickets, or one person is swearing out the warrants. We share the responsibility.
Oh, a snake in the smoke.
And if you're on the scene and you're not the person writing the report, do you give your input as to what else may have happened on the scene to include in the report?
It's a wolf blowing smoke with headphones on. And the smoke is a snake.
I want to direct your attention to July 15th, 2015. Were you a patrol officer within Zone 3 of the Atlanta Police Department?
I was actually a crime suppression officer at that time.
Okay. Tell me what's the distinction?
Well, crime suppression unit, we're not assigned, our responsibility isn't necessarily answering 911 calls. We mainly focus on addressing street level crime, deterrent through traffic stops, undercover work, and things of that nature.
While serving in that capacity in July 15, 2015, did you have the occasion to encounter a Honda Civic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you can recall, approximately what time of the day was it?
I would say it's roughly in the evening, probably around 7 p.m.-ish.
And where did you encounter this vehicle?
The traffic stop was conducted at Springside Drive and Macon Drive.
And in relation to any of the thoroughfares that we talked about earlier, specifically Cleveland Avenue, how far is that location from Cleveland Avenue?
Well, that intersection of Macon and Springside, it's about a quarter mile south from the intersection of Macon and Cleveland.
And is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you first encounter that vehicle?
Well, we encountered that vehicle because of the traffic violation.
Okay. What was the traffic violation?
It failed to stop at the stop sign at Springside Drive in Macon.
And where were you? Were you in a patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you with anyone else?
Yes, I was with Officer Desmond.
Where was the patrol car in relation to, so that you could observe this traffic violation?
We were behind the vehicle.
And were you in a fully marked vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say fully marked, what does fully marked mean?
I mean, it's visibly displays the agency. It has light bars. It has working sirens.
If you can recall, who was driving that day?
The marked patrol vehicle, Officer Desmond was driving.
What happened once you saw the traffic infraction?
We stopped the vehicle for the infraction.
Okay. And what happened next?
Once we got the vehicle stopped, myself and Officer Desmond, we exited our patrol vehicle to address the traffic infraction with the driver.
Okay. And did you make it to the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened upon you making it to the vehicle?
Well, upon making it to the vehicle, I noticed a strong odor of marijuana while walking to the vehicle.
And how did you notice the smell of marijuana?
I smelled the odor of marijuana.
How did you know this? It was the smell of marijuana.
I was exposed to a controlled burn at Atlanta Police Academy.
I'm mad. I'm sorry. I'm mad as hell.
You approached the car. Do you recall if you were on the driver's side or the passenger side?
I was on the passenger side.
And where was Officer Ledesma?
He approached the driver's side.
What happened once you all approached the vehicle?
Once I observed the odor of marijuana, I told Officer Ledesma about that, and then he addressed it with the driver.
Who was the driver of the vehicle?
The driver was Mr. Trontavious Stevens.
Were there other individuals in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there someone in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was in the passenger seat?
Female Miss Marquisha, please forgive me if I misspelled her or mispronounced her name.
Okay. And do you know how to spell Marquisha?
I'll have to look at the report if you have one.
How stupid.
You may have.
Tap the like button.
Mark for identification, Stacey Zimmer, number 67 first. Do you recognize this 67?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
This is an Atlanta police report.
And we're looking at a copy of that police report. Help refer to them as to the spelling of this police name.
Yes, ma'am, if I could find it on here.
I'm going to direct you to page 4. And the second paragraph, second line from the bottom.
All right, located it.
You can spell it for the record.
That's going to be Marquisia, first name of Marquisia, last name is Please, Pleas.
Thank you. Now, you said she was in the front passenger seat. Was there anyone else in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
How many other people were in the vehicle?
It was one other person besides the driver and passenger.
And where was that person seated?
That person was sitting directly behind the passenger.
And what was that? Were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
That person was Mr. Shannon Stillwell Jackson.
Once you all were able to identify the people in the car, what happened next?
Due to the odor of marijuana, we removed all occupants from the vehicle and began a probable cause search.
Did you find anything upon doing a probable cause search?
Yes, ma'am. We recovered marijuana, a firearm, digital scale, and money.
And we're going to first talk about the marijuana. Where was the marijuana located?
Marijuana was located underneath the passenger seat.
And what about the digital scale?
It was underneath the passenger seat.
And what about the firearm?
It was underneath the passenger seat.
And so there was some money.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the money located?
Underneath the passenger seat as well.
Was there anything else found in the vehicle?
Can I refer to the report?
Cool.
I did mention the digital scale, correct?
Yes, you did.
I believe that some of the contents was inside a tan bag as well.
Were there any prescribed pills found in the vehicle?
Yes, there were.
Who were the pills? What type of prescribed pills were they?
I believe they were hydrocodone.
And who were they prescribed to?
The front passenger, Ms. Please.
As it relates to the firearm, was there anything remarkable about the firearm?
Yes, the serial number was scratched off and altered.
Once you found the marijuana, the scale, and the firearm, what happened next?
We took the occupants into custody.
Let me ask you this. Did anyone claim any of the items found in the vehicle? Any of the drugs or the marijuana or the firearm found in the vehicle?
On the scene, no.
And you said on the scene, no. Tell me about that.
While on the scene, no one claimed ownership of the items.
Okay. Did someone try to claim it later on?
Yes, once paperwork was done and completed, someone did try to claim it.
Okay. And who was that?
The driver, Mr. Trontavious Stevens, attempted to claim it in hopes of releasing his girlfriend.
Objection, Your Honor. Also speculation. What is speculating?
Did he say that or?
I'll sustain this to form. Rephrase if you like.
Sure. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Stevens as to why he wants to claim it?
Well, I don't want to say. Well, he stated, but not verbatim, officer, you can let my girl go. You know it's not hers. I'll take ownership of it. Not verbatim, though, but something similar.
Now, so that you ended up arresting everyone initially.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you have that conversation with Mr. Stevens?
That was after warrants were signed and paperwork was completed.
Was that still on the scene or back or somewhere else?
That was at the precinct at that point.
As it related to Ms. Please, what did you take out warrants for?
She was charged with possession of a firearm, during the commission of a felony, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. I believe that may have been all.
As it relates to Mr. Stevens, what was he charged with?
He was charged with a similar marijuana charge and the firearm charge, as well as possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and the traffic infraction as well, the stop sign, and he didn't have his license on his person as well.
And as it relates to Mr. Jackson, what was Mr. Jackson charged with?
He was charged with the possession of marijuana charge, the possession of a firearm, also with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon as well.
Now, as it relates to the firearm, were there any notifications made to any other agencies as it relates to the firearm?
My sergeant at the time, Sergeant Medina, advised he was going to notify the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearm, reference to the firearm, because it was, like I said, the serial number was scratched off.
Did you collect those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 56G, 57G, and 58G. Some of you recognize those items.
Am I able to?
Yeah.
I can open them. This first one, what is 58G, I believe? It's 2 glass jars that was recovered inside the vehicle.
Do you recall where in your vehicle those 2 jars were?
It should have been underneath the passenger seat. 56G is the marijuana recovered from within the vehicle. 57G is the tan cloth bag that the marijuana and some of the items was inside that was recovered underneath the passenger seat of the vehicle as well.
And those 3 exhibits appear to be the exhibits that you collected the abandoned slides.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this comes through like the 10 States Exhibit 56G, 57G, and 58G into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, anybody else? All right, hearing no objection, states 56G, 57G, and 58G are admitted. May be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And first, in looking at 56G, is this an individual package you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they all inside this bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And the money that was found, how much money was it?
It was $19 in cash in different denominations.
And was that found in this bag as well?
I believe so.
And the firearm, did you collect the firearm as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you place that firearm in property?
Yes, ma'am.
By chance, do you know today where that firearm is?
No.
After collecting this evidence and taking out the arrest warrant, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this case on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you specifically about the Zone 3 or Cleveland Avenue area. While you were on patrol or working in that area, either as a patrol officer or a crime suppression unit officer, were you aware of any gang activity in that community?
Yeah, we were, we learned about general gang activity or gangs that may be operating in that area, but as far as being a gang investigator, specifically targeting gangs or individuals, that wasn't me.
That wasn't, but you were aware of the gang activity?
Yeah, we were aware of some gangs that may have been operating in that area.
Sure. And specifically, what gangs were you aware that were operating in Cleveland Avenue area?
Basis.
Hearsay, if you don't mind your eye.
I'm overrule the objection on both grounds.
Thank you. What gangs were you aware of?
I mean, roll call training would brief that Cleveland Avenue area may be occupied by Bloods, YSL, Rock Crew, just to name a few.
All right, court's indulgence.
Wolf sweater. I don't know what brand it is.
I have no further questions.
Cross. All right, Ms. Sharp, go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bitch look like it's made of cashmere though. Know that bitch costs a couple dollars. Straight up. Tap the like, y'all. Get us to 100.
How you doing, sir?
Tap the like for me if you just came in.
All right.
As you know, I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, I just want to ask, during this
Jamo.
encounter, during this...
The worst part about it, they said that the wolf got a snake with him. They said it's a snake on there, too. I can't see the snake. It kind of looked like a snake, but they said it's a smoky snake beside the wolf.
Now, the marijuana, the items that were found in the car, I want to talk to you a little bit. Could I, I'm not going to say borrow, could I have a glove?
So it's an extra one up here if you want it.
We're talking about pills that were in a
Smoky snake.
Yes.
Oh, and the wolf got headphones on.
Yes.
Like he listening to music, I swear.
What you learned was the girlfriend of Trontavia Stevens.
Yes.
Okay.
And the wolf got a red shirt on, I think.
The pills that were prescribed to Markeisha, please, were in this brown sack, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Also in this brown sack was the marijuana in the glass jars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the money was also in this brown sack, correct?
Yes.
All under the front passenger seat.
Passenger seat.
Gotcha. Under the passenger seat.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now the firearm, do you recall, and I understand this is, we're talking about 8 years ago. Yeah. Do you recall if the firearm was in this bag or not?
I can't recall if it was in the bag, but I know it was underneath the seat as well.
Okay, it was underneath the seat. You're not sure if it was in the same bag as the pills that were prescribed to Trontavia Stevens' girlfriend?
No.
Was the firearm, were the glass jars or the firearm, were they ever processed for, to your knowledge, for fingerprints or DNA or anything like that?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware. Once we place it in property, the property officers, they handle that.
Okay. Okay, and just so we're clear, Trontavia Stevens, you made the decision. Were you in charge of what to charge and who to charge?
I was a charging officer, yes.
Along with Officer Ledesma? Is that
Yes.
fair to say you consulted with each other?
Yes.
Okay, and you made the decision to charge all three individuals in the car with the gun and the drugs?
Yes.
Okay, and to be clear, the car, the Civic, it was a Civic, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, the Civic, what belonged to Miss Markeisha, please?
Yes, she was a registered owner.
Okay, and her boyfriend, Trontavia Stevens, was driving?
Yes.
And my client, Shannon Still, was in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding Mr. Stevens, you recognized him from a previous incident a couple weeks before this incident, correct?
Yes.
In that incident, you were serving backup to Officer Law and Officer Collins in their arrest, correct?
Yes.
And that arrest was of Trontavia Stevens?
Yes, I believe so.
For drug charges?
I believe so.
Okay. And Trontavia Stevens, in this case, after you made those charging decisions to charge all three individuals with both the gun and the drugs, he claimed the items, or he attempted to claim the items?
Yes.
Okay. In the search of the car, you took part in the search of the car?
Yes.
Okay, in the search of the car, did you note any gang-related paraphernalia or anything inside the car?
No, I didn't document any gang paraphernalia.
Okay, and in your charging decisions, that you and Officer Desmond made, did you charge any of the individuals in the car with violation of the Gang Act, the Georgia Gang Act?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any further cross counsels? Anyone? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
First, do you see Mr. Shannon Stillwell in your courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can identify him by article of clothing. Can you identify him by article of clothing he's wearing?
It's going to be the gentleman wearing the brown blazer with the black turtleneck in the far back left corner of the courtroom.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that Deputy Kennicott has identified Mr. Stillwell.
That's great.
About the gun, were you ever able to run it to determine if it was stolen or not?
I was not able to. The serial number was scratched off.
And would it have been a general practice to run it if the serial number was not obliterated?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you found the drugs, you said it was under the passenger seat.
Yes.
Was it close to the front passenger seat, the back passenger seat, the middle, or do you remember?
It was just underneath the passenger seat.
And where Mr. Stillwell was sitting, where was he sitting at inside of the car?
Directly behind the passenger seat.
In his position, could he have access to where you found the drugs?
Yes.
And when you spoke to Mr. Stevens about the claiming, this was after the fact?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Just so we're clear, 3 people were charged with 1 gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the location where ultimately the stop took place was at Trontavia Stevens' grandmother's house, correct?
Well, the violation occurred at Macon and Springside, but the final stop of the vehicle was at his grandmother's house.
And how far was that from the spot of the violation?
Could have been 4 or 5 houses down from it.
Okay, thank you.
People, 1 gun.
Anything further?
That's fucking amazing.
Actually, yes, Judge.
How the
Just a couple questions if I can. Deputy Kennicott, I heard you, a little while ago, you identified Shannon Stillwell in the court. You don't see Trontavia Stevens, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. $19 was how much was recovered from the car? $19?
Yes.
That was in the same bag, right, with the marijuana and the pills prescribed to Ms. Please?
Yes, I believe so.
And the marijuana was, what, like a misdemeanor amount of marijuana, is that right?
No, with the way it was baggaged and with the money and the skill, it was felony amount of marijuana.
But it was only $19.
The amount, the weight was how much?
Approximately 16 grams, but due to it being bagged,
That ain't no good. Whoa, cuz. That ain't even an ounce, cuz. So my man had a half ounce and a couple dollars and with a scale, and you assuming that it was drug transactions. Did you test the scale for residue? Uh-oh, y'all. Uh-oh. Those scales are sold at the corner store, right? So unless it has residue on it, is it paraphernalia? So if I just get this scale out the corner store and you catch me with the scale, it's paraphernalia? I sell drugs? Oh, all right.
individual plastic.
Yeah. They thought I ain't know the numbers, y'all. See, academics and them can't do this, y'all. They can't do this. They don't know this shit. They talking my lingo now. They talking my motherfucking lingo, cuz. All this shit right here? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know this shit. Check my jacket. This the shit in my jacket right here.
Baggies, the digital scale, and the currency that was consistent with intent to distribute.
That currency is not consistent with intent to distribute. Actually, it says this nigga was not. He ain't made a sale all day. That nigga he ain't even got change. If a nigga come with a $50 bill or a hunski and want a bag or 2 bags, that nigga can't even give him change.
Which made it
Good question. Was the scale operable?
Which made it a felony.
Yeah, that was my question. My question was...
A felony?
The amount of marijuana is what, 16 grams?
Yes.
So it's an ounce, right?
It's less than an ounce, yes.
Oh, whoa, cuz. You were supposed to go the other way. That's a ½ ounce with a blunt.
Okay, got you. Less than an ounce of marijuana is a misdemeanor amount.
See, I can help these niggas, y'all. I can help Brian stealing them, yo. They be letting them loot. They letting them slide. We, nigga, fuck an ounce. Nigga, that's a half. Fuck that. Don't let them slide with them 2 grams. Hell no.
Of marijuana.
By itself, yes.
Okay, got you. And the money that you're talking about that you say went to your consideration was $19.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I heard you say something earlier at the beginning. This stop came about as a result of a traffic violation, right?
Yes.
You weren't called to the scene saying that anybody was doing anything, right?
No.
You weren't called to the scene because you suspected anybody was about to engage in any sort of racketeering activity or anything like that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. You stopped the car because...
For what?
And lo and behold, it's a red light violation, and bam, that gave you authority to stop the car.
Stop sign violation.
Stop sign, red light. Stop
What?
sign. Okay, traffic infraction is what you referred to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got you. And then we go from there to, I think you said, what, smell of marijuana?
Yes, sir.
And search of the car, you find the stuff, and everyone gets arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
And then later
Yo, 3 niggas locked up for 1 gun is nuts.
on, Stevens tells you something to the effect of, you don't remember exactly, you can let my girlfriend go. You know it ain't hers. It's my stuff. He said something like that, right?
Yeah, to the effect, yes.
Well, 3 of them still went to jail, though, right?
Paperwork was already completed.
And
Oh. Good catch. This nigga's a dick. Good way to catch him. He's a dickhead. Nigga claimed it. And the nigga, paperwork's already. What the fuck you mean? Nigga, I'm claiming it. Yo, it's me, bro.
once the paperwork's done, they're going to jail.
No matter, even if it's not correct. Ooh.
Well, he had the opportunity to tell me that at the beginning.
Yeah, but he did.
Oh, whoa.
At some point, right?
After the fact that the warrants were signed and the judges were notified and we was en route to the jail.
Right. So regardless of what you found out after that, paperwork's done, they're going to jail.
At that point, yeah, the decision was made. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. That nigga is earning his bread, y'all. That nigga just poked a hole in the nigga case for no reason. Hey, y'all, that nigga just exposed the police for some shit that ain't even got nothing to do with the case. Yo exposed Joe for the way he handled the procedures. Like, it make him look bad. So it's basically, essentially, yo, although you learned something that could have changed the outcome of this case, you failed to acknowledge that in the paperwork, even though you found it out. Oh, okay. That's crazy, though.
Anybody else? Anything further from the state?
That $19, it was not found in a wallet or anything. It was found in a bag next to the marijuana
Yes, ma'am.
and underneath the seat of the car in the marijuana.
Yes, ma'am.
It's 12 o'clock.
Lady, you really gonna try to stamp that $19 had something to is proof that a person was selling weed? Stop. Even the jury not believe. $19. Stop.
Anything further? All right, may we permanently or temporarily excuse Officer Kanikai?
Get us.
Permanently.
All right, Officer Kanikai, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank
$19.
you, sir.
$19, bro. You ain't getting, I'm telling you, bro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Why the fuck you even had the $19 in the bag, y'all?
How about a stretch break and some lunch?
Put no damn $19 in no bag.
Let's go ahead and plan on coming back for 1 o'clock, and we'll go ahead and get started at that point in time. We'll see where the afternoon leads us at that point. Remember, the admonitions at the court.
Man, these damn witnesses ain't bring nothing.
If you should decide to step outside your headquarters, leave your notepads in the basket.
Yo, if they coming with this type of evidence, yo, this is ass. They're done, bro. What the hell was that? You trying to convict a nigga for selling weed for a scale, 19 bucks, 16 grams? Bro, first off, niggas clowns for getting caught with 16 grams. Let me tell you something about 16 grams. By the time the nigga pull his car over, ain't no 16 grams in here no more. You're not stopping a car with nothing that's removable, bro. 16 grams is removable, bro. I'm telling you. Yo, 16 grams in 3 people. Do the math. Do the math. What that is? That's about 5 grams a piece. Somebody gotta get 6. And we eating this, we gonna be higher than a motherfucker, but ain't no drugs in here. Fuck wrong with them. Niggas stupid as shit. You'll never catch my ass with 16 grams. Before this car stop, that shit's gone, cuz. Hey, yo, let me tell y'all something about 16 grams. Allegedly, it's this thing called a parachute, right? Right? So when you in a car, you know how you throw something out the window and that shit just catch flight? All right. Well, you ever threw a plastic bag out the window? Oh, yeah. What about a plastic bag that's open? Why you doing 90, though? How that look? Who gonna find that shit? Yo, remember I told y'all? Hey, yo, remember I told y'all I got stopped and it was the Anne Arundel County and Baltimore City that by the time they stopped me? Well, nigga, guess what I had? About 14 grams. When they got me, did I have it? No. Fuck wrong with them. Gotta let that shit go. Look, this the trick. You got the shit. You know how you tied it up? If it's in a sandwich bag, you got it tied. Bite that shit off like a grenade. That whole knot, while you driving, you pressing gas. Right hand, boom. You could do right or left. You get this allegedly, right? You grab the pack. It's like a grenade. You bite the top off that bitch, right? If you got the sunroof, you is in there, baby, because he ain't even gonna be able to see it. This how you do it. Don't go out the window with it. You alley-oop it like you Chris Paul. Hit this, look, in a turn. Do it when you turn. I'm telling you. Bang left on them bitches, right? Poof. Grenade that bitch out the window. I'm telling you, cuz. I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking if it didn't work. Mother podcasters and niggas can't talk like this, y'all. And I'm not fucking lying. Check my jacket. My shit ain't like that, y'all. My shit really say this shit that I'm talking. Flat out. No extra people with me. No. He was out there running from the boys by himself. No co-defendants. No levels of did he tell? Nah, it wasn't even that type of situation. Nah, my man was in capitalism on the streets. Like wasn't that whole bunch of that type shit. Nah, this shit was straight out, flat out, him against the police. Straight up.
Come on back.
I mean, the gun is cool, but you not catching me for this distribution with the gun, bro. No, he lucky he ain't go fucking federal. If that nigga would have had a couple $1,000s, he'd have went fed fucking with that. He'd have had a little bit more drugs and a little bit more motherfucking money with that stop. Technically, that sounds like a federal fucking seizure, to be honest. You got the gun, the money, and the drugs with the scale in the car. If you amplify that a little bit, I think the feds might come. To be honest, I don't know. Pretty petty defense to Arizona law is you can possess 2. Nah, in my state you can too. Atlanta, down south, they not playing still with that weed, bro. They still on niggas' ass. I think they gonna start lightening up soon because they want the tax money from the dispensaries. But look, they still filling them courthouses up talking about they smell weed. Did the federal law pass that you can't say you smell weed to stop niggas? Or that wasn't federal? That was just one state. Because that'll save niggas.
Ready and prepared for 1 o'clock, okay?
But yeah, yo, the parachute, y'all, I'm telling you.
Okay, all right, unless we have anything, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 1 o'clock, all rise?
Parachute to save you. Or eat that, y'all. Drive till you eat it and play dumb. To be honest, you could get away with this slow drive, pull over. Fuck you gonna do? Try to pitch you? Now, I don't know what you're gonna do with the gun. I suggest you supposed to get somewhere and let somebody get out with the gun, though. You guys approving the judge's bias? Who? Us or them? What you mean? Tap the like button, y'all. Help us get to 100. Come on, man. The two that was in the car is gang members. Being a gang member ain't against the law. It's just like being a police or in the Navy. Gang. Same thing. Or like being two teachers in the teachers union. The judge know these boys are real gang. They not no goddamn real gang, bro. I'm going to keep it real. I would go to court against that. Just that. I think I could beat that. Yup. The evidence I'm going to pull in court, Dolce, in comparison, you going to have a bad day. If you representing the other side in this case, Dolce, bro, you think they real. I'm ready to compare them to so much shit that says they not real on paper. Dolce, stop. Don't get niggas incriminating. Wait till they get to 2015. I don't think, see, being rambunctious, being a threat, or being rambunctious, or being hot, that don't make you a gang, bro. Like, nah. We ain't doing that, Dolce. We ain't doing hype. You know how that's go, bro. You got certain groups that's like, technically on, they're a team and, they cool. Niggas ain't really fucking with them, you know what I mean? Woo. But it's a difference, bro. We talking about real gangs, bro. I'm saying Dolce wrong? Oh, my bad. Dolce? How you say it, Dolce or Dolce? Pronounce it for me. I'm going to call that double then. D-double. Federal states, that's some bullshit. Dolce. Okay, I got you, Dolce. Atlanta got 100 other gangs like this now. It's not a new version. They not traditional. Nah, Ricky, I ain't saying that. No. I ain't even saying that. Everywhere got the hybrids. No, that ain't just in Atlanta. Everywhere, that's the natural evolution. For real. Hybrid shit. It's smart. Straight up. Because it stopped a lot of beef, too. Because a lot of niggas was separated just because they was on different teams, but they really fuck with each other. Like, nigga, we grew up together for real, and then we moved. You join this team, and I join this team. Then we see each other on some old damn, cuz, what's up with you? And you like, yo, I'm such and such. You like, whoa. But y'all really ain't got no beef. The only division is the color shit. You like, man, fuck all that. We together, man. Fuck that. Fuck that old head shit. Straight up. I'll be one of them niggas that are straight hybrid some shit. Man, fuck that. I'll fuck with them niggas. We rocking with them now. I don't know what the fuck was why we were separated before, but you know what I mean? So I'm with that shit. But I'm saying they not a real gang on the sense of the business part interrupted them turning into this boogeyman-ish threat that the streets really, You know what I mean? All this little shenanigan shit, these little botchy crimes, they ain't making up no solid gang, bro. Just as well as the Atlanta making that rich, what the fuck they was called? Rich gang? No, what them niggas was called? It just got taken. The other fake, the other Rico. Drug rich. That Rico was phony too, bro. You gotta admit, come on. Dosey, you gotta admit that one. Wait till you hit the part where they start getting money. It ain't from drugs. Like, we ain't getting charged for getting money though. Which fucks the case up if you ask me. You ain't no gang, you ain't getting money. Bro, Dosey, you fucking your case up. Don't admit that my money coming from music. That's my case. That's my case, bro. We was getting music money, bro. And none of this shit pushes that forward. Yo, you might want to be careful with that. That's my case. Don't fall into my trap. I want you to say that. That means I'm going with that too, Dosey. And I'm saying that means we not a gang. We got that record label. We getting all the finances from this. So all this dumbass street shit don't move YSL forward. It's a detriment to this fucking financial structure. Come on, baby. You gotta be careful around here. Nah. No, they not. They ain't gonna tell none of that. No, they don't. Nope. I don't think they had that to tell. They gonna tell that fucking Young Thug wasn't never fucking home. He was busy. Well, where was he? They gonna name all his types of shit he was doing. Yo, some of these niggas probably barely seen that nigga, bro. I'm telling you, I know. I've been around rappers, bro, when they like they from the streets technically, and they got a little crew and all that type shit. Yo, niggas homeboys be out in the streets hitting sales and shit when they gone. Be petty. It ain't really no gang. To the outside, they think niggas is thugging because niggas can click up and look deep and yeah, it's some wild shit be going on in the streets, but technically that shit ain't even that. When it is, oh, ain't no questions, baby. It's some Baltimore. Have you checked the Baltimore rap, Rico? Have you? It's a couple. You do know that, right? Yeah, they ain't even make it that far in their rap careers. Rico heavy as fucks. Fuck you talking about, bro? Gang. What? Bro, that's what I'm saying. And we went back and looked at some other Ricos, bro, that's really, you know what I mean? It ain't just Atlanta got some light ones. I ain't gonna lie. It's the fact that they try and put these lyrics on trial, y'all. They jumped out there. They ain't really had what they needed. This a show, y'all. Yo, you incriminate. Shh. Shh. Bro, we wasn't in the neighborhood. You get it? That's only real to a couple people, bro. That ain't in court. On paper, these boys is phony. You get it? Like, I'm from outside. I get what you saying. They still ain't got nothing though. Like yo, you going off of the hype. You bringing the hype in court. The hype in the paper is two different things. With the streets know and with the court know, it's two different things, baby. You understand? That's what I'm saying. The Rico weak. With the street know, they two different things, bro. Yeah, see, James Jones know what I'm talking about. See, this a nigga from in my city that know what's going on. Now, he do some of the work I do. Now, some of the Ricos that came out, he familiar, he know more than me as far as what didn't happen. Because I kind of disconnected because I was sad to see. Because I know, I'm my nigga. I'm probably one of nigga. I could have been on fucking Law and Crime, man. I ain't learn how to shoot fucking music videos or fucking record niggas or make beats. Nigga, I could have been on fucking Law and Crime. And my Rico would have been heavier than this, man. Straight up. I ain't bragging either. For real. My shit would have been juicier than this. And I wasn't even in no gang. This when, yo, I'm dead serious, y'all. I wasn't even in no gang. And my shit had been heavier than this. But if a 10-year run, yo, the amount of drugs. Yo, we talking about a drug trial that would have been more serious than this, y'all. Seriously. For real, y'all. With the amount of money and different sales and confidential informants and like, yeah, yo, we talking about really like, yo. So like, that's why when I seen all this, I'm expecting to see like a lot of murder, like some show enough bullying on the streets, bro. We talking about a state with legal guns. That little bit of shit they got over 10 years, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. That ain't, them boy, Thug was not pressing no buttons, y'all. There's a case in my city where a nigga was pressing buttons, y'all, with nowhere near no money like Thug. You wanna see some niggas getting knocked the fuck off. What? So like this shit play, bro. And we talking about niggas who older too. Like I can't respect the thuggery in this case. I can't, y'all. I don't know. I can't. My mic on low. What? Oh, my girl got her hair done. Okay. And her makeup. She got hit. Okay, you looking pretty today, mama. Oh, nigga, get the fuck off. He trying cheese and shit. He's zesty and shit. Nothing wrong with it. It must be your joint, Natasha. Let's hear what my girl got to say. She got on her makeup all powdered up, looking good and shit. Hold up, let's see.
Be testifying against Jeffrey and the others.
I assume that's part of the plea deal. I mean, that's part of why you reach a deal if you're the prosecution is to get them to give testimony at trial. So I would expect that to be the case, but it remains to be seen.
Now, Brian,
I object. Ricky, with the amount of rats they got, I don't think it's no more buttons. I said that early. I said, yo, if it's this many rats, if Thug was really, really getting busy, them rats would have been using them get out of jail free cards, y'all. They'd have told about everyone. I said that. Remember Thug got this mysterious thing. Allegedly, he was getting busy before his deal, right? Like, yeah, shit, Thug was down there in them New Orleans niggas and whoa. Then I thought about it. I said, yo, this shit sound like some old folklore shit. Like that Gucci Man shit. You understand? Niggas didn't just made this lore up. For real. Because I said, yo, with this many rats, somebody would have brought that up. Because that's one that's directly involving him. Seriously. Because you talking about people telling that know that nigga background. They would have directly said, this body on his back, such and such. That was yo. We ain't got that. Never. Come on, they keep trying to link yo pressing the button.
what happens, this is my question, if they get up on the stand and take the fifth?
So they're allowed to take.
Gucci was really in the streets before it? Nah, but the folklore of him having a body with the Loke shit, that was phony. And it felt like it to me. Seriously. The way the streets used to use it and attach it to his name as to stamp him, I felt like that was a little bit over the top. That's all. I could tell by his lips the nigga was outside. These niggas smoke weed like me. You gotta be outside somewhere. For real. You ain't a regular nigga. You just sitting back blowing like this. Yeah, I know. Come on, man. But on the same token, I know some niggas is just outside. That don't mean you show enough like a, you know what I mean? It's a difference, bro. Bro, even if you would do certain shit, that don't, you just out, you regular. When niggas start talking about you like you spooky, hold up. That's a different thing. And it seemed like they was giving niggas from Atlanta that without them really being smoky. Because if you get a vibe like that in my city, bro, that means you got one or two already. Ain't no questions about it. If that type of vibe is floating around on a nigga name around in my city, ain't no questions about that. You understand? So, these niggas had fake vibes, and it came out later. True or false?
There might be some back and
Well,
forth.
Gucci Mane's was a fake vibe. You remember the interview he did about Lil Wayne, and he was talking about how he was a stepper? Nah, who was a stepper? Who said? Hold on, get me right, Mike. What happened? See, that's what I don't agree with. Unlimited. We ain't need no stigma to juice up his image like that. You don't need to put the body on it. He ain't need the body. Young Thug said he was a stepper. Who said it? Thug said he was a stepper. See? Niggas be sending mixed vibes when they talking to y'all. They be playing, trying to act neutral, but at the same time, throw the little bit of gangster shit on it. And to be honest, bro, when you really tied to it, it kind of come off in mannerisms, so you don't have to sell it that much. And whereas though you almost want to downplay it because of your proximity. And I've been in that position, whereas though, like, I can't, like, certain shit I'm not even going to communicate about because technically hold on. That ain't got shit to do with my music career. Seriously. Like, when I came in the studio, niggas, it's a lot of people, them people in there, I couldn't talk to them about the shit I've been doing outside. Them people were studio people. You thought niggas was about to rap. Now, when I rap, I wasn't a rapper, but if I made a song, I could talk about real shit without telling.
As to whether
That's
or
how I
not
know
their
the
plea
difference,
agreement
y'all.
covers that actual testimony. So, for example, if they go up and ask the question, is YSL a record
Now,
label
certain shit
or
I
a
was
gang,
telling.
I would anticipate.
But I was kind of like telling on myself, like in a way to where as though you would have to know what the fuck I meant to really know, but not really. Like if somebody took me to court for that shit would have been, lyrics being used in that situation would be phony. I wasn't dealing with nothing for them to be listening to my goddamn songs. Nobody hear that shit.
That they would say gang based on their plea agreement, but it doesn't mean that they have to violate their own constitutional rights and say, well, in fact, I didn't plead guilty to this, but I did shoot and kill this person. I did do that. So I think it really depends on their individual agreement, but I do expect them to be pleading the fifth to some statements.
Oh, it's going to be interesting to see who actually gets up there on that stand. All right, this question is from Kenneth Williams from YouTube. Richard, this is going to you. How much is the state depending on witness testimony to prove YSL is a gang?
Well, I think probably a lot. I mean, that to me is ultimately what they have to put on to show it. You know, they started the trial, and I thought very smartly, educating the jury on what a gang.
Yo, why would the neighborhood confirm that he a gangster if they get on the stand? Hold on, bro. You proving that they not tough. Yo, your sentence is ironic. I hate to tell you, brother. Your sentence cancels itself. Y'all read that message that he just sent y'all. D-Double. My man D-Double in the chat. Read it. Like, watch how it cancel itself and what he trying to prove. Like, read it to yourself real quick. Watch how it do. Take it for a spin real quick. Yeah, Miss Melanie, I'm with you. I'm with you. I be trying not to break people's heart while I'm talking. I don't want to keep drilling that part. But yeah, I'm with Miss Melanie on this. You're not the first one, though. The neighborhood telling. What? So you proving that he not from a gangster environment, because technically you would have said opposite. You know what I mean? That, so you saying that neighborhood breed rats? Hold on, bro.
Is to give them and us some background
Cloud,
and some parameters for what kind of activity would be gang activity. But I think
whoa, this nigga named Richard Schoenstein.
Very much going to have to rely on witness testimony to prove that YSL is in fact a gang and not just a record label.
Well, the other thing. After these witnesses got on the stand, these expert witnesses, then when you see photos and they're actually doing the signs, it does make that connection for the jury, right?
That's right. That was the point of putting on the experts first, so that everything else the jury sees, they will look through that lens. Normally you would put on experts at the end of the case, but I think this made a lot of sense here.
I do too. I've learned a lot actually from those experts. Okay, Brian, this one is for you. Real with Robo, and this is from YouTube. This case seems to be messy because a few charges they'll need to prove before testifying with RICO. How are they going to do all of that together?
Yeah, so oftentimes we talk about a case about being connecting the dots, but here you have to literally paint the dots and then connect them themselves. The dots being the actual crimes themselves. We've already seen some testimony, for example, of Young Thug being accused of having an a stolen gun in his vehicle, right? That's the dot of possessing a stolen gun. We then heard from the person who said, well, my home appeared to be burglarized. I had a gun here, and they're connecting that gun to the burglarization. Then the other connection is, how is this in furtherance of a gang? How is this not just someone stole a gun and gave it to Young Thug, or someone, maybe Young Thug purchased the gun and unfortunately bought a hot gun? It's all that connection and the painting of the dots that need to be done.
You know, it's interesting. The prosecutor said during our opening that all of the acts don't have to be criminal. Can you explain that to our viewers?
Yeah, so in order for a RICO charge to be to work, it just needs to be, I think, like 3 or more people conspiring for a criminal enterprise, and that they are taking steps towards that. But hypothetically speaking, I remember my wife asking me this. I'm like, well, technically, if Young Thug had a cookie sale and the proceeds of those cookie sales went to the gang, and the gang used that money to buy guns and drugs, that could technically be RICO. Selling cookies isn't a crime, but where the proceeds go, yes. So you don't need a criminal act itself.
Exactly, and there are a lot of acts alleged.
So 1090 Jake giving proceeds of his YouTube channel to the Bloods would be a RICO?
Hey, where the posted nigga at right now?
What's going on with Posted?
Hold on, Posted came up.
I ever see Eban, I'm gonna break that nigga face.
Yeah, I can't give Posted back to late night. That ain't happening. No, 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 no.
Oh, that bitch 1200? That must not be cashmere then.
Trapaholics, real trap shit.
191.
Tap the like button.
191. All right, Richard, this is P. Brian from YouTube. P as in the letter P. There is a considerable amount of chat that the judge appears to have a favorable attitude or bias in favor of the prosecution. Do you feel that there is a real bias there thus far?
I haven't seen a real bias. I mean, in fact, he's been pretty hard on the prosecution, and the prosecution has had kind of a rough start in this trial, right? They couldn't get through their opening statement without taking a break. The judge was mad at him about not producing portions of that to the other side. So I would not say I've seen anything that suggests a pro-defense bias at this point.
I agree.
Or a pro-prosecution bias.
Exactly, pro-prosecution. This morning, actually, you didn't miss anything. There was a lot of arguing with the prosecutor and the defense about the witness list, and the defendants were saying, she did not give us the witness list that she promised. And Judge Glanville almost said he was going to exclude the evidence, but he didn't. So
He's mostly irritated this trial isn't going more smoothly, because what the judge really wants is not to waste any of the jury's time and to have this trial, which is going to be an incredibly long trial as is, move along at a brisk pace towards conclusion. That's his primary interest, not taking sides with one side or the other.
Yeah, I agree. I think what do you think, Brian? You think he's fair?
I think what the worry here is, I think that, and not anyone is thinking about it yet, but probably the judges, is mistrial. This is a trial that is supposed to be 6 months. I don't think anyone believes it's going to be. But the more these delays occur, the more people in the jury are going to say, hey, I thought this was supposed to be 6 months. I'm here for 9
Mary
months.
is played
I've
out.
got bills, I've got children, I've got things to do. I'm focusing on that. I can't focus on the trial. And so if we start losing jurors 4, 5, 6 months into this because of these kind of shenanigans and other issues that are likely to come up, what happens if we lose actual jurors that are sitting on the case? I think that's what the judge is focusing on. Keep this ship moving so we don't lose jurors.
Absolutely, and I think he is getting upset that the ship is not moving as fast as it could. All right, so Michael from YouTube says, and this is for you, Richard, the officer testified that this stop arrest was not gang related. Why is this testimony allowed to be admitted even though it is a RICO charge? Okay, so, I mean, he's talking about one of the officers this morning who testified about a particular stop. And he said it wasn't gang related, but the judge obviously is allowing that testimony in.
Well, I mean, not every single fact has to be a criminal activity. I mean, as Brian said correctly, not all of the parts of the pattern have to be criminal acts. And there are going to be background facts that are not criminal acts. So that's not significant enough that there was one stop and it wasn't related to criminal activity. As long as it's relevant to the facts the prosecution is trying to prove, it can come in.
Right, exactly. Michael L. from YouTube, that was an excellent question. Ryan, this is Real with Robo from YouTube now. YSL is supposedly a gang. Their members claim blood affiliation. How will the prosecution keep the separation of furtherance of YSL versus blood affiliation? I think what the viewer Real with Robo is asking is, what's the difference between the YSL and the blood affiliation?
So think of it this way, and just because we're talking, no, because I work for ABC and Disney, let's not do that analogy. Let's say, oh, here we go. I'm Canadian, right? That are the Bloods, but I am originally from Toronto, Canada. Toronto is YSL. So Toronto being a smaller subset of Canada, YSL is a smaller subset of the Bloods. So technically, I don't think you really need to parse them, because if I do something good for Toronto, I do something good for Canada. If the prosecution can show that you're providing funds for YSL, you could arguably be doing the same thing for the Bloods, and you could technically be doing vice versa. You could be helping the Bloods, which in fact help YSL. So you don't really need to parse through both of them.
Right. We actually
I think
got
they
an
3 records in his hand,
from
y'all.
one of the experts about how
3 albums.
Gang affiliation can start out at the top, and then you have subgroups.
I think
within that. You have these
the
local
Wolf
groups. So I think
has
exactly
headphones
what's going
on with 3 albums in his hand,
Carvel,
spinning.
Cavell,
He
from
tossing
YouTube,
up
if
3
the judge
records.
agreed with the defense
Music
today about the
albums.
information deadline on Friday. Doesn't it look bad and assist an appeal if found guilty? I guess what Cavell is asking here is, the judge did look like he was agreeing with the defense, but then at the end of the day, he just allowed the prosecution to have these witnesses come in. Is that a ground for appeal?
It probably not, because these issues about running the courtroom, deadlines on when evidence has to be shared or when demonstrative exhibits have to be given to one side, those are set at the discretion of the court. And that's not really grounds, that's not really fodder for an appeal, because it doesn't affect significantly the defendant's rights. The only thing I'll say about that is, you know, if you could string enough of them together and make an argument on appeal that the prosecution routinely flouted the judge's instructions to do things on a timely basis and kept evidence away from the defense, maybe you could add it up to be an appeal point. But
the Wolf that does music, I mean, technically, the Wolf is really being playful and he got the headphones on with the music.
I'll add to that very quickly. Welcome to the frustration of being a defense attorney and why my cabinet always has Woodford Reserve in it.
Exactly. You know, I listened to that argument this morning, and I thought that they were going back and forth, and the prosecutor actually looked as though she was just making sure she got her argument in, and good for her because, or, you know, the judge did end up allowing them because for 1 minute there, the judge was going to exclude it.
It's not just a defense attorney, really. It's a frustration of anybody who practices law that the courts will set deadlines and then very often, the vast majority of times, will give the other side another chance if they missed a deadline. And that's just the way, because courts don't want to exclude evidence. They don't want to prevent parties from making arguments. They want them to be able to put everything in front of the jury that they want to. And so they do bend over backwards to work with those deadlines, and It can be frustrating.
Yeah, and they don't want to be appealed either. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll have more for you on the Young Thug trial, including a hit from our local reporter. Stay with us.
Yeah, the wolf a disc jockey. Yo, you're right. That's your mans. Look at your mans. Look at your mans. Wolf Thug. Wolf Thug. Wolf Thug. Wolf Thug. Y'all funny as shit, though. Niggas track down the sweater. Who gonna buy it? That bitch only $800. It's on sale, though. You feel me? From last, I think that's from a season ago. Wolf Thug. Got it up there for y'all. Wolf Thug. Ba-da-ba-ba. Fuck, bro. Go get you one, man. There you go. What that shirt got to do with the Rico? You know, we ain't got nothing else to do. You feel me? We was just seeing if Thug was, you know, saying something with the sweater. Why? What's up with you, though? What's thugging with you? All right, play it. Okay. All right, my boy. All right, my boy. All right. Nigga call me player. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I don't fuck with when niggas call niggas player. It sound like a nigga try to sass you a little bit. Like, who would play? Fuck is you talking about, bro? Player. Yo, where you from? The Midwest or something, bro? Blessings. I'm female. Okay. Nah, I ain't jacking a girl saying that shit either. That's worse. Oh, from New York? Oh, nah. Hell no. A girl from New York calling that nigga a player? Oh, hell no. You definitely try to sass somebody. Who the fuck? Nah, hell no. You ain't slick. I ain't playing. I can hear yo. You think you still? Who the fuck you think you is, man? You come in here with this E-baby shit. Don't come in here. Where you from, Harlem? That's y'all new shit? How old you is? Hell no, y'all be saying that shit. That must be some new shit, y'all. That sound like some sass coming from a New York girl. Brooklyn. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Y'all think y'all tough, huh? You ain't putting that on Tug? You ain't never seen him wearing a sweater?
Thanks for coming
He
back
got that
to Law
shit
and
in
Crime.
court.
If you're just joining us, I'm Terry Austin. We've been following day 5 of the RICO trial for rapper Jeffrey Williams, or Young Thug. The artist and 5 co-defendants are on trial for charges such as racketeering and participation in a criminal street gang. The Atlanta courtroom has gone on their lunch break, so this is actually a perfect time for us to check in with WSB TV's reporter on the ground, Michael Seiden. Thanks so much for joining us, Michael.
Yo, what's her ethnicity? Amiri is a sponsor? That's crazy because everybody on Academic Show the other day had on Amiri shirts. And I was just thinking to myself, that shit gotta be played out right now. Like if I went in the store and every time I see a rapper on a picture or interview, niggas got on Amiri, the next time I go in the store, I'm not grabbing no fucking Amiri. So like, niggas crazy. Yo, the uniform, niggas clowns. This is how you can tell niggas ain't got no style. When you see niggas with a Murray on right now, y'all, they ain't got no style. Because the time then went past, y'all. It's a new name. If you really get busy, you supposed to have on something else that's clearly not a Murray right now. Yo, we talking about Pop Smoke stamped it. Bro, come on, bro. That shit ain't that slick to stick around. Nah, come on, stop playing. Niggas just copping out. It's paid. It ain't a new sweater. Like they might have went in his closet. He might have had the tag on that motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie, yo, that shit dead. I was just thinking that when we was watching the academic shit earlier, and all 3 of them, well, all 4 of the OTF niggas had on OTF chains and a Mary. I felt like, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, cause I know I goes on these sites and I know these stores, y'all. It's a million goddamn brands. Shit be hard, bro. Wouldn't make you keep wearing the same people, bro.
We're so glad you're here with us.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. Glad to join you.
All right, one of the first things I want to ask you about is something that a lot of our viewers have been talking about. Young Thug is in the courtroom with the other co-defendants, and he's wearing this sweater. What's going on with that sweater? There's a
Oh, that is a red flag.
Early birds and all-nighters. EbanFlims.
Appreciate that. And when you give me credit alone. You can give them credit too, but not in the same conversation. Because we don't do the same work. But I appreciate it.
Etcétera.
picture on the sweater of a character. Did you get a chance to look at that?
So essentially, Law and Crime need to hire me, huh? We was already on it, y'all. We done already did the research. I done did the graphic work. Wow. You seen that? Y'all watched it in real time. It just kept bubbling. Somebody did the research in the chat. Respect to who that was. I forget who it was. They gave me the word. They said, yo, that's a Mary. We was guessing. I was questioning, what brand is that? Niggas came in with the cash code. You feel me? Told us that's a Mary. Bitch cost 15 Han. Because I was thinking that bitch was on the 2000 better because it looked cashmere to me, be honest. And if you ever touch some cashmere sweaters and look at that tag, that thing be a couple of dollars. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a Mr. Fashion over here, but I will
Come holler at me. We on it. It's a Mary. It's on sale for $813 right now. It's from a season ago.
tell you that the sweater he's wearing, it has a print of a wolf on it. Apparently, according to some of our viewers on social media, you can buy it at Neiman Marcus right now. It's on sale for $895.
The $813.
What is this? What is he wearing? Is it a coincidence? I was hoping to ask his attorneys about that, but if you remember back in opening
The
statements,
chat found it too, y'all. Their chat sophisticated. They don't need us. Their chat sophisticated, y'all. My bad. I thought we was nice. They chat. They got it going on.
They read a poem from the Jungle Book 2 about wolves, and prosecutor Adrian Love accused young thug Jeffrey Williams of being the head of his wolf pack, referring to YSL as an alleged criminal street gang. So again, not sure if this is a coincidence or not. I was hoping to get that from his attorneys, but it's definitely creating a lot of chatter on social media.
Michael, that is such a great observation.
If I'm $1 million lawyer and my client pop up today in court and he got a goddamn wolf on his sweater and I think we not gonna win this trial, that nigga gotta take that goddamn sweater off right the fuck now. So this nigga gonna win, y'all. If you heard what the fuck I just said? You heard what I just said? No way Brian still lets him wear that motherfucking sweater if that nigga's going to goddamn prison, y'all. Hell no. I'd have slapped his ass myself if I seen him with that and I thought his life was really on the line. You understand? They said you was a wolf. And look, I've come in this morning, I'm drinking my coffee and shit. Fuck is... Boy, I know if you don't take that goddamn sweater up, what the fuck? I'd have broke character in that bitch. What the... You seen this nigga? What the fuck? No, I don't think that was promo. I think that's them. They playing a game. But clearly, it's already in their favor. Because a judge, if you try to play some type of mental games in a judge court, so you playing propaganda games in my court with motherfucking sweaters and shit, automatic, you ready to get a rough ride for the rest of this trial, bro. So, I'm going to let y'all know, this case must be already light. If that lawyer, Brian Steele, felt comfortable, and that black nigga felt comfortable allowing that boy to wear that sweater today, y'all. He about to be free. There's no fucking way that boy is, this a rough case, and them boys gonna let their client wear that goddamn sweater, y'all. No way. No way. Everybody know what the fuck a wolf is. First off, we ain't got no guessing, none of that. Fuck what she said at the beginning. We know how she tried to link it, but we all know what the fuck a wolf is. Come on, man. Look, niggas is reaching. So, like, technically, y'all, that nigga's got to win, y'all. There's no way.
Tying it back to what the prosecution actually did say during the opening. Good job there. All right. This morning also started out with a juror being dismissed.
What's a wolf? That bitch gonna blow your house down.
Dismissed from their duties after.
All right, hold on. We all know a wolf in reference to humans. Let's say that. Yeah, we know this story. This an easy one. And it's 3 records. So is that the 3 they represent the pigs? He is spinning them records though, y'all. He juggling and spinning the records, y'all. Like with the headphones on, having the ball. Pause.
Hospitalization. What can you tell us about that situation?
Right. So obviously here, another day, another issue. But in all seriousness, we are not sure how serious the injuries are, if it was an injury or if it was an illness. But what we were told is that over the weekend, one of the jurors was admitted into a local hospital, and the judge said that he did not believe that juror would be released until Wednesday. So they plan on dismissing that juror. Now, you may remember last week during the trial, there was another juror who said that she potentially was going to have a medical procedure and didn't know if she'd be able to make it to court. But we are told this is a
that
different
nigga got on
juror.
red
So
pants.
I guess our thoughts and prayers are with that juror.
Oh, the the wolf got on red pants.
That's why you
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
alternates, in a trial like this one.
Exactly. If I recall correctly, I think we have 6 alternates. Is that right?
That don't mean his pants on fire, do it?
Yeah, I think that number's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. So after that, there was some discussion about a new set of witnesses the state wants to call. Can you bring us up to speed on what's going on with that situation?
Right. So this has really been ongoing, and this is when Judge Glanville really laid in to prosecutors, because his whole thing is, let's get this trial done. Let's get it done right. Let's let it be smooth. But we keep having all these pauses. For example, we were delayed almost 45 minutes today. That's because the prosecutors initially had around 741 potential witnesses that they could call to testify. Well, that list has now been cut down to a little more than 400. So here's the issue now. Some of the defense attorneys were claiming, look, you're about to call certain witnesses that we didn't even know were on the list. There seems to be some miscommunication here, but let's be clear here. Judge Glanville has ordered that the prosecutors and the defense come together and tell each other who the witnesses are that are going to be testifying on each side. And for some reason, this isn't getting done. I know at one point, the prosecutor claimed that they had sent some of those witnesses over at like 9 o'clock at night or at the last minute. And the defense is saying, that's not acceptable. So obviously they need to get on the same page. And Judge Glanville, one more thing in closing, made it very clear that if you guys don't get on the same page, we're going to start excluding testimony from some of these witnesses.
I heard him say that as well. I do think, listening to both sides, that both the defense and the prosecution actually have decent arguments. I mean, you don't want to be surprised, but at the same time, it does take time to cull through all of those witnesses. The other thing is, we're not seeing the law enforcement witnesses on camera. What's going on with that? Is that going to continue because of Judge Glanville?
Yeah, so we're trying to figure that out. Last week, you may remember when a pool camera mistakenly showed the faces of some of the jurors. Obviously, it became a real security issue. And so what happened was, at that point, the judge did ask for cameras not to show investigators' faces. But I will say one more thing. I've talked to multiple sources over at the Atlanta Police Department, and we know that during some of this testimony, when we're showing faces, that the addresses of some of the officers were being posted online. There's been some threats also. I'm not sure if they're credible or not, but as you can imagine, the last thing they want to do is put these witnesses' lives in danger. So that could potentially be playing a role in them not letting us show the faces. But again, we're still working to find out the exact answer from the judge.
All right. So the judge basically is asking everyone in the courtroom, the reporters, to just not show those witnesses. Hopefully we'll get the cameras back up with the other witnesses.
Yo, a law about to be passed about that. Anytime they live streaming these trials, they can't show none of the witnesses, y'all. Niggas gonna be doxing the shit out of these people. That's permanent from now on. Seriously, y'all. That's gonna happen. I'm talking about, they got about, I'm gonna give them about 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes before somebody find out exactly who they is and where they live. Seriously, people ain't playing on the net, y'all. For real. Like, with something like this, it's people that do that shit as a job, and then they like thugs, so they gonna be in it. They gonna be. Them witnesses got nothing. Technically, this about to have an impact on the amount of people who want to show up in court. For real, it's about to change the court system, y'all. Niggas say something about cameras. Niggas ready to be like, man, fuck that. I'm telling y'all.
All right, what are you expecting to happen after the lunch break? We've gone through a number of witnesses. Some of the witnesses were victims of crimes. Some of the witnesses were these law enforcement
Internet
officers.
ready to change the courthouse.
What do you expect that the prosecution will do after the lunch break?
Because it ain't going to stop, y'all. Anytime that somebody sit up there, these people going to do that. I'm telling you, it's on. I already know what time it is because they got a reason. You a cop? First off, it's mega people across all groups that just automatically, if you a cop, you fair game. You fair game. You a cop. Straight up. Like, that ain't got shit to do with the streets. You understand? Real shit. Then you got the people on the internet that's really from outside. Like, yo, what's that police name? Now, I know, yo, that's Officer so-and-so. He locked me up. That's a wrap. It's too many goddamn people in these live streams. That shit gonna shoot out in about, like I said, 10 minutes. Oh, that's Officer such and such. I know, yo. Whoop. Yo, psh.
So if they go as planned, it sounds like we're going to hear from about 4 more law enforcement witnesses who will testify about 1 o'clock Eastern time when they.
Yo, all right, I'm gonna tell y'all when it's gonna hit the fan. When a kid get beat up in school because they parent testified. Watch. Live. Like it's going the trial is gonna be live, and the kid gonna whoop the other kid ass in school. Cause of that. Your mother's a snitch. Watch. We gonna see it. It's coming.
Return from lunch.
It's
We're
gonna
also
trickle
being told
down.
there
Watch.
could be some body camera footage, maybe from a traffic stop. So it sounds
coming.
like we're going to hear a lot of law enforcement for the rest of the afternoon. But of course,
Somebody gonna get
there's
shot.
been some things that have stalled out testimony, been some delays, some objections. So, the plan is 4, but you never know.
All right, you have been wonderful. That is Michael Seiden from WSB TV on the ground for us. Please stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, keep writing those questions. We will take all of the viewer questions that we possibly can. We'll be right back.
Tap the like button, y'all.
Hospitalized. The judge may, in fact, end up excusing that juror. We only have 6 alternates. Would we have a problem, particularly in light of the length of this trial?
Yeah, we would potentially have a problem. You need 12 jurors. And the reason you have alternates is in case you lose a juror, then you still have enough. But 6 for a 6-month trial, that's a little thin. And what people have to understand is once you're off the jury, there's no coming back. So if you have to go in the hospital for a day or you miss a day, there's no makeup test. You don't get to return. You are gone from the jury. And if that happens 6 times, we're okay. But if it happens a 7th time, it's a mistrial. And we're talking about a 6-month trial. And I think Brian thinks it's going to be longer than that. So it's a little thin.
Oh, well, Brian, then let me ask you, if you were the judge, if you were Judge Glanville in this case, what we have is 12 jurors, 6 alternates. What would you have chosen as far as the number of alternates?
I think 9. I think at least 9. I think just looking at what is day 4 or 5 now, and we've had 4 or 5 witnesses come and testify. I think we've maybe gotten to the 2nd or 3rd count in the indictment in terms of the overt acts. So by my count, we've got at least 185 more overt acts. So I don't know, do the math. 5 times 185, it's going to be a while.
I agree. It's going to be a very long time. And how many people can take all of that time off if any of them are actually working? They're getting permission to stay off. Cavell O, again, another great question from YouTube. Will the absence of the lead prosecutor today and the fiasco of handling of files play a role with the jury? And how do you think the jury will feel?
Yeah.
Richard, I'm going to ask you that. So today, this morning, the lead prosecutor, Love, was not there. The other prosecutor was there. And
ain't taking it serious.
Did a good argument, but do you think that that's going to have an effect on the jury? She didn't speak in front of the jury. So just for our viewer, just Cavell, just so you know, that argument was done outside of the jury. But do you think that a jury is looking at who is actually doing the prosecution of the case?
Well, I don't know about that. Lead prosecutor not there, not for one day in what we're just saying is, a 6-month or longer trial. Who's there on any particular day? It'd be nice to have the lead prosecutor there for closing arguments, for examination of important witnesses. But I don't think it's a big deal if they miss a day.
Yeah, I agree. I actually was trying to see if she was in the courtroom somewhere. I didn't see her, but you know, maybe she's back at the office trying to prepare for the case further. So, all right, Georgia Guardian from YouTube. Why are we only looking at Jeffrey Williams during live testimony when 5 other people are on trial? Brian, what do you think about that?
If Jeffrey Williams wasn't on trial, would anyone be watching? I mean, that's the reality of it, right? He's also King Slime. It's like talking about like a gang case involving El Chapo and not focusing on El Chapo. He is, at least in the prosecution's mind, the kingpin of this gang, and he is the largest name.
The
Especially when
kingpin.
you talk about the use of rap lyrics coming into the case as well. This case started off as Young Thug and Gunna. Sergio Kitchens took a plea, and now there only being 6 of the 28, with 9 taking a plea, 1 in the wind, and 12 awaiting. Young Thug is the biggest name there.
Exactly, and I do think that that's why people are very interested. Georgia Guardian
Y'all
asked
some
another
cocksuckers.
question from YouTube, and we talked about this
Tap the
earlier,
like
but
button.
we can talk about it some more for sure. Does the jury pay attention, Richard, to the sweater that Young Thug is wearing? And remember, the prosecutor, very good observation, Georgia Guardian. The prosecutor called him a wolf in opening statements. I think this is very interesting. I'm sure that Steele knew what he was going to wear that day. Do you think they had a conversation? Maybe he did know what he was going to wear. If he knew, would he have said, don't do it? Or do you think it's a good statement to make, if in fact that is the statement being made?
Yeah, well, okay, so the viewer's question is, does the jury pay attention? And I would say to that question, the jury pays attention to everything. You know, the jury is always watching whether you're on the stand or off the stand, and how you conduct yourself in the courtroom for a defendant is very important. If my client wanted to show up at a trial wearing a sweater to make some kind of statement, I would say, forget it. Don't do it. It can backfire with the jury. It'll be misinterpreted by the press.
What did I say?
I wouldn't want my clients showing up in anything, especially
What
if,
did I say?
if
Yo,
it
they
really
need to hire me then.
Is to show up the.
They do need to hire me, y'all. I said that. I told y'all. Yo, hit the Cash App, y'all. I'm the best commentator they got. You know what I mean? These other niggas felonious. I meant that shit too. Like, if you notice when I said that, I ain't bluffing, y'all. I'm dead serious. Like, you know what I mean? But I gave you some details on why.
Prosecutor for what she said in open argument.
I'm about to just go get the fake teeth, y'all. Fuck
That's
it.
a good idea. I would have said no, thank you.
I would have
Hey,
said
sign
no,
me if
thank
I get
you
the
as
fake
well.
teeth, y'all. I'm
You
telling you, I'm
never
about to get the
know
fake
how a
shit.
juror is going to interpret that. So Brian Steele is also an
That's what
excellent
I.
attorney,
Everybody
based on
got
what
fake
I've seen
teeth.
thus far. So I think if he had known, he probably would have said, no, don't wear that. Put your suit back on. All right, Kimberly M. from YouTube. Brian, has the prosecution presented any smoking gun evidence thus far?
Fuck no.
And do you think that right now, where we are in this trial, that they have proven that there is a RICO conspiracy?
No.
No, I would say no to both of them.
Yo. I told ya. Yo, I'm telling you.
For a number of reasons. At best, we've seen individual crimes of theft of a gun where we actually don't know who stole the gun. We only know where the gun ended up. We've seen isolated incidences of carjacking, but nothing to the actual charges that I think the defendants are most worried about.
Sure.
Have we potentially made some hay out of Young Thug being in possession of a gun? Perhaps, but you'd have to show some sort of knowledge aspect.
Ain't got shit to
I
do
would
with no
want to
RICO.
see some sort of DNA on the gun as well to show that he handled the gun, or at least knew the gun was under his seat. But past that, I think at best, it's the foundation. But it's like asking you, Brian, has the prosecution made a houses yet? And I was like, no, there's just foundation. But I can see where they would build upon that. We just got to wait and see.
Exactly. Richard, this is a related question. Joseph Reeves from YouTube says, why is the state not linking these crimes to a conspiracy to show the furtherance of a gang or any RICO standard?
Well, give him a little bit of time. I mean, we're really just at the beginning. You know, we're still talking about Rudyard Kipling. Let's get this trial moving. It's so hard to prove any kind of crime at trial. And this crime, a RICO conspiracy and a pattern of racketeering, I mean, that's exceptionally hard to prove. It's going to require and you have to do it one witness at a time, right? So give him time. It's going to play out.
All right, Joseph Reeves. Richard said to be patient. It'll play out. We'll see. Cavell, thank you so much. Again, I think this is question number 3 from Cavell O from YouTube. Is the state so far linking these old crimes to RICO? All right, similar question. Brian, do you think even one of these activities or overt acts or crimes has been linked at all whatsoever?
No.
Nothing yet.
At best, I see a carjacking, a possession of a gun. I haven't seen anything that furthers the gang. Now, can you tell me in the ether, does a gang member possessing a gun further the strength of the gang? Absolutely. But that seems too vague for me.
Everybody got guns, B.
Technically, Young Thug having money in his pockets could then further the gang just because he's a gang member who has money. But you have to show me what that gun does, what that money does, in a way that it benefits the gang, and I haven't seen that yet.
That's interesting. I think this morning he had $19 that was recovered from one of the cars that apparently had, other evidence in it. But I was thinking to myself, well, $19 is not that much. All right, Richard, Kimberly M. from YouTube, similar but different question. Even if they prove YSL is a gang, like a gang, is that enough for a conviction?
No, because you have to prove that the defendants were involved, and I think the main theory here is conspired to commit these crimes. So you have to prove at least that they had some agreement to do it or took acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. So just proving that it's a gang and not a music label is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't get you all the way there.
Correct. And you can be in a gang. I mean, some of the viewers have asked, is it illegal to be in a gang? I mean, you could have a gang but not committing criminal activities. You could have a gang and you could be doing community service. Right.
Yeah, we're in the LC gang. It's the First Amendment. We have the right to associate with law and crime.
Let's speak for yourself. All right, I have another question for you, Brian. Joseph Reeves from YouTube. How many of the state witnesses do you think were reliable witnesses so far?
Ooh. I think they're all reliable. And if you're asking about credibility, whether or not I believe them, then yes, there's nothing that I saw on direct examination or cross-examination to make me think that they were not credible or unbelievable. However, I think the more exact question might be is, do you think that information furthers the concept of there being a gang tie or a gang conspiracy like RICO? One of the witnesses that I had problems with were the officer who said, yeah, they were throwing up gang signs. And my question was, well, what were gang signs? Were they Crips? Were they Bloods? Were they MS-13s? Were they MS-12s, 15, 16, 17? What gang was this? And so for me, it's not that I don't believe them. It's just, are you furthering the charges that are put forward, all these 6 men?
Right. And I think the witnesses so far have been pretty straightforward with both the prosecution and the defense. They didn't seem to be, trying to stall when they were being cross-examined. So I think they've been fairly reliable and fairly credible, both, thus far. All right, Rod Springs from YouTube. This is for you, Richard. Why does the judge allow the state so much leeway but always overrules the defense? One thing I'll say and add to that is a lot of the viewers think that the judge is overruling during testimony when the defense has an objection. So I think that's what Rod Springs is talking about.
Yeah, and the judge has to make a decision every particular question and answer. Most of these objections are to relevance and prejudice. The evidence is either not relevant to the crimes or it's only tangentially relevant, but it's really prejudicial. And the judge has to make a judgment call, objection by objection. The natural instinct of a judge is to allow evidence and let the jury make a decision about what it means. So only if that evidence seems really out of line will a judge sustain the objection. And I'm not bothered at all yet by how the judge is handling objections.
I'm not either. I think he is being as even-handed as you possibly can be under the circumstances. Beck has sort of a follow-up question, Beck from YouTube. The judge getting mad doesn't mean anything if he continues to threaten to do things, but then he doesn't follow up. Brian, what are your thoughts on that? We talked a little bit about that, but I mean, sometimes he does get very upset, but then doesn't do anything.
I would say yes and no to that question. Yes, in the sense of, yeah, you're continually seeing him get mad, and then he just bends over and lets it come in. But it's a potentially 6-month or longer trial. Keep letting the judge get mad. I have seen, think of like a sports analogy, like referees. You don't yell at the ref because the next call's not going to be for you. They might not get you on the first half, but they'll get you in the second half. And so judges are, I think, the same way. They might go back at lunch or go back at the end of the day and say, you know what? Richard was really breaking my back on this one. You know what? I'm going to really scrutinize his next objections on the next way. Or, you know what? Terry was really nice to me. You know what? I may not listen as nice, or she's so lovely to listen to. I might not think about the objections. I might just, they're humans. It plays into that.
Exactly. I think one of the big issues also is Judge Glanville is being very careful with this case. He doesn't want a mistrial. He doesn't want to lose an appeal. So I think he's going to let in whatever he can possibly let in. All right. AJ Taylor from YouTube. Richard, we'll ask one more question here. Why can't the defense tell the jury about those arrests in 2013 that they went to jail and it's already been adjudicated, and that they were either dismissed or not found guilty or whatever the case may be with those crimes that were committed back when?
I don't know exactly what crimes we're talking about, but if the prosecution is putting into evidence that there were these prior crimes, then in theory the defense can explore, you know, what the convictions were at the time or what the result is. But we're a long way away from the defense getting to put on its case, right? So that may enter into it. I don't know if they could do it on cross-examination.
Yeah, they haven't been able to do it so far, but perhaps when they put on their case. All right, excellent. Excellent questions from our viewers. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us. When we come back, we're going to continue to break down the case. And Real with Robo from YouTube has asked a second question here. What are the parts that need to be proven?
Tap the like
RICO?
button.
So basically, Richard, if you could just break down, what is a RICO case?
Okay, so to overly simplified, proof of RICO requires showing a criminal enterprise, and that here would be the gang, and that's why proof that it's actually a gang and not a record label is so important, and that a pattern of racketeering activity has been conducted using the enterprise, and a pattern are multiple acts of racketeering activity, which we usually think of as violations. We think a lot about mail and wire fraud as constituting racketing activities in RICO cases, but obviously murder or assault or some other kind of crime, but that the defendants did that through the enterprise, and then add that this is a conspiracy case, and that requires proof of an agreement among the conspirators to commit this racketeering activity through the enterprise. Lastly, you have to show, generally speaking, that predicate acts were actually committed in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And as you said before, we have to be patient because they have to lay all of that out. We're not seeing all those dots being connected just yet.
No, give it time.
Yes, give it time. Jennifer Winkler from YouTube asks sort of a follow-up question. Doesn't it seem odd, Brian, that the prosecution started with petty crimes instead of trying to prove the more serious crimes first, like murder crimes?
Yeah, I guess it could seem odd. I think it's more of a stylistic thing. It's like starting a movie where you start with the climax. Have I seen movies that do that? They do like the whole like look back and then build up past you got there. Do I also see movies that have like a very long, slow intro that kind of crescendos into the climax? Yes. I think it's more stylistic than anything else, but I agree. I would have thought that they would have maybe started with something a little bit more powerful, maybe not the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., which I think is probably their biggest RICO allegation, but something a little bit stronger. But also you got to remember, it could also just be the scheduling of the witnesses. People have the ability to say, hey, I can come in this week, but not this week. And so oftentimes prosecutors are restricted to the schedules of the witnesses they have to put forward.
That's true. People often forget that we have to schedule all of this. So it could very well be something to do with scheduling. All right, Tall Glass from YouTube, Richard.
There they go with the tall glass question again.
Do you feel since the judge
that's
doesn't
3
recommend
times.
the state, they will continue to
Tall
make
glass.
egregious errors? So we're talking about this witness list that they didn't provide to the defense on time, and the judge was going to exclude it, but then decided to just go ahead and let it in. Do you think the state will continue to make those types of errors, or are they going to straighten up?
If I was prosecuting this case, I'd want to clean up my act a little bit. I think this has been a rough start procedurally for the prosecution. It is wearing on the judge a little bit. I don't want to get the judge mad at me in a long trial. I don't want to keep the judge mad at me in a long trial. So I would be taking the message here, hey, let's make sure, have we provided the other side with all of these things we're supposed to? Are we ready to go? Are we going to be able to keep going? Do we have our next witness lined up? I would be super focused on trying to have this run more smoothly if I was prosecuting.
I agree. And this morning we saw the assistant prosecutor who was up there. Love wasn't here today. And she actually it sounded like her voice was shaking a little bit. I think she was really desperate to make sure the judge did not exclude any evidence on her watch. And she continued to make the argument, and the judge finally said, okay, let's let it in. So it's a very serious, issue if the judge were to have done that. All right, Invisible Woman from YouTube. This one goes to you, Brian. Do you think the jury will forget about the witness testimony that we're hearing today because of the lack of evidence? Meaning, we just had people get up and talk, but we really didn't hear a lot about, documents and evidence and guns, and there was not a lot of physical documentation.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily because of the type of information, just maybe because of the length of the trial. But don't forget, I think when we started, Judge Gamble said, take out your notepads, put your names on the top. So they're taking notes. And they also have the ability to rely on each other's note-taking and memory to the extent that it does not override their own memory. And so if they are thinking, hey, what was that strip club mom, what did she say? And we're 5 months down the line from now, that might be an issue, but I think between the 12 of them, they'll be able to piece it together and their notes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. They are taking notes, and I do think that they're going to refer to them later on because, there is a lot of information. I almost forgot that witness was up on the stand. And the other thing is the witnesses are getting up and going down very quickly, so it's hard to remember all of them. Tall Glass from YouTube, Richard, how do you feel when the state makes an error and the judge blames both parties? Should he reference the party that made the error?
Well, it depends. So the first thing I say is it depends on whether it's out of the presence of the jury. Because some of this we've seen with the judge chastising the parties has been with the jury gone, arguments that are taking place. And if it's not in front of the jury, it doesn't matter. He can yell at anybody and it doesn't matter. If he's in front of the jury, then the judge has to worry about his comments being fair and impartial. Now, the judge will instruct the jury at the end of this case, among the many instructions, that him ruling on objections shouldn't go into their decision-making. But you still want to be careful on how you treat the lawyers in front of the jury.
Exactly. In fact, I think the judge should have that preliminary charge, not just at the end, to say, listen, anything I say, if it sounds like I'm biased, don't take it.
Tell me what it is.
Right. I am, because I am the judge, and I'm just giving you the law. All right, Real with Robo from YouTube. Again, Brian.
Get us to 100 likes. Tap the like button if you ain't tapped it yet,
please. Do you think the
please.
sweater will refresh the prosecution's opening, keeping it fresh in the jury's mind?
If not with all 12 of them, then definitely at least with one of them. The question becomes will they have the opportunity to speak about it later? Because they should not be conferring about what's going on in the case at this point. I think it was a bad move. Have I had clients walk into court who are accused of being Bloods or Crips or whatever gang member, and they walk in all red or all blue, and I'm like, bro, what are we doing here? Like, why? What are we doing here? Put the bandana back into your pocket. Don't let it hang out. Let's walk in front of this jury when you're accused of being a gang member. And that's more hyperbole than what's going on here, but you're called the leader of a pack, a wolf pack. If he came up with a sweater that had a little puppy on it and he wanted to stick it to the prosecutor and show something opposite and be comical about it, then I'd be like, you know what, probably a bad move, but I'll let that one slide. But this one, you have to have a serious conversation with your client and say, you know what, I'm trying to save your life out here. So this is not the time and place.
Would you instruct your client to wear just suits?
Yes, I've done it multiple times. When I was a public defender in Brooklyn, we had a closet of suits. I had my own personal suits for clients. I say, we're walking into here and you're wearing this. It's not an issue of what can you wear, what you can't you wear. It's we are trying to save your life. And if the question is taking a dig at a prosecutor or saving years of prison time, which one do you think is more important?
So that means we watching the show, y'all. Because this is $1 million lawyer. So he that dumb? What'd I say? What'd I say, y'all?
I get it. I've never represented someone as big as this, but I still think you can't do that.
Yeah, I think you're right, Brian. I think when it's such big stakes, you have to make sure your
Thug ain't no damn wolf.
Client is just the way they're supposed to be perceived
Not
by
even a
that
thug.
jury. Stay with us. We'll be right back and talking about Young Thug.
And he says, I told him to shoot 100 rounds. If you now show me that, for example, kind of look at the lyrics and really connected, we might not be able to connect it.
I don't think so, Primo. I think it's too light. I think that's why the feds ain't pick it up. Jeffrey is the wolf.
They're not.
Yo, the nigga whatchamacallit reps a wolf. What's his name? It's the zesty nigga from over in Cali.
Really connected, we might not be able to connect it, but you'll kind of look at the lyrics and look at the allegations and be like, And for me, that's not enough. For me, I want lyrics that you can at least show by preponderance of the evidence.
So they linking this right here to this crime? Hold on, why are these lyrics next to these acts right here? Hell no. Red flag. Hell no, I ain't accepting this. Hell no. Take that shit from off of that. That's who made this slide? It's no way those lyrics. Killing 12. Fuck out of here. He ain't. They trolling. Yeah, the big bad wolf, the nursery rhyme.
At least a 51%.
Didn't the pigs wind up whooping his ass?
To say, hey, look, these lyrics say that
they shot 12. Wow. This nigga said they. Ain't that some shit? So that moved the gang forward. Who the fuck tell you to shoot the 12?
this person did X, Y, and Z, and look at this crime. So when Young Thug says, I didn't kill anybody, but I got something to do with that body, and he says, I told him to shoot 100 rounds, if you now show me that, for example, they're accusing him of orchestrating the hit on Lil Wayne's tour bus, and that person shoots 100 rounds into Lil Wayne's tour bus, I say, you know what? You've got...
No, you just said a body, though. So that's a murder. No one got hit on the tour bus, bro, so sorry. Nah, bro. Nope. That don't connect. The pieces don't connect. That was just 100 rounds, and you're loosely connecting it to a situation with 100 rounds. No one got murdered. So, you reaching. And I can show you a whole bunch of cases where the rappers use 100 rounds as a term. Seriously, y'all. Like, really, I could bring 100 examples of rappers using the term 100 rounds as an exaggerated term. Swear to God, all these niggas bluffing. This shit, man. You need more, cuz.
A connection there. It's close enough, right?
Oh, what?
Right, Richard, ASGEIR.
Close enough.
Gunner, P from YouTube. Gunna's lawyer said that Gunna would not, under any circumstances, testify. Is there any basis for that? Do we have any knowledge about whether he's going to be called? And if he is called, is he going to take the fifth? Is he going to testify? Gunna himself, I think, had something on social media that said he's not talking.
Oh, you follow Gunna?
I don't have any inside information to offer on that. We'll see when he's called whether he would testify, whether they can subpoena.
That nigga ain't testifying. All right, Double. Explain how it's furtherance of the gang. So if it's furtherance, then Birdman's supposed to be in the RICO. Because you know they called Birdman after they shot the bus, right? Well, after someone shot the bus, they called, literally called intimidating to move a record label forward. But we got a gang on trial. So that's you lost the case. You try to switch it. You try to switch it. We got one. We got a party, y'all. He fucked up. He fucked up. He fucked up, y'all. He tried to play the 50 just now. He dropped the case, y'all. He fucked up. Dochi double. You fucked up, baby. Nah. You fucked up. You fucked up, bro. I'm telling you, you just crossed the line. You mixed that bus shooting with a gang. You sure? In furtherance of what? That bus proved what? In furtherance of what? How does that move a gang forward, bro? You sure you ain't saying that we a record label by saying that? Which fucks your case up. Yeah. Look, yo, you get this shit fishy. This shit fishy, bro. That shit don't move no gang forward. Chasing down a goddamn tour bus? Not to be played with. About music? Dressing zesty? With Lil Wayne, a non-gay? Bro, you sure you want to do this? You sure? You know I got pictures of these niggas with blue rags on? Yo, I ain't gonna lie. If you'd have stepped up in that courtroom and jumped out there with that part, I ain't even gonna lie, I might have, yeah, we ready to bring this home, baby. I like that. Yo, see, you keep trying to prove through thin air. I'm going off what's in this RICO, bro. You talking about what the streets say. Nah, we going by what's in this RICO, D-Double. Stop. Give me a break.
Him, whether he would take the fifth, I don't know the answer.
Right. Brian, you have any thoughts on that?
So I know what you're talking about in terms of the social media post, but he did have a plea agreement with the prosecutor where he said he would testify truthfully, but not to any specific facts. I think the only thing in his plea allocution that really might bear on this case is that he...
How the fuck you testifying truthfully, but not to no specific facts?
He said YSL is a gang, and that's going to be big for the prosecution, but it's not the winning, because we already talked about it. It's legal to be part of a gang under the First Amendment. And if that sounds crazy to you, think of the KKK. It's legal to participate in the KKK so long as you don't do anything criminal.
Right on, brother. Right on, my African brother from an island somewhere.
From it. But in terms of him testifying, I think that his rap career and his street cred overcome any legal ramification. And I'm going to expect to be hearing a lot of plead the fifths in terms of what the prosecution's asking.
Factory. I told y'all niggas, man, niggas not ready to get up on that stand and testify against somebody that got this much motherfucking leverage. Bro. On cam, with this, on this, that nigga ain't O.J. Simpson, y'all.
And then Richard's correct as to everything he just said. We don't have a looking glass. We just know he's on the list. Or sorry, not looking glass. Is it a ball, glass? I'm not sure which one it is. Okay. We have no idea as to whether or not he'll testify.
Correct, yeah. Go ahead.
Can I follow up one point? So I'm interested in this idea that it's not enough to prove that it's a gang. That's true. However, if you have a group of defendants whose main...
Yo, Project YSL Woody is dead. Get his ass out of here. D-Double, if you relying on him, we going home, baby. That's who you relying on? What else you got, D-Double? You might as well tell me. Who else you waiting on? Who else? Who else? Tell me who else you got on your team. Because if that's who you banking on, bro, I'm dunking on his ass. Game over. He's a rap. I feel very confident. Thrashing his ass. Thrashing him early. 23. Is he your strongest? If he is strongest, I'm fucking you up. And if I feel like that, I know Brian feel like that.
It isn't a gang. That's such a hit to the credibility of the defense if you convince the jury it is a crime, it is a gang. It's going to make the jury a lot more willing to be convinced that there were crimes committed.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Good points, both of you. Thank you so much.
Hey, yo, do they have a picture of all these niggas with red on? With they bloods. So these bloods were all green. Oh, yeah. Nah. Don't tell me that. I'm talking about what the streets know. I mean, what the public know, not what the streets know. Do the public know about bloods that wear green? I know Duke and them. Stop, bro. Stop. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that to me. Not no fucking idiot. I'm past that, nigga. You heard what the fuck I just said? I know what the fuck Duke and them is. Why the fuck you calling them rips? Type of shit you on? I ain't talking about that, bro. Did you hear what I just said? That's a different argument, bro. Do the public know about bloods that wear green? Real shit. Like, how does this look to civilians? We know about the red shit. You already know what time it is. You throw some niggas up there with red on. You know, it been looking like, all right, yeah, that's them. I'm talking about this green, though, y'all. I ain't talking about what the streets know. Nah. I'm talking about civilians. Stop filling in the blanks, D-double. Fuck wrong with you? You snitching. You ain't hear how I just worded that? Why would you do that? Then you gonna put it in caps. You snitching. How I just word that? I did all that for nothing, huh? Exactly, D-double. So look, I got something in my favor. How real is these niggas? Stop doing this, D-double. You trying. Come on, man. The fuck is you with the state? Come on, man. You see where I'm at with it, though? Like, for real. Like, technically, that's a thing. Because once they hit the limelight, yo, that shit all green. That shit all green, bro. So how much they who? You sure? I can argue that this shit ain't even really legit, man. Look at this. Boys wearing all this green. I mean, technically, you can't start your own shit like that unless you really so-and-so official. And these boys, they lying. I'd have used that, y'all. Tap the like button. Nah, real shit, I'd use that green shit. Now, don't get it twisted. I heard, some people wear green. I know. That's a thing on the internet. It's some people like the color green. But to that jury, is that really the Bloods?
We're going to take a
I would press
break.
that.
Please stay with us. We have so much to break down.
I would press that.
Jury, I'm going to be very surprised to see the defendants testify in this case, but that's what I would be looking for.
Exactly.
I agree with that, Richard. I think if one of the defendants actually gets up on that stand, it will be very surprising. Brian, I want you to explain Real with Robo. He's obviously...
Even law and crime don't think none of the defendants getting up on the stand, y'all. Even law and crime don't think none of them getting up there. That says a lot.
From YouTube. If you're found not guilty of charges or they're dropped, why are they being used in this trial? Explain when a prior bad act can come in.
Yeah, so don't forget this is RICO, correct? So we're talking about this under the umbrella of RICO charges, where RICO says that any act can be, as Richard pointed out, can be used in furtherance of the criminal enterprise itself.
Nah, Walker ain't no real damn blood. Now, technically, some might say he is. Now, me knowing what I know, I'm going to say no.
So you don't need to be convicted of that crime. It can be simply...
Miss Melanie, you're going to have to put them pieces together to this conspiracy you putting together in the chat. You can't just do that random reaching. I don't see where you going with this Yellow Wolf thing. You gotta do some explaining. Where you going with that?
That you were associated with this crime, that you participated in the actions, and we separate this in a legal standpoint of prior bad acts and prior bad crimes. The crimes where convictions occur, bad acts would be something like, for example, Young Thug and the gun inside of his car, or as he's being accused of, Young Thug and the multiple phone calls to one of the named defendants in and around the time that Lil Wayne's tour bus was shot at, right? They're not necessarily crimes or convictions, but they're coming in because this is my impression. At the time, and we've heard testimony to this effect, they didn't believe that those were gang-related. Now the prosecutor's making the argument of, hey, now that we can step back and see this from a 30,000-foot view, we can see how these individual events that we didn't know were connected are in fact interconnected to the gang, and I think that's probably the strongest argument to bring it in.
Those are some good points, Brian. I do remember hearing that, you know, this was on cross-examination. When you made that arrest, did you think this was a gang activity? And I thought that was a good point that the defense made.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that is good. That's a good, I mean, you have to get the right answer to that question. But assuming you know what the answer is going to be, which is the only reason you would ask that question, it is good to take it, to make it less relevant to all of this.
Exactly. All right, Richard, I have another one. Meme Windu from YouTube. Does the state have any substantial facts that the accusation of Jeffrey Williams being the head of the gang and that he is the leader, is there anything specific that we've seen so far? I haven't, but if you've seen something, our viewer wants to know.
I haven't seen anything. I don't know. I'm not sure it's really contested that he is the leader of this group. That doesn't seem to me to be the question.
Certified convictions of my client. He pled guilty under Alford case, the Alford case, Alford v. North Carolina, and well, I should say North Carolina v. Alford, and I'm going to ask the court to instruct the jury as to what an Alford plea is actually is, because it's not an admission of guilt, and I believe that's important for the jurors to know. And I have a proposed instruction that I can email to Your Honor and the state, but it's from Skinner v. State, 297, Georgia Appeals 828. That's a 2009 case, and it was just reiterated in McCallum, MCCALLUM v. State, and that's A23A 1174. Also 2023 Georgia App Lexus 511 is a brand new case. And if Your Honor would like me to read what it says, I can, or I can just email it.
How do you spell McCallum?
MCCALLUM.
And give me the advance, or they should say advance sheet citation. It's A what?
23.
23. It's 23A?
Yes.
23A.
1174.
All right.
Can somebody get that for me? I want it.
Can you email everybody the proposed instruction, please?
Yeah, send it to me.
All right, do that now.
Please.
Your Honor, Westmoreland, on behalf of Nichols, we are asking for the same instruction for 2017 and 2018 conviction that I anticipate that the state will try to introduce today. Both of those cases were Alford pleas.
Alford plea is no admission of guilt. Tap the like button. Oh, Miss Melanie. You going radical, Miss Melody. Whoa. Hold on. I hear you. You gotta be more subtle with those accusations right there, Miss Melody. I would keep it real. You took that wolf down. I like what you did with the wolf.
I can't.
I like what you did with that dog.
That ain't happening.
I would keep it real.
No.
I like that. Hell yeah, I think Thug gonna walk, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. I really do. Holmes over there and Yak might get some time, look like. But I think it might just be the same, like, I think they might just wind that thing down and take some pleas, y'all, at the end of this, just to play safe. The state case don't look solid. They best bet is to get them boys some pleas. For real.
I can't give Post back to late night.
Salute, Tyrone. I appreciate that.
No.
Tap the like button if you just came in, baby. Help me get over 100. We should have been to $150. I know it been a lot of people came through. Yeah. Shout out to the corner store on 9th. Anyone hit the cash at? Not that I know of. I don't think so. Tyrone, salute. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been around. Share me on social media. The feds is looking at the higher ups. I don't want to mention the executives that be around them all the time. I just kind of want them to be free and independent. Yeah.
Mr. Shard, have you sent that to the court already?
Yes, Your Honor.
What you mean, Leo? Haven't loud. I mean, do some burpees. He out of shape. Some niggas get in there and they don't date. I ain't gonna lie. Being on this type of trial make you say, nah, fuck that exercising and shit, nigga. I'm worried about getting the fuck up out of here. I ain't gonna lie, for real. Plus, he might be on the section where he don't get access to that shit like that. Like, they might got him where he got exercise by himself or something. That shit phony. Like, some niggas don't like calisthenics, you feel me? They need somebody to be, to teach them that shit. If you don't got nobody to really, show you how to do that shit, technically, you just, for real, y'all. Because you won't see no effects of it at first. Somebody got to kind of motivate you if it gets you in routine. So, because you won't notice. Now, if you keep doing your push-ups and you go on a visit and somebody say, damn, bro, you looking like you're getting cocky. Then you might be like, oh, all right, it's working. But if you don't got nobody putting you in the mix and telling you how to eat right, to get it right, yeah, it's going to come out like that. For real. Like the first Gucci man.
I'd omit of course, the case and the citation, so.
He definitely put on a 50-pack, though. Easy.
That's fine. Less the North Carolina.
Yeah, I would.
They force you to eat 3 meals a day, y'all.
Trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence.
Yes.
Salute to everybody.
Mr. Shard, I'm just going to remind you, and I'm going to remind Ms. Westmoreland. If you ask about this in any witness, it is a form of a guilty plea, and it will be recorded as such. That's not in here. I'm not going to give that. But if you open the door as to it, it's going to be, I'm going to include that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Both of you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Westmoreland? Yes. Okay, I just wanted y'all to make sure. Okay.
Jail or a casket. The game is cursed. Well, the game is a business. You gotta know how to play. So it's a way to play it, yo, without becoming a stat. Tyrone. Look at niggas. It's a lot of guys, bro. They know good and goddamn well.
If you'll just let
Chill
me
the
know
fuck out.
before that, if
You don't pay to be a rapper?
if that is,
Your Honor, actually, the state intends to start with the introduction of certified copy of conviction.
50-50.
Oh, sorry.
It's got its purpose,
Your Honor, the
Tyrone.
state intends to start with the introduction of the certified copy of conviction for Trontavia Stevens.
Hold on.
Two for Mr. Stevens and one for Mr. Jackson, Stillwell Jackson.
okay, so who, madam?
Yes, so for Trontavia Stevens, in indictment 13 SC 116787.
Okay, I need to know their names.
Trontavia Stevens.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who else?
And then there'll be a second certified copy for Trontavia Stevens as well, under indictment 15 SC 140132, as well as for Mr. Shannon Jackson under that same indictment number.
And I would just ask that when we introduce the conviction for Mr. Stillwell, we introduce it as a guilty plea under offer instead of just guilty. So it gives context to the judge's instruction, Your Honor's instruction.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll start off with that, and I'll tell them words to this effect. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to receive evidence in regards to some prior convictions. And I'll just put the trial court may accept a guilty plea, and I'll just include that from there. Okay?
And Your Honor, if I may, for the record, Carson Matthews and Mr. Huey, for the record, we would object to the introduction of these certified convictions coming in to this trial. We would argue that they are hearsay, that we don't have an opportunity to cross-examine these particular certified copies or these certified convictions.
Have you seen them?
I have seen them.
Okay, all right.
And with respect to that, Your Honor, I would argue that under Stafford versus the state, that's going to be 312 Georgia 811 2021 case, and we would argue to the court that
What's the citation again? You said what?
312 Georgia 811, and where it talks about hearsay statements that implicate a co-conspirator but do not advance the object of the conspiracy, such as statements that merely spill the beans about the conspiracy, are not admissible. So we would argue that it's the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause issue as well. And on that basis, Your Honor, we would object to these convictions coming in at this trial, Judge.
Nah, Miss Melanie. I don't think they did the mission. I would argue that. So the same dude that's smart enough to get into that music industry is the same dude that's gonna put his name on a rental and send his guys on a mission to hit something? Fuck no. Come on, Tyrone. We might as well go ahead and reverse that defense in court. Put it in the jury hands right there. This man that made it out that motherfucking ghetto, dumb enough to press that button right there. Come on, cuz. Come on. Come on, that's an insult. Pull up some of these people from the music industry and watch what they say about his intellect. They gonna say, nah, this one of the smartest artists I dealt with. I swear to God, I already know what they gonna say. I already know that's what they gonna say, and they not lying. I know how this shit works. Most of them niggas that make it in that industry, y'all smart as shit.
Conviction in this case, which is proof of the underlying crimes, which is a part of the overall RICO conspiracy, Your Honor. So I don't believe that Stafford applies in this case and in this instance, Your Honor.
Judge, we would just argue to the court that the convictions were prepared or done in a courtroom setting. So we would argue that we don't have the opportunity to cross-examine any of that conviction, any of the policy.
Tyrone, they're alleging that it was premeditated, that Thug pressed the button and told them to do that. That's what I'm saying. So that he rented the car in his name and told them to do that. It don't add up. That's what I'm saying. Come on, bro. That's.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matthews. I'm going to deny the motion.
Thug knew about the
and I'm surprised you didn't let Mr. Steele.
Would I actually say I don't think he knew about? I don't think I would mention whether he knew about it. I think I would press the issue on who the fuck, what type of motherfucking mob boss gang leader rents a car in his goddamn name, tell his goons to go get tinted windows, put themselves on camera and on receipt or wherever the fuck they went and got the tints at, wherever the hell they got that at, and then you got to prove. I want to see them taking the rental car being returned with the tints on it. Like, it's a lot of missing pieces to this car. Fuck no.
You'll argue that since it's his case.
Your Honor.
But anyways, sir.
And I heard you ruling last week, Your Honor, in the State versus Jefferson.
Yes, sir.
So again, if we have a continuing objection.
You may, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You may, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Anything else? Summon our jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
Who the fuck go get the car tinted? Yo, matter of fact, yo, what we doing, yo? We carjacking sometimes, and we renting cars with our names at others. Man, what the fuck? Make this make sense, man. What the fuck is going on? God damn it. God damn it. Oh, still like a mob boss. Look at that shit. You talking like a mob boss, yo. Who the fuck does that? Only NBA niggas and mob niggas. 6 months to a year. Doing that Chris Paul, DeAndre Jordan shit again. You would argue Thug didn't have a valid license? I would say if you still got it, the rental spot is probably dirty. I mean, you know how that go.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Do me a favor.
Oh, you got the yellow towel with it?
One of those chairs and move everybody over one.
Back to the.
Yeah.
You got a yellow towel with that.
Okay.
Yay, cuz. Shout out to the yellow towel underneath that shit that you can't see.
If y'all slide this way.
Shout out to the yellow tie. Fucking wrong with you.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a good lunch?
Yes.
All right,
Damn.
excellent. Okay.
Damn.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to receive
2-hour lunch.
Some certified convictions and evidence. A trial court, I'm just going to give you a preliminary instruction as to how you should consider those. I'm going to give you this instruction now, and I'll give you some more fuller. I'll give you a fuller instruction at the end of the trial, when I charge you formally on the law you shall apply to the facts and the evidence as you determine them to be. A trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to enter State's Exhibit 11A, pursuant to 24-9-901 subsection 1, which is a certified copy of the conviction of Trontavious Stevens in case number 13 SC 116787, where he pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
This states 11A, is that correct?
11A, yes, Your Honor.
You saying it was an offered plea, is that correct?
This was not an offered plea, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
He received 10 years to serve 60 days commuted time served. His balance was on probation. And this is for the January 25th, 2013 aggravated assault with Captain Reginald Pettis. And that's my conclusion for State's Exhibit 11A. That we'd like to tender as a self-authenticating document.
All right, any further objection as to 11A?
May we approach briefly?
All you got? All you got, baby kick? Come on up here. That's all you got? What the fuck is that nigga doing? Is he a security guard? Yes, monkey.
Ladies and gentlemen, you remember what I just instructed you as in terms of what a trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence. This is called an Alford plea. Okay? ALFORD.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. States 11. Any further objections, States 11A? No, Your Honor. Okay, States 11A is admitted.
Next, Your Honor, the state would like to tender into evidence States Exhibit 59, G as in golf. This is under case number, 15 SC 140132 for Mr. Trontavious Stevens, where he pled guilty to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, criminal use of an article with altered ID mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, failure to obtain stop sign, failure to have license on his person. He pled on the 10th day of March of 2016 before the Honorable Judge Henry Newkirk. He received 20 years to serve 10 years commuted to time served, balanced on probation. And that was for the incident involving the stop with the marijuana on July 15, 2015. We would like to tender this again pursuant to as a self-authenticating document pursuant to 24-9-901 subsection 1.
Subsection what now?
1.
I
And
agree
then
with you,
last, Your
Melanie.
Honor,
Any objection to 59G, sir?
What?
Or Madam? Okay, all right. I'll note your continuing objection, and it's admitted over objection.
and last for this particular portion, Your Honor, we have under the same indictment number, 15 SC 140132, the certified copy of the conviction involving Mr. Shannon Jackson, where he pled guilty under Alford to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, criminal use of an article with altered ID mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, where he received 10 years to serve 3 years, balance on probation. And that is also for the incident involving the stop on July 15, 2015.
And this is states what number?
60G.
Any further objection to 60G? If it otherwise hasn't been made already? No. Okay, so I'll note your objection. 60G will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're ready for our next witness.
All right, call your next witness, please, madam.
Your Honor, City Hall Sergeant Carlos Maldonado.
Sergeant Maldonado, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Yes, sir. Raise your hand. You swear affirm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. I have seen. State and spell your first and last name for the courts now. Sure.
My name is Sergeant Carlos Maldonado. Carlos is C-A-R-L-O-S, and Maldonado is M-A-L-D-O-N-A-D-O.
And Sergeant Maldonado, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for 11 years.
Where are you currently assigned?
Currently assigned to the Aggravated Assault Unit as a supervisor and as a Federal Task Force Officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been assigned to this unit?
Been with this unit since the summer of 2022.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your work history with the Atlanta Police Department.
Sure. I was graduated from Academy, and I was assigned to Zone 4, which is encompasses the southwest section of the city of Atlanta, all the way from the West End neighborhood of Atlanta to Camp Creek Parkway, pretty much are the extreme boundaries of that zone. I was a patrol officer on evening watch, which is pretty much the middle of the day from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till at that point in time it was midnight. And then following my time on patrol, I went to the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team, and I was assigned to target patrol and do target enforcement for areas following certain crime trends. For example, if there was a string of robberies in the area or burglaries, we were assigned to go and tackle that problem in that area. Following that, I was promoted to detective. I was assigned to the robbery unit for the city of Atlanta, investigating all armed robberies and bank robberies in the city of Atlanta. Following that, I was transferred to the homicide unit and worked homicides. And then I was promoted to sergeant in the fall of 2020. And I was assigned back as a supervisor for that same FIT team, the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team. I was on the Zone 4 FIT team until the summer of 2022 when I was moved to my current assignment as a supervisor for the aggravated assault unit.
So it takes you to July 3rd of 2017. What unit were you assigned to in 2017?
I was assigned to the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team as an officer.
Now, as a FIT officer, you kind of talked about some of your roles and responsibilities. As a FIT officer, did you talk with the community about some of the concerns or crime concerns?
I did. More times than not, it was business owners. They would have complaints that they would make.
Faces.
I'll sustain objections to form. You can go ahead and rephrase.
Would you speak with the community members?
I would.
Okay. And was it about crime?
Yes.
And what were you talked generally about what the 15, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Sure. Like I said, we were basically anytime that there was an issue going on within our zone, we were assigned to tackle that problem. Unlike a regular patrol officer who's just handling 911 calls or just doing their own self-initiated patrol, we didn't answer any sort of 911 calls. So if there was, say, as I stated previously, a rash of burglaries ongoing in a certain part of the zone, we were tasked with coming up for like a plan to help suppress those burglaries or whatever crime trend that it was. Typically, Zone 4 FIT, we would do traffic stops as well as suspicious person stops, actually stop vehicles or stop people. We also operate in an undercover capacity as well, so where we could just go out there, not readily identifiable as police, and be able to put eyes on the community in a sense when they weren't expecting to see police.
And you just talked a little bit about some members were undercover. Were there some people who operated plainclothes as well as uniform?
Yeah, so those are the three facets that we operated. One is an undercover capacity, which, as I stated, is when you're not readily identifiable as police, driving regular vehicles and wearing regular clothes. We also operated in a plainclothes capacity, which is where we're not wearing a uniform, but we are readily identifiable as police. In this case, the typical fashion that we address is wearing a vest that was clearly marked as police on the front and the back. And so if you were to see me, you would readily identify me as a police officer. And then, of course, the uniform capacity, which is the standard image you have of a police officer on patrol wearing a full marked uniform and operating in a marked vehicle.
Now, as a part of FIT team, when you went out to go into the community, were you by yourself or did you work with teams?
So on the Zone 4 FIT team, it's like I said, it's a team environment. Typically, I'd be paired up with one officer. My partner at the time in 2017 was Officer Owen, and then we would have another vehicle which would be occupied multiple times. So whenever we went and encountered a person, it wasn't just a single officer that was dealing with that person. We always had a team approach, so that way we definitely would have like a backup if we wound up in a situation where we needed it. More times than not, because we were operating in undercover capacity, we already saw people that were committing violations, so we knew that we were about to enter a situation that wasn't just a typical, stop on the street and just trying to talk with somebody.
I want to take to July 3rd, 2017. Did you have the occasion to encounter a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta?
I did.
And how did you first encounter or see that Jetta?
Sure. My partner, Officer Owen, and I were patrolling the area of the 700 block of Cascade Avenue when we observed the vehicle exit an apartment complex, which was the Volkswagen Jetta, which had a very heavy tint on all of the windows.
And when you say very heavy, to describe it?
It was to the point where, as you know, this was in the afternoon, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we could not see inside of the vehicle to see who was operating inside of this vehicle.
Once you saw the vehicle, with the heavy tail, what happened next?
Sure, we got behind the vehicle and initiated a traffic stop at the next major intersection the vehicle came to, which is the intersection of Cascade Avenue and Donnelly Avenue.
And where did you actually effectuate the stop?
The vehicle pulled into the drive-thru of a Checkers restaurant, which is right at that intersection, and we initiated the stop when the vehicle was in the drive-thru.
Once you initiated the stop, what happened?
At that point in time, there were other members of my unit who came to join us on the stop. Myself and Owen approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and the other officers approached the passenger side of the vehicle.
Why was the car pushing there?
At this point in time, with this vehicle, we couldn't see inside the vehicle, so for just added safety, we had multiple people approach the vehicle.
Once you approached the vehicle, what happened?
We asked the driver to lower the windows because we couldn't see inside of the vehicle, and the door cracked open a little bit, and we were given a response. They couldn't roll the windows down because the windows were freshly tinted.
At that point, when you were given a response that because they were freshly tinted, they couldn't roll down the windows, did you know if there was anyone else inside the vehicle?
At that point in time, no.
Did not know.
At that point in time, no.
Okay. After you were advised from the driver that they couldn't roll down the windows, what happened next?
We asked the driver for his driver's license, and he stated that he did not have one, and at that point in time, he was detained in handcuffs.
Once he was detained, was he removed from the vehicle?
He was.
Where was he placed?
He was placed in the rear seat of the patrol vehicle, which I was assigned to that day.
What happened next?
I changed his name and date of birth to run him on the in-car computer, and at that point in time, discovered he did not have a driver's license.
And what was his name?
His name was, I'm sorry?
What was the name he gave you?
Kamarius Nichols.
Once you ran, he came back unlicensed. What happened next?
I had stepped out of the vehicle, and at that point in time, I was told by another member of my team, Officer Chisholm, that we had received consent to search the vehicle.
And at this point, did you have other occupants in the vehicle?
Yes, at that point in time, we knew that the vehicle was occupied more than just the driver.
How many other people were in the vehicle?
In addition to the driver, there were 3 adults and a minor child.
Okay. So let's talk about the 3 adults. Was there someone seated in the passenger seat?
Yes, there was.
Excuse me, the front passenger seat.
Yes, there was.
Who was that person?
It was a female by the name of Fabian Pierre.
And then was there anyone in the back seat?
There was.
Okay. Who was in the back driver's side?
Directly behind the driver was an individual by the name of Brandon Warren.
And then what about behind the back passenger?
It was an individual by the name of Norman Ayers.
And then where was the minor child?
I can't recall. I can't recall. They were, I think, in the back, but I don't remember.
What happened once you all received consent to search the vehicle?
Myself and other members of the team proceeded to search the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you find?
Sure. In the center console, we located a bag of suspected powder MDMA. We also found a pill bottle which contained 6 suspected pills of what was known as alprazolam. It goes by the brand name of Xanax, and a single suspected pill of ecstasy. Next to the pill bottle, there were several other glassine baggies, which are commonly used to in narcotic sales.
Faces. Overruled.
Which are commonly used to you would place narcotics in the bag and then distribute them when you sell them. In addition to that, a loaded 9mm handgun was located underneath the driver's seat.
And I know you just said, but if you say it again, where were the suspected drugs or narcotics?
They were in the center console.
And within the center console, did it appear that anyone in the car would have immediate access to?
Yes, it was within arm's reach of all the occupants.
Now, I know you said you received consent. Was that from the driver? Was that from the owner of the vehicle?
It was.
Basis.
Hearsay in violation of confrontation clause for the Georgia confrontation clause and the United States confrontation clause. He did not receive consent.
I'll overrule the objection. Note your objection. Continue objection for the record, madam.
And Once you found the suspected drugs and the firearm, what happened next?
At that point in time, we weighed the suspected drugs to see what the amount was. It ended up being, visibly it was quite a large amount, so we wanted to see what the appropriate charge would be for the narcotics. And then I Mirandized everyone in the vehicle to see if they would speak to me, and only one person elected to speak with me.
Okay. Did anyone claim,
Your Honor?
You had an objection?
It may be approached.
All right, talk radio.
They ain't got no proof of them boys hitting no sales. They bluffing. They would have had that shit documented heavy. The boys wasn't hitting no sales. Well, they would have been. That would have been a part of this indictment, y'all. We talking about watching niggas for 10 years, and you got alleged drug distribution. Now they supposed to have confidential informants, y'all, that got served with the buy money and all that, y'all. Seriously, them boys was out like this is. I told. I know what drug selling look like, y'all. These boys is using drugs, and it's so petty. If it was some type of drug sales, you can't link it to thug. It ain't moving no gang forward. If anything, nigga would have told you, yo, you bet. Fuck you doing carrying them petty ass bags around with you, boy. So like it showed the lack of seriousness of a gang. Cause if it was really connected to thug, it'd be on a higher level, bro. I'm telling you. So it's not, which means his involvement in furthering the gang in the streets ain't that heavy, or them boys would have been pushing some weight. Even if he didn't really condone it, somebody would have had a bag enough to really have some weight. With a raid would have been like, yo, all right, them boys got caught with $80,000, you know, some work, confidential informants. It wasn't thug, but it was his mans and them that was jamming. At least a little short run of this shit. Nah, they ain't got none of that over 10 years. That's crazy. Not even a high-level weed operation. Not even no pounds of za. Pounds. Come on. In Atlanta? What?
You want to advise your officer not to say anything else about this?
No coke residue. Man, it's talking about MDMAs and shit, man, that ain't been tested. Fuck out of here. For 16 grams.
Yes, please.
16 grams of weed, y'all. Bagged up. Niggas smoked that in one session. That ain't even enough. Niggas would have had to call the weed, man. Ain't even enough. 16 grams. It's 6 of us in this bitch. Yo, you know we rappers, right? 16 grams, they go. That's you, Cash?
May I preserve my motion?
Yes, I've already noted for the record.
For some reason, niggas think this shit a real case. I don't think it's even real.
As it related, I know you said you tested
Talking about a nigga getting caught with a gun, 16 grams of scale, and 19 bucks.
No, the drugs are submitted and it's conducted by another person, not us on scene.
That's a half ounce.
Did you ever test the window tint?
But niggas connected to Doug, man, that ounce costs. We talking a buck
below
50.
It was measured at 21%.
200 taps in Atlanta.
And
that's if it was that.
Was anyone arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Who?
All the occupants of the vehicle.
The 19 bucks just throws the shit out the window, y'all.
And
niggas was
did
petty.
You collect the items that were found in the car?
I did.
And what did you do once you collected them?
A member of our team at the end of the shift submitted it to Atlanta Police property to be submitted as evidence.
And What happened with the vehicle?
The vehicle, as well as the child, we stayed on scene and released it to the child's aunt at the request of Ms. Pierre.
Oh, you play fair with the car? You ain't even fucking tow the car? What? One bottle drink. Man, $20 can't even pay for gas and fucking blunts for the fucking 16 grams with beverages. Y'all shot. You can't get food, gas, and blunts. Man, nigga, man. That ain't even a 20. That bitch already busted, which means it's gone. Everybody know that rule. You bust a 20, it's gone.
Showing you what's been marked as 61, 62, and 63H. Tell me if you recognize 61, 62, and 63H.
I do.
And how do you recognize 61, 62, and 63?
All these items are marked with the City of Atlanta evidence label with our case number and then a description of what they are, which reflects what I notated in the report.
And that's what you thought it was when you...
Objection to the leading question.
That's the same questions to form. You can rephrase though.
Is that what you
See?
thought it was?
305, that baby know what time it is. They ain't told the car that shit ain't that serious.
On here, what the items are.
And also looking at 64H. Tell me if you recognize 64H.
Yes, I do.
DW lying.
This is the firearm.
You wanna see niggas locked up, you Republican motherfucker.
Accurately labeled like the previous items with an Atlanta police evidence label that has our case number.
And does this appear to be all the items that you found back in July 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 61, 62, and 63H, as well as 64H.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I renew my objection from earlier this morning.
And it's continuing.
Thank
I'll
you.
note that. I'll admit 61, 62, 63H, and 64H over objection.
Permission.
Any publishers you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, looking at 61H, if we could tell the jurors what you thought this was.
Sure. It's going to be 6 pills of suspected alprazolam, which, as I stated before.
Approach.
Yo. It's your boy Sex, you feel me? I know I was gone for a long period of time, but shit, I'm back with y'all right now, you feel me? I'm tuned in with you guys.
Provan.
I'm over here watching the Young
Hey,
Thug
Cash,
trial
what the
with
fuck
y'all.
is that?
But shit, do me a favor, if you watching this right now, make sure you like, subscribe, follow the Instagram, follow the YouTube, follow the Twitter, you feel me? It's your boy Mr. Cisco and Blow. 10%. You feel me? Bullshit, 90% of information. You feel me?
Shit, man.
Important information. Let y'all get back to it, though.
Y'all saying different shit. Perk, Zan. Man, if they ain't test that shit is nothing. Did you test it, bitch? Yo, if they ain't tested, that ain't no drug. Flat out. Zan? I ain't jacking. Did you test? I might have tried to eat them bitches. Go get on the payroll. Now, I really think I can help. Just on some light shit. Add to a little bit of details. Like, yo, you might be able to punch this. Y'all know y'all got some holes left. There's some more holes in this shit. A gun in every charge? They bluffing, bro. Of course you need a goddamn gun. So you saying niggas don't want to die? That's all. Okay, I'll accept that. We had a group of niggas who don't want to die because the streets is dangerous. A gang?
Sure, there's
No.
6 suspected pills of alprazolam, which goes by the common name of Xanax.
He said suspected.
And looking at 62H.
And that is a single suspected pill of ecstasy.
Suspected. That's nothing. Look what Mike said. That's nothing. Stop lying.
And lastly, looking at 63H.
And that is the suspected MDMA powder,
bro, which
totaled at 47.7 grams with the ecstasy pill.
Damn. That's that shit.
And now looking at 64.
Did you test it?
And that is a 9mm Taurus handgun.
I wouldn't mind having that.
10
That's an ounce and a
cartridges in the
half.
magazine and one in the chamber.
And where was the gun found again?
Underneath the driver's seat.
Nigga had an ounce and a half of Molly powder. If that shit was authentic, y'all, that's that shit. I ain't gonna lie. That'll get you right for the night. Sheesh. That's a motherfucking party.
Now, after
That's a party.
collecting the evidence,
That's still personal, though.
and taking it down to
Nah, that's personal, joint.
include your involvement in the case.
After
You know that shit was
transport
whacked
and
up.
obtaining the warrants in the report, yes.
Okay. And you just mentioned something. You said it was 10 cartridges. One was in the chamber. What's that?
Sure, it means that in the magazine, which is inserted into the well of the weapon, there were 10 cartridges or otherwise known as rounds. And then there was an additional round that was in the chamber of the weapon, meaning that if the trigger was pulled, it would fire.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Niggas be riding with enough for the whole party, bro. You can't have enough for just you, bro, when you got that type of party, bro. You gotta have enough for everybody, bro, to really get it lit. If you by yourself, that's fine. But
Good afternoon, Sergeant Minato.
Afternoon.
Hold up.
All right, so you just explained to us that you were a member of the FIT team.
Okay.
Correct?
That is
during
correct.
2017.
Okay.
And it would be fair to say that the difference between, one of the differences between the FIT team and a regular street patrol team is to target high-level crimes?
That is correct.
Okay.
This bitch is butch.
And during this time period, you were following the trend of robberies, that's fair?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you saw this vehicle, you did not suspect this vehicle as being a participant in any type of robbery, correct?
No, that is correct.
Okay. You saw car window tints, and that is the sole reason you pulled this car over. That's your testimony, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you explained that you had several FIT members with you, correct?
Correct.
You plus 4 more.
I think it was myself, Owen, and yes, myself and 4 more.
All right.
Yeah, she got the technique.
And the FIT team, you were in 2 separate vehicles that day, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw this vehicle, you pulled this vehicle over, and all of the FIT team approached the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now, it is general practice for the FIT team to all get out of the vehicles and approach a vehicle at the same time, right?
It is.
All right, so it wasn't just the window
slow
tint.
down, baby.
That wasn't the reason that you approached, that all of the FIT team
Oh,
approached
you need
the
better
vehicle.
timing, baby.
You always all
Whoa.
approach the vehicle, generally speaking, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Oh, this bitch a problem.
You had the vehicle surrounded, 3 officers on one side, 2 officers on the other, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Owens actually went to the driver's
Take your
side
time.
where Mr. Nichols was sitting, right?
Correct. I was next to him.
Okay. All right. So Officer Owens, from your understanding, asked Mr. Nichols to roll down his windows.
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Nichols said, hey, I can't roll down the windows, and opened the door to comply.
Correct.
All right. And then Mr. Nichols was asked for identification.
Correct.
He explained that he didn't have any.
Correct.
Up until this point, Mr. Nichols
Slow
was being
down.
cooperative with you, fair?
He was.
You gotta pace yourself, baby. Don't
now,
do this.
inside of the vehicle, you listed some passengers, 3 black males,
Including the driver.
including the driver, 1 black female,
Correct.
and a child.
Correct.
All right, good pacing.
All right, so at this point, after Mr. Nichols explains that he does not have his identification, he's detained.
Correct.
He's taken back to the patrol car,
Yes.
right? And you're with him in the patrol car.
Yes.
All right, so Officer Owens
she's doing
spoke
the
to
speed
Nichols,
thing
but
on
you took
purpose.
Mr. Nichols to the patrol car, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you asked Mr. Nichols for his identifying information, correct?
Yes.
And he gave it to you.
He did.
He gave you his real name, correct?
She's trying to get it fast, y'all.
Now, while you were in the car, there was another officer with you, Officer Chisholm?
Correct.
Is that correct? And Officer Chisholm, from your understanding, separated the female passenger from her child and the other occupants in the car, correct?
She asked her to step out.
Yes, and she had a private conversation.
Yes.
One that you weren't privy to.
That is correct.
Okay, let me ask you about that. Body cameras, it was body footage of this traffic stop, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and body footage lasts for 5 years.
Depending on the case, yes.
Depending on the case, but in
what
this
type
case,
of shit is that?
the body camera footage was supposed to be retained for 5 years, correct?
Correct.
All right. So in this case, was originally indicted May 9th of 2022. And remember, this incident happened July 3rd of 17. That was within the 5 years.
Correct.
Did you receive any type of notification or instruction from the government to say, hey, retain this body camera footage?
I did not.
Do you know if any other members of the FIT team, and this is just to your knowledge, do you know if they were told, hey, retain this footage?
To my knowledge, no.
She getting comfortable.
All right, so the car was searched.
Yes.
And you have testified that you found some pills, correct?
Yes.
2 pills. And that you found 2 baggies of some type of solid substance.
Correct.
And you have testified suspected substance because you don't know, right? You're not the GBI.
Correct.
You didn't test these things.
No.
All right, now, several individuals were arrested, right? All of the adult passengers.
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that a little bit. Miss Pierre, she was the registered owner of the car, correct? All right. And Miss Pierre was arrested that day for the suspected 2 baggies, right?
Correct.
All right, so she was arrested for trafficking with that. She was also arrested for the pills.
Correct.
Okay. And she was also arrested of a drug-related object, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Norman Harris, he was arrested, correct? All right, and Mr. Harris, he was arrested for the pills, right?
He was.
And he was arrested for trafficking in illegal drugs, correct?
He was.
All right. And Mr. Harris was later, from your understanding, was later indicted for the firearm, but you did not arrest him for possession of a firearm, correct?
From the information that I've gathered since, correct.
All right, and so that was not your decision to arrest Mr. Harris for the firearm, correct?
Correct.
All right, so that would have had to be the prosecution. You had nothing to do with that.
That was not my charges.
All right. And Brandon Warren, he was arrested.
He was.
Let's talk about that briefly. Mr. Warren was arrested for trafficking?
He was.
So that's the 2 baggies, right? And Mr. Norman was arrested for the suspected pills?
He was.
All right. And Mr. Norman was also arrested for the drugs in a different container, correct?
You said Mr. Norman that time.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Warren was also arrested for possession of a firearm?
He was.
Okay. And then Mr. Nichols was arrested?
He was.
Okay. Now, officer, let me ask you this. You did not arrest Mr. Nichols for anything gang-related, correct?
I did not.
You did not. And you did not arrest any of the individuals in this vehicle with any gang charges, right?
I did not.
Okay. And you wrote a report in this case?
I did.
And you're trained to write reports?
Correct.
All right. And you're trained that if you need to supplement a report, that you can supplement a report, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you're trained on how to write an affidavit for a warrant, correct? And you are trained to how to write a citation, correct?
I am.
All right. So in this case, you wrote pretty much the list that I just gave you, right?
That is correct.
All right. And in any of the reports or any of the lists that I just gave you, you did not report anything in reference to any type of gang activity with this traffic stop, correct?
I did not know.
All right, and you didn't report anything in reference to any type of gang activity in reference to what you seized, correct?
Correct.
All right, so gang just wasn't mentioned, correct? All right. All right, just a few more questions. You're aware that Norman Harris pled guilty to possession of a firearm in the drugs, correct?
I was not aware, no.
You were not aware of that. Okay. Ms. Pierre, you testified that she was the owner of the car. I want to make sure that I have that correct, right?
That is correct.
And you're aware that Ms. Pierre pled to the alleged drugs found in the vehicle?
Stop
I was not aware.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good job, MC Light.
Stay there.
Yes.
I smash it now.
The location of Donnelly and Cameron, is that
Her and
in
a
county?
girlfriend.
It is.
And
No, she got a girlfriend.
as relates to the body cam, were you ever asked to look for the body?
I was.
Okay. And did it come a point in time years ago, was that body cam produced?
Well, I myself was not asked until recently.
Okay. And so you were asked to go locate the body cam?
Correct.
And what is the policy as it relates to body cam footage for a traffic stop?
Look at him. He had a perk.
Sure, a traffic stop or
God
any arrest,
damn
the
it,
body
Yak.
camera footage is
Get the
has a
fuck
retention period of 5 years.
Somebody get that nigga a jinxing smoothie or some shit.
Let me ask this. As a
Nigga nodding out, y'all.
do you generally take out gang wars or that's signed to another unit?
Damn.
That's assigned to another unit.
And why is that?
Because typically,
Luckily,
officers
Brian
and
Steele was
investigators
nodding
assigned to
too,
the
though.
gang unit have a better understanding of gangs. Myself, in that position in my career, like any other patrol officers, we don't generally have that much knowledge when it comes to the gang. Officer,
Well, you have, she opened the doors to us all.
so officers have the option to take outside training. They can go and get more information about gangs. At that stage of my career, that's not where I was. Since then, I've gained that, but at that time of the stop, I did not have that knowledge.
And that responsibility would go to a different unit if they were going to take out gang.
That is correct.
I have no further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Westmoreland?
Yes,
Ain't no way Lucci gets up there and testifies. You got OnlyFans.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, shit.
If you would have observed what you thought was gang activity on July 3rd, 2017, you would have reported it, correct?
If I would have had the knowledge of it, yes.
No further questions.
Oh, shit. Uh-oh. He ready to do the same thing, y'all. Hold up. This the base of the case, y'all. Let me stand on this.
Sergeant Maldonado, good
Hold.
afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Oh, pause. Yo, if y'all understand what's going on, the reason why I was shaking my head while they was talking, because, yo, if every one of these lawyers get up here and do this to every one of these fucking police, they wasn't a gang when y'all filed this report. But they is now, it's a wrap, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, they done did it to all of them. If it's never in the police report until the RICO, so they wasn't a gang, like what the fuck? Where the gang enhancements and where's all this acknowledgement of a gang up until the end? What the fuck is they talking about? It's a rap because it's based on fucking it being a gang, bro. It's not about the separate internal crimes. Yeah, beating it. Yes, the fucking case over. I'm telling you. Bro, how all the time you yeah, I mean, nah, bro, the gang wasn't mentioned yet. How? When it transferred from Rock Crew. They already tried to introduce that Rock Crew directly evolved in the goddamn YSL. Come on, bro, stop, bro. It can't be all of these things, but not. Like, yo, you feel me? You making your case saying it was an ongoing gang that evolved and this is how it got here, but then all of a sudden you got like, nah.
Sergeant Maldonado, you are
He ready to do the
familiar
same
with,
thing.
APD SOP
It wasn't a gang
3067
then.
gang data reporting?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. So if I showed you the document, do you think it would refresh your recollection?
I'm not sure if I've read that particular SOP.
Are you going to show it to him, sir?
May I approach on?
I would object if he said he's not aware of it.
He said I think he stated that if he saw it, he may or may not be aware of it.
He said, I'm not sure if I read that particular SOP.
Right. So perhaps if I could show it to him, see if he's read it.
That's fine.
You have to mark it as, let's put DH1 for identification.
If it ain't a gang, it ain't a RICO.
May I approach this witness, Your Honor?
May, sir?
Sergeant, I'm showing you
I'm shooting at that shit all day, y'all. This ain't no gang.
Yes, sir. Refreshes your recollection
Fake.
as it relates to your understanding of that particular SOP as a veteran with the Atlanta Police Department.
Sir, this particular SOP, it does not ring a bell to me, no, sir.
So then, it doesn't ring a bell, but as an Atlanta Police Department officer, you then don't know or have not been familiar with the fact that responding officers have a responsibility to collect and record any evidence that tends to indicate gang involvement.
I told you.
Through regular training, but as far as reading that in the SOP, no, sir.
I told you what he was about to do.
Are you required as a sergeant with APD to be familiar and abreast of the various SOPs within your agency?
I am.
And this one you're not?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Yeah, can I see the SOP for a moment? And did you admit it? Or-
It's just been identified.
Bro. Yo, they is whooping that jury ass right now. Listen. If they keep making all of the state's witnesses admit that they didn't acknowledge him as a gang, it's going to be pounded in their goddamn head. They not a gang. I'm telling you, yo, they using repetition right
You
now.
referring to was it what year?
2017.
All right. I'm going to show you DH1.
Not looking good for the state,
What year
y'all.
is this SOP?
Your Honor, it's not in there.
Overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
What year was that? What's the year of that?
It shows the effective date is August 13th of 2020.
So this is after this stop right here. Was this after the stop?
It was.
D-double, you could go, all right.
After the stop?
Yes.
We'll need a copy of that, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Nava, may I just do a brief follow-up? Sergeant Nava, the fact that you're not familiar with this particular SOP, you don't know when it was initially put in place, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further.
Again, Mr. Matthews, can you give us a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Please give that to Ms. Weaver, please.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Nothing from the state.
All right. May we permanently temporarily excuse Sergeant Maldonado.
Permanently.
All right, Sergeant Maldonado, thank you for your patience.
Yo, this is a master class on how the state cannot compete with a lot of money in that courtroom, y'all. That's what this rate be. Seriously, y'all, they can't deal with this shit. The case too light. If they was gonna try to dunk this shit, you can't take this with people who got some bread, y'all. These lawyers Ray chump this shit, y'all.
Thank you.
Permanently excuse you, whether you don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case.
Yo, on paper, hybrid gangs mean you're not even real. To civilians, explaining them a hybrid gang.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
I bet you I can make them believe that they fake.
Take a brief break. I just want to show Miss Westmore.
Would you like me to recess in place?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Miss Westmore.
Yeah, I'ma have to say, y'all, this court case looks like a show. Just for Atlanta to take it to court so they could get funding, y'all. I think it's a political move. That's why it's so shallow. It wasn't meant to be heavy. It's meant to be beatable, but it needed to be camera worthy. You understand? Real rap. I think it's just a show. It get Atlanta what they need. They need a lot of funding. They need a lot of funding. They just got the cop city. They ready to get some more funding for some more shit. They're a major black city. So I'm assuming they ready to get a new jail. They ready to get a new courthouse that can facilitate better cases. And we going to get some different laws out of this case. So they starting a new precedent of the way to manage jury, the way to manage the state. Like the state need to step their game up to deal with this level of a case. They obviously showing. Now, I bet you another state would have been able to manage this a little bit better. What they trying to prove is they down because they exposing themselves all the way around the board, y'all. They keep telling us that basically the state is unmanned, undermanned. You mean? That's what they keep saying. And they had a lot of time. You feel me? So, like, once you start doing stuff like that, it's clear that you showing you need a little bit of funding. Like, you capable, you just saying you ain't have enough people to go around. You ain't have enough, you feel me? That's what they showing. Which means they gonna have new prisons. Yeah. Everything, yeah, more funding. Which means, you know, that's more under the table money niggas is spreading around too. Cause you know niggas, every time somebody get a, get money put towards something, you already know it's backdoor money getting cut out of that. All right, so that's money being spread in the political realm when that type of shit start going down. His Love got canceled? No, I think her booty too big to get canceled. She got that half a globe in her pants. She coming back. She got that half a globe. Ain't nothing beating that half a globe on camera. You can say what you want to say. Nah, and her name is Love.
Okay, so under the current command over there, we were assigned to a specific zone. Each day we would go out to that zone and try to locate violent offenders that had outstanding warrants or make proactive stops and arrests based on probable cause as far as violent crimes, narcotics, and various other incidents.
And in order to kind of stop these types of crimes, were there any investigation tools or things that you use in order to assist you all identifying the target crime locations or anything like that?
Yes,
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase.
Did you use any investigative tools?
yes, one of those tools being social media.
And why was social media helpful for you all?
To me, social media was like a huge impact. It was a way to reach out and, find a lot of the individuals because most times we have investigations, they will tag or associate individuals that they have some type of...
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase.
I think that was Mr. Steele.
Yeah, it was Mr. Steele. And Ms. Westmoreland.
In your experience in using that social media tool, what did you find works?
I found that individuals tag other individuals that they partake in criminal activity with.
What? Objection. Speculation.
That they participate in criminal activity with.
Speculation.
Oh, who they?
Yes.
Sir.
Objection on that. Yeah, fuck that. Who the fuck is he to say that? We ain't jacking that. Get him still. Type shit. And she 4 feet tall. That's reaching. That's speculation right there. I ain't jacking that. Niggas tag who they do crime with. random model. That's thug. Hell yeah, ENPC. He ain't got no choice. Come on, bro. You damn important. He don't got no choice, bro. If I'm the warden and you come in my jail and you famous, I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, it's going in PC, bro. Yeah, I don't give a fuck how gangster you is, nigga. The fuck. Just because you know some niggas and you really willing to squabble, you think I'm ready to put you on that record floor? Fuck wrong with you, boy? Yeah. A lot of times PC is 23-1. But then now, come on, bro. He having his way though. Nah, 23-1 when you having your way ain't the same. 23-1 when the judge, when you really could get somebody to bring you what the fuck you need, that ain't 23-1 no more. You really, I mean, he ain't fucked up over there, y'all. I don't give a fuck. I know how power move in that jail. He got all the perks that's in the jail, y'all. Put it like that. All the amenities that's available, he definitely got access in that bitch. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you. Ain't no way. That's how the shit work, y'all. It's the economy in that bitch. It's a business. The money move, y'all. For real. That shit move. Man, that nigga done started some new shit probably. They probably got some new shit over in that jail since he got there. For real. PC ain't 23-1? Nah.
Now, when you were just speaking about some things you saw that
It might not be on a real PC. It might be a security.
It was purported criminal activity.
Yes.
Okay.
No, none of that food is healthy in there. The only thing keep niggas healthy is the exercise. The food terrible though. Starch and bullshit.
Occasion to encounter with Parmenius Nichols.
I did. No healthy eating in that bitch, I don't think.
Prior to interacting with him, had you seen him previously?
I ain't seen none of that.
Social media.
And where on social media? Did
Real
you see
shit.
On an Instagram page that I believe to be associated with Mr. Nichols.
Okay. And why did you believe that social media page to be associated with Mr. Nichols?
After reviewing the page, he had various photos of himself on the page, as well as he posted video stories that encompass, well, I'm sorry.
Faces? He doesn't know. Lack of foundation, speculation.
Facts.
He doesn't know who's supposed to.
Facts. I been said it, y'all. I told you.
Was an individual who appeared to be a Parmenius Nichols in those videos.
Yes.
Not knowing who posted.
Drop the low. Even that shit ain't healthy.
Not knowing who posted Mr. Nichols was in the videos.
And was it on the page believed to be Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
Okay. And did that page have a name?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess was that like an Instagram handle?
It was.
Okay. What was that Instagram handle?
The Instagram handle was bitch, it's Quay.
Okay.
Or Qua, I don't know how you pronounce it.
And is that BITCHITSQUA?
Yes.
All right. And did that person who you interacted with on October 23rd, 2018, that appear to be him on those videos?
Following everybody, accounting shit, documenting their lifestyle. No objection,
I think
bitch.
my first question was, did you interact with him on that day?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the same individual in the video?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you see Mr. Nichols on social media
That's the police.
on October 23rd, 2018, or a video of Mr. Nichols on that day?
Yes.
All right. Tell me,
Some type of social media police. Listen to
how
him.
did you come to see that social media video?
I looked on Instagram and I noticed that there was a story attached to Mr. Nichols' page. After pressing the story, began to display the video.
Okay. And I know what the story is. Maybe our viewers all know the story, but when you say story, what are you referring to?
I got you. So Instagram has like a
So you just was watching the Instagram page randomly. Wasn't no investigation going on. You just was watching these niggas? Oh, yeah? Is that legal, Your Honor?
Mini video feature where in the around the icon of a person's profile photo, they can attach videos throughout the day of various things. It could be sports, it can be, you know, actual videos that they took of themselves. All kinds of things can be posted to the story, and I think it's retained for like 24 hours.
This nigga be in the barbershop with y'all. Yup. These niggas be right in the barbershops, in the clubs and shit, chilling with niggas, and then go to work and do some more backdoor social media shit, be watching niggas' pages. Try and fuck the same bitches as you in the city. These niggas is dirty. That's the police talking, y'all.
Or unless they delete it.
And what time generally did you get to work back in 2018? What time was your shift?
Depending on the call, it would have been between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and I would have got off around 10 o'clock or midnight.
And what, if anything, did you see on this Instagram story?
So once the Instagram story began to play, I saw the male that I believed to be Mr. Nichols at the time before actually meeting him. He was inside of a vehicle. It appeared to be a Chevy, gray in color. He was sitting inside the passenger seat of that vehicle. Next to him was a red bag.
Turn your mic on. Don't you? God damn it. Your little feisty ass. Tap the like button. Oh, she went all the way up. White man with a snake. Pause. Nichols, ain't no real members. Ain't no real members, bro. Stop coming over here telling all this shit you done heard outside in the streets, man. Hey, D-Double, what the fuck is you, a double detective? Fuck. God damn it. Bro, I keep making my goddamn case and you keep coming in here with some hearsay shit. Get the fuck out of here with that hearsay. That shit ain't gonna hold up in court. Nah, matter of fact, stick around, man. I like that. That shit ain't gonna work. Be on that ass, baby. Be on that ass. Like, you know what I mean? The motherfucker. Yeah. Like the motherfucking, like, some small underwear on Miss Love. We on your ass. You feel me? I ain't know what size she wore. You feel me?
Are the objections overruled? Go ahead.
No. Oh, okay. As the video began to play, there was a male I suspected to be Mr. Nichols sitting inside the driver's seat of the Chevy. It was a gray and color Chevy. The door was open. He had a red bag that I could see like in the background, and what appeared to be in his hand was suspected marijuana. He was twirling it up in the bag while talking to some individuals outside the vehicle, one being an older lady, making statements as like that the older lady wanted a young nigga, and Quay, hello? Can you hear me?
Why was he documenting this shit? Yo.
I got you. Starting back over, I observed the male that I believe to be Mr. Nichols sitting in the driver's seat of the Chevy. He had what appeared to be a red bag in the background. He had a small bag of marijuana that was being twirled in his fingers while engaging in conversation with individuals outside the vehicle. One individual being an older female, which the conversation went to the effect of Auntie want her a young nigga, and Quay trying to be a victim. Then you can see Mr. Nichols say, "I'm trying to be a victim," before the video cut off.
And
Oh, I'm sorry. And also, in the background behind the older lady was a elderly. The lady was a two-door white vehicle in color.
And about how long was this video?
No longer than 30 seconds.
And once you saw that video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately called a team together to further investigate. That would require me, reaching out over radio or calling people or something, and letting them know a staging location to meet me at in regards to what I had just witnessed. Those individuals would have met me at that staging location. I would advise them or maybe even show them the video of what I saw and gave them all the information on what we were going in to do and who we were looking for and what we were looking for. And then we would have proceeded to the location. I would also make my sergeant aware. And
it's 3 o'clock.
And 2612 Steel, can you tell the jury where's that location?
2612 Steel is in the Cleveland Avenue corridor. It runs right off of Cleveland Avenue. The driveway may be from where I'm sitting just out into the hallway, from the actual street of Cleveland Avenue to the entrance of the apartment complex.
Nah, this is a different person, y'all. I don't think this is still him. Is it? It might be. Did they Nah.
Were you able to
might have
make
switched to somebody else.
contact with officers and setting a staging location?
I was.
Where was that staging location?
The staging location was at I'm not sure if it was open, but it used to be the Piggly Wiggly. It's right across the street off of Cleveland Avenue.
And once you met with officers at the staging location, did you give them instruction as you just discussed?
I did.
Make sure you hit that like,
then we would all caravan over to the location and begin our investigation.
Instagram, the YouTube,
And
the
did you
Twitch,
all go
all
to
that shit.
Yes.
You feel me?
Tell the jury what occurred as you were going over to that location.
You feel me? I see we got a viewer in here. I don't know if y'all heard me at first, but shit, make sure you hit that like, subscribe button. Make sure you follow all the pages, the YouTube channel, the Instagram, the Twitch, all that shit. Even the Discord, you feel me? But shit, I'm gonna let you get back into it.
Let me ask you this. Were you all in patrol vehicles?
We were.
And were they marked patrol vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And the term 12, what does that mean? What was your understanding?
I'll overrule the objection.
What is your understanding of what 12 means?
12 is slang for police.
Okay. And in your experience, have you heard individuals yell out 12 previously?
Yes.
And in your experience, when someone yells out 12, what happens?
Individual that's engaged in criminal activity, that gives them like a...
I'll sustain this to form. All right, you can rephrase, madam. I'll strike the last word, ladies and gentlemen, just disregard the criminal activity issue.
When you heard 12, did you hear someone yell out 12?
I did.
When you heard 12,
You see Thug Face? Nigga said criminal. So fine.
Entering the actual apartment and making the turn, I was able to see the suspected vehicle, which was a small Chevy, and a white vehicle still sitting next to it. As we made our way to progress, this is only in seconds as well, as we made our way to progress to the parking lot, I noticed that the door for the Chevy was locked remotely, calling the horn and stuff to beep, and the lights that actually flash to, signify that the vehicle is locked. And then we made our approach to the white Toyota Solara.
And with 12, in your training experience, is that an alert that police are coming?
Yes.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes.
Is that an alert that police are coming? Once you got inside and you saw the gray vehicle, the lights click on and off, what happened once you got closer to the vehicle?
Once I got closer to the vehicles, I then exited my patrol vehicle. As soon as I began to exit my patrol vehicle, I smelled the smell of burning marijuana. I then began asking individuals outside, like, hey, who has the weed? Where's the marijuana at? I then made my way over in between the two vehicles that I saw or believed to see in the Instagram photo, where I encountered Mr. Nichols. I asked them, did they have any marijuana, because it seemed like the smell was coming from within the vehicle. I then detained Mr. Nichols and the passengers in the vehicle, as well as the individuals standing around the gray Chevy.
for some that don't know me for real, I used to live in Atlanta. You feel me? I lived in multiple places in Atlanta. I lived in Buckhead. I lived in Forest Park.
That vehicle was empty.
It was Buckhead, Forest Park, Stone Mountain.
He was in a Toyota Solara.
I stayed at a motel
Like 4 feet away.
in Midtown. That's right there. I stayed in the Motel 6 in Midtown.
Where you step out of
Around the corner from the motherfucking,
leaning over
from the
toward
motherfucking, Benihana's. And the Hooters and shit like that. I stay around the corner from there for real.
That nigga signed to a major
Also,
label. Who the fuck you think Kevin Lyles is, bro?
what the fuck was
Come on,
that?
babe.
West Chapel. That's where I used to stay out there too. West Chapel. You feel me? So I used to live all over Atlanta for real. And you could smoke openly, bro. Nigga, I used to be out there pumping the shit out the gas. No
So the
problem.
gray vehicle was back then facing, you know, if somebody
Niggas be at the gas station pumping the fuck out the
lead
gas
and
with
the
no
white Solara
problem.
Part facing the actual apartment. So they were
Oh, Jonesboro. I used to stay at Jonesboro too. That's not that far from Forest Park.
yes,
But Forest Park closer to the airport and shit like that.
yes.
Yeah.
Both in the front passenger seats. Well, front seats. One was in the driver's seat. The second female was in the passenger seat.
When you first approached,
That's
did
just
you see
crazy.
any type of key?
I ain't never had an officer. Man, I remember I got pulled over, smoking the blunt.
I'm not.
He ain't asked me about the weed or nothing.
So once you approached, you said you smelled further marijuana. What happened?
Cuz just asked me why I bust the U-turn for real. Cause of that A down there by Boyd's College, Morehouse,
I began to notice
and
small
Clark.
palms where what is
Yeah,
referred to
over
as
there.
fake,
That's what Martin Luther King Boulevard at. Yeah, over there where the Walmart shit is. Like it's a gas station on the left hand side. I can't remember the gas station, but it's like you can't bust a U-turn right now. I'm from here. I'm from Baltimore. You feel me? Man, I say that you can't bust a U-turn. I bust a U-turn anyway. Fuck you talk about. I'm hitting the blunt. My homegirl in the car that came down there to live down there with me. You feel me? She with me. Well, that's really my twin. My twin Shay, she down there with me. You feel me? I buck the U-turn. Yo, pull me over. We puffing the gas. She got the blunt. Yo, don't ask nothing about ooh, I smoke weed. None of that shit. Like that shit crazy. Yo ain't say yo ain't ask about it or nothing. Yo just asked me for my ID, my registration, and why did I bust the
Took
U-turn?
my flashlight, peered inside of the gray vehicle, and got an update from K9, who was already en route, as to how long it would take them to get out there to 15
no
my
cap, I swear to
investigation,
God.
which I initially came for the gray Chevy vehicle.
And why did you call K9?
Because that's a normal practice. Whenever I have like a suspicion of some type of drug investigation, I have them come out to assist as well as another resource in identifying and locating where possible drugs may be in that crime scene.
As you waited for the K9 to come, did you ever locate a key for the gray vehicle?
I did. So upon that initial search where I noticed the shake, there was the center console. I lifted up the center console and located blunt spray and what appeared to be a Chevy key. The blunt spray is, I think, significant because I began...
Basis. I sustain the crime.
In your knowledge and experience.
You hear how you use the blunt spray for indication? That's scary. That's scary. That's fucking scary right there.
I'm sorry. My bad.
That's good, Mr.
In your investigation, have you heard of blunt spray?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience as an officer, what does blunt spray do?
It's a fragrance used to mask the odor of marijuana, hence, or any other type of scent that may be overpowering your vehicle.
Speculation.
Okay. And as you're investigating, you found some blunt spray?
Yes.
All right.
That's crazy how you use that for indication. That's scary.
I located the key for the Chevy, and that was all.
Where was that key located?
It was inside the center console of that Toyota Solara.
And was that center console, was the door open or closed?
I believe it was closed, and I opened it.
Once you saw the key, what did you do?
I stepped away from the vehicle. I believe I asked the individuals if the key belonged to them. I believe so. All this happened around the same time.
You was following me, you would know, bro.
No.
Basis.
My old account got banned.
I'll sustain the question. Just rephrase. You can rephrase it now.
Did Mr. Nichols take ownership of the key?
No.
Did you speak with any of the individuals out there that day?
I did. Miranda is the owner of the vehicle. Basis.
This is about the hearsay in violation of Mr. Nichols' Confrontation Clause of the United States Constitution and the Georgia Constitution. It's about
All right. Okay.
Your Honor, this is not testimony nor the
I'll overrule the
confrontation.
objection, Ms. Westmoreland.
Go ahead.
I'm Miranda as Ms. Jessica Lindley, who's the owner of the white Toyota Solara. She then waived her right to counsel, meaning she didn't want a lawyer as she spoke with me, and she agreed to speak to me at that time. I then asked her, where the keys came from. She stated that she did not know where the keys came from. She doesn't know how the keys got into her vehicle. She advised that she was looking at her cell phone when I guess when we arrived, and did not notice when anybody would have placed that key in her vehicle, as well as she did not notice when anybody... I'm going to overrule the objection. And I know the continuing objection, we've already dealt with this issue. She also mentioned that she doesn't know who would have used that key fob to possibly lock the Chevy next to their vehicle.
So at this point, no one claimed ownership to that key at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did K-9 ever arrive?
K-9 did arrive.
Okay. What happened once the K-9 came?
I believe Officer Cornelius, I gave him a rundown of what happened, or I asked him did he have the general gist of while we were out here what was going on. He then deployed his K-9 and allowed his K-9 to conduct an investigation around the general area before being led to the gray the gray Chevrolet, and the dog began to nibble at the door handle and then jump up and scratch the door, which at that point he notified me that the dog had alerted on the... I'll sustain it, sir, currently.
What happened after the K-9 came out?
Officer Cornelius conducted an investigation and advised me that the dog alerted.
Did you get a search warrant?
I did.
Okay. When
I sustain that objection.
when did you get the search warrant?
Immediately, within a few minutes after, finding out that it's possibly narcotics in the vehicle.
Once you got the search warrant, did you come back?
I did.
Did you search the vehicle?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find in it?
Approximately 17 grams of marijuana, baggies, which are consistent with or indicative of the crime of... Basis.
lack of foundation.
Your Honor, he's an officer.
I overrule the objection, Ms. Westmoreland. And baggies which are indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute, as well as a digital scale, I believe, and 3 firearms were located throughout the vehicle.
And let me ask you this. The video, the Instagram video, did you download that video?
I did.
Okay. And as well as this incident in its entirety, was it recorded? Did you have body cam video?
It was.
And was this entire incident recorded on body cam?
The incident was recorded on body cam?
Both the first part as well as the search warrant?
Yes, my initial investigation as well as the search of the vehicle.
And have you had an opportunity to review both the Instagram video as well as the body cam footage for this incident?
I have.
You have permission to approach. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 68I. Do you recognize Exhibit 68I?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was the evidence shown to me to verify that it was true, accurate depiction of the events that occurred on that day.
And the 68I include the Instagram video as well as the body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear there are any additions or deletions of those videos?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I'm still like the 26 and 68I into evidence.
Any additional objections, madam?
This testimony.
That you haven't otherwise told me already.
Well, it's slightly different. The video itself has not been authenticated, and no foundation has been laid for the video itself.
Your Honor, I have a response.
All right,
What's your supposed to say response?
It is authenticated because of him viewing it himself. It's like a picture. If he can view the individual in the video and believe it to be that person in the video, it is authenticated. We don't have to bring in the person who posted the video.
Overruled, madam. Okay, what else?
Your Honor, may we approach the mic?
All right. All right, stop breathing. Your angry eyes? Okay. Press the button. Okay. Hold on. Yes, you may continue, madam.
Sergeant Ron.
Yes, ma'am.
The Instagram video that you watched, does that appear to be that same clip that you saw on the day of, prior to going over to the 2612 Steel Avenue?
Are you?
The Instagram video that's on that exhibit.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the video clip that you saw that led you to 2612 Steel?
Yes.
And is that the same video that you downloaded and then gave to us?
Yes.
At this time, it seemed like
Has it been changed or altered in any way from the time period that you downloaded it to today, sir? No, Your Honor. All right.
at this time, it seemed like 2668.
Any further objection, Ms. Westmoreland?
Continuing objection.
I'll mark a continuing objection and admit over your objection.
Permission to talk?
You may. How long is it going to take?
Yes, it's probably about in total 35.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take a little comfort break, let you stretch, and let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back and we'll play the exhibit for you, okay? All right, we're in recess.
All right, so jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be excused. We'll be in recess 10 minutes.
What y'all got to say in the chat, man?
What y'all got to say in the chat, man?
You don't know, you haven't, it was reported criminal activity.
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to October 23rd, 2018, did you have the occasion to interact with Carmelius Nichols?
I did.
All right. Prior to interacting with him, had you seen him previously?
Yes, via social media.
And where on social media did you see him?
On an Instagram page that I believe to be associated with Mr. Nichols.
Okay. And why did you believe that social media page to be associated with Mr. Nichols?
After reviewing the page, he had various photos of himself on the page, as well as he posted video stories that
Like they don't have imposter pages? Come on, bro. You gotta do better than that. Facts.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Was an individual who appeared to be a Carmelius Nichols in those videos?
Yes.
Not knowing who posted it, but was he in the video?
Not knowing who posted it, Mr. Nichols was in the videos.
And was it on the page believed to be Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
Did that page have a name? And did that page have a name?
Yes.
Okay. It was. And I guess was that an Instagram handle?
It was.
What was that Instagram handle?
The Instagram handle was bitch, it's Quay. Or Qua, I don't know how you pronounce it.
And is that BITCHITSQUA?
Yes.
All right. And did that person who you interacted with on October 23rd, 2018, did that appear to be him?
Yes.
On those videos?
I'm over rejection.
I think my first question was, did you interact with him on that day?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the same individual in the video?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you see Mr. Nichols on social media on October 23rd, 2018, or a video of Mr. Nichols on that day?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you come to see that
Nichols page, after pressing the story, it began to display the video.
And I know what the story is. Maybe our viewers don't know what the story is, but when you say story, what do you refer?
I got you. So Instagram has like a mini video feature where around the icon of a person's profile photo, they can attach videos throughout the day of various things. It could be sports, it could be actual videos that they took of themselves. All kinds of things can be posted to this story, and I think it's retained for like 24 hours, or unless they delete it.
What time generally did you get to work back in 2018? What time was your shift?
Depending on the call, it would have been between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and I would have got off around 10 o'clock or midnight.
And what, if anything, did you see on this Instagram story?
So once the Instagram story began to play, I saw the male that I believed to be Mr. Nichols at the time before actually meeting him. He was inside of a vehicle. It appeared to be a Chevy, gray in color. He was sitting inside the passenger seat of that vehicle. Next to him was a red bag.
Are the objections overruled? Go ahead.
No. Oh, okay. As the video began to play, there was a male I suspected to be Mr. Nichols sitting inside the driver's seat of the Chevy. It was a gray in color Chevy. The door was open. He had a red bag that I could see like in the background, and what appeared to be in his hand was suspected marijuana. He was twirling it up in a bag while talking to some individuals outside the vehicle, one being an older lady, making statements as like she won't, that the older bag of marijuana that was being twirled in his finger. Bag of marijuana that was being twirled in his finger. What we were going in to do, and who we were looking for, and what we were looking for, and then we would have proceeded to the location. I would also make my sergeant aware, and K9.
And 2612 Steel, can you tell us where is that location?
2612 Steel is in the Cleveland Avenue corridor. It runs right off of Cleveland Avenue. The driveway may be from where I'm sitting just out into the hallway, from the actual street of Cleveland Avenue to the entrance of the apartment complex.
Were you able to make contact with officers and set up a staging location?
I was.
Where was that staging location?
The staging location was at I'm not sure if it was open, but it used to be the Piggly Wiggly. It's right across the street off of Cleveland Avenue.
And once you met with officers at the staging location, did you give them instruction as you just discussed?
I did.
All right. What happened next?
Then we would all caravan over to the location and begin our investigation.
And did you all go over to that location?
Yes.
Tell the jury what occurred as you were going over to that location.
So as we made our approach, upon turning or crossing over the street, since it was literally across the street, I heard an individual yell out 12, which is slang.
Basis. I'll rephrase this to the form. You can lay a little more foundation, madam.
Let me ask you this. Were you all in patrol vehicles?
We were.
And were they marked patrol vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And the term 12, what's that mean?
It's
what was your understanding?
I'll overrule the objection.
What is your understanding of 12?
12 is slang for police.
Okay. And in your experience, have you heard individuals yell out 12 previously?
Yes.
And in your experience, when someone yells out 12, what happens?
Individuals that's engaged in criminal activity, that gives them like a...
I'll sustain this to form. All right, you can rephrase, madam. I'll strike the last word, ladies and gentlemen, just disregard the criminal activity issue.
When you heard 12, did you hear someone yell out 12?
I did.
When you heard 12, in this case, what occurred? What did you see?
Upon entering the actual apartment and making the turn, I was able to see the suspected vehicle, which was a small Chevy, and a white vehicle still sitting next to it. As we made our way to progress, this is only in seconds as well, as we made our way to progress through the parking lot, I noticed that the door for the Chevy was locked remotely, causing the horn and stuff to beep, and the lights to actually flash to, signify that the vehicle is locked. And then we made our approach to the white Toyota Solara.
And with 12, in your training experience, is that an alert that police are coming?
Yes.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes. Yes.
Once you got inside and you saw the gray vehicle with the lights click on and off, what happened once you got closer to the vehicle?
Once I got closer to the vehicles, I then exited my patrol vehicle. As soon as I began to exit my patrol vehicle, I smelled the smell of burning marijuana. I then began asking individuals outside, like, hey, who has the weed? Where's the marijuana at? I then made my way over in between the two vehicles that I saw or believed to see in the Instagram photo, and where I encountered Mr. Nichols. I asked them, did they have any marijuana, because it seemed like the smell was coming from within the vehicle. I then detained Mr. Nichols and the passengers in the vehicle, as well as the individuals standing around the gray Chevy.
So let's slow that down a little bit. When you approached the gray vehicle that you saw in the video with Mr. Nichols, was there anyone in that vehicle?
No, that vehicle was empty.
All right. And you said that he was in another vehicle. Where was that vehicle?
He was in a Toyota Solara that was parked maybe like 4 feet away. He was in like the door frame, sitting on like the where you step out of the vehicle. He was sitting right there, leaning over towards a female passenger or driver.
Now, in the door, was he on the driver's side or the passenger side?
He was on the driver's side.
Okay, and was the driver's side of the Solara, what color was the Solara?
Solara was white, two-door.
Right, two-door. Was the driver's side closer to the driver's side of the gray vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And describe, was the gray vehicle pointed back in?
So the gray vehicle was back then facing, you know, if somebody was about to leave the parking lot, facing to leave out, and the white Solara was parked facing the actual apartment, so they were facing opposite directions.
And Mr. Nichols was propped in between the door.
Yes.
All right. Where, you said there were 2 feet up in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, where were they seated?
Both in the front passenger seats, well, front seats, one was in the driver's seat, the second female was in the passenger seat.
When you first approached, did you see any type of keys or anything that goes to the gray vehicle?
No, not upon my immediate approach.
Okay. So once you approached, you said you smelled burning marijuana. What happened?
I detained everybody and began my search of the vehicle for the actual marijuana.
Which vehicle did you
the white Toyota Solara. I began to notice small crumbs, or what is referred to as shake, of marijuana throughout the vehicle on the floorboard. Upon walking around to the passenger side of the vehicle where the other young lady was sitting, I noticed a blunt of marijuana sitting on the ground outside, just outside of the door of that vehicle.
Now, once you noticed the marijuana on the passenger side door, what happened next?
I then collect that marijuana. I believe I got IDs from everyone, and check those IDs on our system.
Okay. Once you checked the IDs, what happened next?
I then walked back and I took my flashlight, peered inside of the gray vehicle, and got an update from K9, who was already en route, as to how long it would take them to get out there to continue my investigation, on which I initially came for the gray Chevy vehicle.
And why did you call K9?
Because that's a normal practice. Whenever I have like a suspicion of some type of drug investigation, I have them come out to assist, as well as another resource in identifying and locating where possible drugs may be in that crime scene.
As you waited for the K9 to come, did you ever locate a key for the gray vehicle?
I did. So upon that initial search, where I noticed the shake, there was the center console. I lifted up the center console and located blunt spray and what appeared to be a Chevy key. The blunt spray.
That blunt spray bullshit, that's speculation. Miss Melanie, salute. That's speculation, y'all. So what y'all think? Talking about just because you got some blunt spray, that's proof. Like, what are you saying, bro? Niggas got blunt spray in the car. That shit smell good, bro. That's a fragrance. That don't prove you using drugs. Don't. Love him.
They be trying to use everything against you. I stopped carrying blunt spray in the car anyway. Because as soon as they said they're going to look for weed. Straight up. If you slick, you would take it out of that blunt spray bottle, would take the wrap off that bitch or something. Yeah, this case, I told y'all. Case light. They do got some shit stronger than blunt spray. Well, I'll say better. That citrus smoke clear shit that's in the auto parts store, I ain't gonna lie. That shit effective. The blunt power is hot because it's strong as shit. It's like obvious. They never seen 100,000. I mean, if they was doing some, I just think the way they was watching. Look, he telling you he was watching niggas Instagrams and all that, and they ain't have no proof of these boys doing no high level drug sales. I ain't gonna lie, they couldn't have been getting but so busy. All of those shooting back and forth, that shit don't count. Y'all niggas was broke. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't give a fuck what you was out there doing. Y'all niggas was peasants. Seriously. I swear to God. Your name ain't ringing on the street, bro. Y'all out there shooting, and then the word come back, yo, they just some old fluke bum niggas. Like, they really ain't getting no money? Ah. Huh. That's funny. That's funny. Salute to everybody that tapped the like button. If you want to come on, excuse me, if you want to come on Clubhouse and state your opinion, man, we on here. I got the Clubhouse open. Link in the chat somewhere. Want to come up and talk. Ancient cosmetology. You hate to say it, but they got a bunch of junkies. To be honest, they don't even get that high. That's not even that bad on the junkie tip. Real rap. I ain't gonna lie. If these boys was real junkies, they'd look worse. They went on a little run where they probably was indulgent, but nah, I ain't gonna give them the junkie. High level partying. I give them that. Trying to make sure they got what they need type shit. Yeah, but like junkies, nah. Are they prolonging it? How it's for media. Like this is one of the most blatant drags of clout reaching, and it's needed technically. I'm gonna keep it real. You talking about Atlanta, a state that's probably trying to get federal funding, well, a city that's probably trying to reach out to get state funding, which connects to federal funding, right? So it looked like they're using our resources. Think Thug ain't never partied butt naked at a Diddy party? You crazy. Thug definitely been butt naked at been the life of the party. Butt naked running around serving our hors d'oeuvres at a Diddy party for shizzle, my nizzle, on Snoop. Yo think Thug ain't run around naked at a Diddy party. Yo crazy. I'm talking butter bean. Tootin' and bootin'. Happy as a Mon John. Yo crazy. How you think he got that? You know? That's why y'all love him. That nigga was on a motherfucker. They had a special motherfucking invisible runway going over the light up pool. That boy was naked all night prancing back and forth on that runway, boy. Modeling invisible clothes and shit. Fuck wrong with that nigga strutting up and down with some motherfucking clear Doc Martin boots on. Butterball naked. Blonde as he could be. Wind blowing through his goddamn hair. At the puffy party at the mansion on the side of the mountain in Cali and shit. Calabasas or some shit. You understand? Hell yeah. He ain't never felt that same. That was the night of his life. He ain't got no damn shooters, bro. He was naked at puffy parties, bro. His relationship preference. He with the money, yeah. He's sleeping with the money, man. That mean he whatever. Jarrell, what you mean? You got pushback? You say it's something different. So he ain't wear makeup. He ain't had the rosy cheeks.
Okay, all right, folks.
Whoa. Fuck wrong with that nigga?
Ms. Hilton, if you got the next exhibit queued up. Okay. All right, jurors, ready, sir?
Come on, Terrell, I'm trying to use this. This nigga was eating crackers and shit.
Okay.
He had like 4 Lunchables back that bitch, fucking them little ass sandwiches up. You know them little motherfucking ham and cheese cracker sandwiches in the Lunchable box? Fucking them up. Then he had some fucking Skittles and M&Ms in the small little candy packs. He was fucking, Judge was fucking that shit up. He loved them Lunchables. His wife packed 4 every day for him. I think this a man, y'all. I think that's a man. Look at y'all. 5 heartbeat. He happy as ever with that suit. He like, look, I love your big ass. I love your big ass. You got me shining with the suit on. Kid, bring him back. Bring him back. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Look at it. They're a couple now. They're a couple now. They're a couple now. Oh, shit. She ready to be pregnant. She ready to be pregnant. Ooh, ooh. But look, he's spitting. Look. Look how he telling her. Party over here. Look, she try to be innocent. She try to look like she don't know nothing about what he's saying. He like, shit, I'm going to tear your big ass up when we get back in them chambers. Fuck wrong with you? You brought me this suit. When I take this suit off, I'm going to tear that ass up. Bro, imagine you a young boy. You been locked up in that joint for a couple years. That thing look like Holly Berry to him right now. I swear to God, that thing look like Holly Berry.
I didn't want to come to the internet, bro. This is never my intentions. I was...
Yo.
Please hit that like button, and while you're at it, share this video with a friend. She got him the 5 heartbeat suit, right? She brought that. You see how she be coordinating, right? Look, she got him this blazer. Now he love her. Look how he's smitten in the face. All right. When they get back in the chambers in a couple hours, yo gonna tear fur off her ass. Yo. Yo. Look, you see his shoulders shrug up? Did y'all see his shoulders shrug up? Tell me that ain't smitten. Watch his shoulders.
Hold, let me let you see his shoulders. Fuck that, fuck that. Check his shoulders, check his shoulders. Cut the head. She like it. Yo, this nigga D-Double is a detective. Nigga D-Double is a detective. Don't trust that nigga D-Double in the chat, y'all. Do not serve him. Don't go on no mission. If he talking about he about to slide on some niggas, yo, get fucked around him. That nigga D-Double in the chat, man. Don't go with that nigga.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, when we left off, I think you're getting prepared to play Exhibit 68I for the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may publish it this time.
Auntie right here, talking about she want her a young nigga, and Koy right here Koy right here trying to get in. Auntie saying she want her a young nigga. Man, Shorty, man, my boy, man, I got a part of no.
All right, Sergeant Ross. Now,
Auntie right here, talking about she want her a young nigga, and Koy right here.
is that the individual that
I'm
you
mad.
saw play?
I'm sorry. I'm mad as hell.
Yes, ma'am.
And that stopped at 68I at 3 seconds?
He trying, Koy right here trying to get in. Auntie saying she want her a young nigga. Man, Shorty, man, my boy, man, I got a part of no.
And looking here, is that inside the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what vehicle is that?
That's ended up being the Chevy Sonic.
And when you look at the side of the vehicle, do you see a red object?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I believe you may be able to, on your screen, circle where you see the red object. Tap that. So you see that corner? Yeah. And press the pen. All right. And circle where you see the red object. And initially, when you saw the video, did you know what was in that object? I mean, what was in that bag?
No, ma'am.
All right. And I'm just going to go back. And that stopped at 15 seconds and 68I.
Koy right here trying to get in.
Can you see what's inside of his hand?
Briefly, is what I saw is what I believe to be suspected marijuana.
And where do you see what you believe to be the suspected marijuana?
If you could go back, but it's right there in the hand.
I'm going to object to this video.
I'm over your objection. Since you have two circles on the video, can you distinguish or cause one to go away?
Okay. So we go to the eraser, which is the second.
Okay.
And then you can, okay, there we go.
So you erase this one and then draw a new one?
Yes.
Okay.
Then go back to the pen. And again, this is that initial video. This is that initial video that you saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, now of course I'm going to play the second exhibit.
On the CD, excuse me.
Continuing objection.
Yes, ma'am. So noted.
Yes, ma'am.
And right now, where are you driving? What street are we looking at?
We're facing, Cleveland Avenue is running to the left and to the right. Directly across the street is Steele Avenue.
And this one is sound to your 5 minutes.
No, so the sound started at 2 minutes.
Fellas, what's going on? Who got the weed over here?
The fuck?
Nobody?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, it's coming from right here.
What?
I ain't crazy.
Outside?
You don't smoke no weed?
Outside?
How about you, man?
I thought they said they pulled the car over.
But it's
What
coming
the
from right
fuck?
here. Do me a favor, I'm going to detain you, man. What you detain? Step up, step up. Why you detain? Step up, because this whole area smells like weed, so we're going to detain all
Oh,
y'all.
area, not the car.
If I can search
Oh,
you,
hell
we'll
no.
get to that.
Hell no.
I'm not locking you up. Listen to me.
What?
Your Honor.
I'm detaining you. Detaining you means
Yes, I have an objection.
Continuing objection, ma'am?
Well, just
Are we having all those taken up already?
further hearsay objection.
I'll rule the
right,
objection.
thank you.
Okay.
Because you're not going to jail. You're not under arrest right now. You got me? You understand?
So hold on, y'all. This whole shit is wrong.
Hold him tight. Ma'am, anything in the vehicle I need to know about?
What?
You mind stepping out of the vehicle? How about you, Miss Lady? This your car?
2 women in a
Sorry, car.
Jeep.
Okay.
Yo, this is crazy. What's the fucking probable cause? What?
William Robert Baker. William Robert.
You better not reach underneath that seat. You better not go straight underneath that seat. You better not. You better not go straight underneath that seat, brother.
Yeah, I got him detained. It's a blunt right here on the ground and some shake all in this car, in one of the cars over here.
That's a roach. Bro. That ain't in the car. You better not reach underneath that seat first. This search looks phony as shit. He better not. He better not. Yo, he didn't even search the driver's side heavy, y'all. What made him come over to this side first? There you go. I knew it. There you go. There you go.
Oh, boy.
Now, this nigga ain't even supposed to be looking in these cars like this, y'all. That's illegal. That's illegal.
Hey, Corn, whoever that was, answer that. What's your ETA out here?
Oh, hell no. I need another coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole shit illegal, y'all. They dumb as shit.
I got it.
Yo, you can't say you smelled no motherfucking marijuana out in the air and you searching my car. What the fuck? You ain't say you smelled marijuana in the car. You said I smelled marijuana out here.
Yeah.
What? What? The car ain't even moving.
It's another group of guys, about 4 more guys that's not in handcuffs standing out.
Oh my
As
God.
soon as we pulled in, they locked the door on the car.
They don't give you no damn search for no damn car because niggas locked it when you pulled up? Hell no. Hell no, bro. Oh my God. What? Oh my God, yo gonna really, oh my fucking God. He picked up that roach, y'all.
Oh boy. Oh, y'all got ID on y'all?
What you say, yo? Can you tell me some stuff?
Can I take you? Nah, you gotta hang tight right here. You ain't got no ID? You got a name? Come on. Walk over here with me. You got a license?
Yo, was the car even moving?
Never had one? From what? From prison? Yeah. Okay. Spell it for me. Last name. Nicholass. First name. Quumarivious. What's your birthday?
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
This police dumb. Charles Ross a bitch.
Is it about a new issue, madam, or anything?
This all started with an Instagram post. And then they pulled up. Oh, no, this illegal, y'all. It's illegal. Oh, hell no. That blurry-ass footage on our Instagram post, you couldn't see shit. You couldn't see shit on that picture. Bro. They harassing regular civilians that's on some regular shit, y'all. This is petty. I see we got some fuck shit. I gotta make another coffee, y'all. Hold tight. Tap the like button if you ain't tapping for me. Hold tight. I'm about to make another coffee. Fuck that. Stick around. We got action.
It's 4 o'clock.
other way, it'll get an A. It'll be QA. All right, you may continue, madam.
What you said?
My address is 768 SK Avenue, apartment 1.
Okay.
798
That's what you said now?
Yeah, that's why I was on it. That's sure you want address.
Alright, cool.
You just told me you live here. Nah, man, my brother don't stay up down there. Come on, man. Come on, man. Man, I make it so difficult.
I mean, why are we making it different? I'm not making it different. We told you why we would detain you.
But that's my name, though. That's my name.
I said, okay. I ain't say you was lying to me. Yeah.
No, I was just, why you say you live here when you say you live on Cascade?
Miss Lady, you got ID? Appreciate it.
Yeah, they said they don't necessarily got to like the rest, but that's true. Like you took the console and stuff on right. Yeah.
Stand right here. What's your name, sir?
Q-U-A-Y.
Last name. Spell it.
A-R-N-O-L-D.
First name.
Quaitez.
Spell it.
Q-U-A-Y. Y. T-E-Z.
Date of birth.
January 29, 2001.
Okay. January what?
29th.
Where you stay at?
40 Mile Zion Road.
You said you had ID before?
Yes.
You sure that's your name?
Yes.
Arnold.
A-R-N-O-L-D.
First name?
Quaitez.
Spell it.
Q-U-A-Y-T-E-Z.
Date of birth is?
January 29, 2001.
That ain't coming back, man. It was out of Georgia?
It was in Georgia. I'm honestly telling you the truth.
How long ago was that?
It probably like when this I had got it like when I was 16.
Was it ID or was it a license?
Like when you go to like when 7 months you try to get a job, you try to get something like that.
So you went to the DMV and got an actual ID? Okay. Alright, just hang tight.
He's Baker, but they wanted me, I guess she wants to take a look at it, right?
Yeah. Okay, appreciate it. Alright, now they're here, I'll talk to them. Y'all got the rundown? Okay. Okay.
That was really the only car that was here.
Yeah. blunt and all the blunt, the actual blunts that they broke down right there is proof that we ain't crazy. I know I ain't crazy, man. I smell weed.
Bro.
Then everybody holler, oh, I don't smoke. Okay.
Bro.
Somebody do. Yeah.
This is corny, bro. This is crazy.
Exactly. To this winter? You don't like winter?
I like Christmas. That's what it is.
Because you get gifts.
No, I just like Christmas time.
Oh, okay.
I'm a indie spirit kind of person.
So you decorate? Okay.
Full of stockings up and everything. I like Florida's Christmas because we don't get real ones.
Gotcha. Y'all in zone 3? What's on y'all in? Y'all in 3? Y'all in 4. Okay. Yep. Red bag up front. Oh, yeah. In the front over here on this side.
So watching social media, y'all. Yo, he was watching a nigga live stream and then pulled up on him. And actually looking for the shit of some weed that he seen in the live stream.
Are those your car keys? In the glove compartment. So what do your keys look like? Gotcha, hang tight. Take one step back from me, Chief. Appreciate it. You can have a seat on the ground if you want to. You want to sit right here? Oh, no. Hang tight.
Just for job security, he want to sell these young brothers out. Smoking weed, y'all.
Just need to read her these.
Look, he really hassling all these young black, they younger than him. Just so he can have a job, y'all. Nigga's crazy. This is crazy. For weed.
Man, walk with me.
What? Oh, nah.
What's your name? Jessica what?
Oh,
Jessica
man.
Lemley, okay. This right here is a waiver to counsel. It's basically me reading you your rights and you advising that you understand and if you want to speak with me and if you don't want to speak with me. You understand? No, you're not, but you're detained. So in order for me to properly speak with you, I have to read you these rights. Now, you can say you don't want to talk. You can say you do want to talk. It's up to you. It's just what I have to do before I actually can talk to you in depth, okay? Basically, possession of marijuana.
Where?
Huh?
Where's the weed?
I'm just saying that you just asked me what you're what we're gonna be talking about. The offense that this will be related to is possession of marijuana. You understand? Okay. So without delay, I'm gonna read this right. Yeah. Stand right there. That red avalanche. Oh, hey, girl, what's that? Yeah, I got it. Hang tight. Alright. Right, number one, that I may remain silent and do not have to make any statement at all. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I need you to speak a little bit louder. You understand that? Okay. Alright. You ain't gotta say sir if you don't want to. Right, number two, that any statement I make will be used against me in the court of law.
Yes.
Alright. Three, that I have the right to consult with an attorney before making any statement and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making the statement.
Yes.
Alright, four, that if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me, to consult with him before making any statement, and to have him present while I'm...
Yo, they preyed on these people. They literally sat in the precinct, watched Instagram, and waited till it was a time for them to go and attack these people. Straight up. Yo, do you know how often you got to watch somebody Instagram live to catch them breaking the law or allegedly breaking the law? Bro, this is crazy.
Making any statement.
Yes.
Okay. Five, that if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until an attorney is present to represent me.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. All right, so with all that being read, have you been threatened, forced, or coerced in any type of coercive? Like, have I tricked you or made you say that you want to talk to me? Do you feel like you've been made to talk to me?
No.
All right, with that being said, would you like to talk to me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There are a pair of car keys in your center console right now. They belong to a Chevy. Are those your car keys?
No.
Okay. Whose car keys are those?
I'm not sure who car it is. Like,
No,
be driving.
I got you. But who put the car keys in the center console?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm in my own word in my phone.
So you don't know who's been in and out of your car?
A couple of the boys I had, like, we hang out here.
I got you. Which ones?
Don't do it.
The young man is detained right
Yes,
there.
Mr. Sharp.
With the fatigue pants on.
Don't do it.
Yes, hold on. Pause. Basis? Overruled.
Yo, why would he try to get her to snitch, though, bro? Look what he doing, bro. That's fucked up. And this a black man. He just doing this shit for a job, calling himself what? Cleaning up the streets of marijuana when the whole goddamn United States is selling this shit? So I guess he called himself stopping the drug. He a part of the drug war, huh? And pulling this girl to the side to try to get her to tell on somebody. So what? He can actually say he's successful at his job? Yo, this is crazy, bro. This nigga named...
Overruled.
That was sitting in your car when I got there. Was he? I got you. So he's been in your vehicle. Okay, got you. Anybody else? Who else? Nobody else has been in besides him, you, and the female that's with you.
Oh, it's a couple of them. My doors were open, like, when y'all pulled up, like, they stand by the car. But I didn't see nobody put no keys in mine.
You didn't see your console open up or anything.
It's broke, so it...
But it was closed. No, I'm saying it's closed. So you have to physically grab it, open it, put whatever you putting it in there, and close it back.
Yo, he trying to catch her up in the field investigation, bro. Yo, this type of tactic should be illegal. It's a field investigation, and he trying to trip her up.
No, I just checked it out. It closed, and when I went to open it, now I can understand that I can pull it back into the open, but it don't just open by itself to where you can put keys in there. So that's what I'm saying. Somebody had to
that ain't got nothing.
open
Look,
it.
she been told you she don't know how they got there. So why you trying to pace her into saying that she do know? She already told you no, asked and answered. Stop, bro. You trying to make something, bro. Stop.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who physically opens something in your car?
Bro.
Gotcha. All right. Have y'all been smoking weed out here? Who was? I mean, you know, because I'm going to tell you how you know, right? Because
Yo, I ain't even gonna lie. I think this shit might need to get thrown out. That nigga just said, I'm gonna tell you. Yo, if this ain't leading to information, I'm gonna tell you how you know. What the fuck?
you said, I didn't, and then when I said who, you paused. You know who smoked it. No. Yeah, I mean, it's illegal, but I mean, if I ain't find no weed on them, huh?
So what the fuck? Entrapment, he lied. Yo, what, bro?
Alright, was your friend and your friend and your best friend? Okay, y'all smoking weed?
No.
Nobody in that car was smoking weed?
No.
So I found a blunt right next to where you were sitting at. I found a blunt right next to where you were sitting at.
On the ground. In a parking lot.
That's what I'm saying, like, when we pull out here, they crowd around my car. Like, I can't give you no exact.
But nobody in your car was smoking weed. That's what I'm trying to make sure. Okay.
They was around it, that's why I said when you said something about the weed, you can't do no weed in my car, they probably.
Well, it's shaking your car, so it's definitely weed in your car at times. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, you know that. I mean, I'm just going out with it. So, I mean, ain't no need in all the cap. So, it's cool. I mean, it plays along into what I'm doing, but you being truthful would help out even more.
I can't give you no, like, exact person.
I got you, but is weed smoked in your vehicle?
Yeah, I have fun.
Gotcha. Is weed in that gray vehicle right there?
I'm not sure. Like,
have you seen anybody?
Been out here long, period.
How long have you been out here?
Probably like 30 minutes.
30 minutes. In that 30 minutes, have you seen anybody go to that gray vehicle?
No.
Nobody at all.
Because like I said, when we pull up out here, they crowd around ours.
One more question. Here's the kicker, right? So I came in. When I came in, I looked over at that vehicle. The lights went off to lock that vehicle. The keys for that vehicle are in your car. So somebody in that car locked that car. Somebody in your car locked that car.
Did you ask them who called me?
I asked all y'all. Nobody said nothing, and that's fine, because we're going to get to the bottom of them before we let anybody go out here. But somebody in that car, and you know who locked the car. I mean, it's pointless. I got you. Well, that's fine.
I never drive my car. But my keys are in this.
You have a license?
Yes.
Who drove your car here? She don't have a license. Oh, man.
She just pulled right here.
No. You can't change it now. See, this is okay. That's the first lie, right? We just trying to get to the bottom of the lies. No, I got you. I believe you don't know who keys they are, but who locked the car is the question. That's all I care about. Who locked the car? And there was somebody in the car with you. So, I mean, it don't matter. To me, because I'm going to hold y'all here until I find out what I need to find out. Huh?
I didn't even see y'all pull out.
Oh, I understand that, but I know, two things I know you heard. You heard somebody holler 12, but they came from in here. And then you seen somebody lift up the thing, unlock the car. Lock the car and put the keys back down in there.
So it happened right when y'all pulled.
Right when I pulled in there. It was perfect. It was like, oh, boom. Why they lock the keys to that car? Then the keys to that car are in your car. So you didn't lock it. You didn't even know they were in there. Cool. Alright, you can come on, stand back over here. Let you know you're gonna be here because I gotta go do some paperwork. I'm gonna go swear out a warrant for the vehicle. So just hang tight. Alright. Y'all can just hang tight for a minute. I'm gonna go to a precinct and knock out the paperwork. Appreciate it. You ready? You ready? Who was all in the car? Nobody was in the gray car. They were, those three were in this car. When we pulled up, they locked the gray car. The dog done hit on the gray car. The keys for the gray car are in this car in the same console. This car right here belongs to the chick in the red hat. She said she was all in her phone. Yeah. She said she was all in her phone. She didn't pay attention if anybody let the thing up and lock the car, or if anybody was even put the keys in. The car had the keys. Had the keys to their car. Car Baker. Car Baker. It comes back to a lady. I think they said born in like 67 or something. Yeah. So, nobody claims the car. We're gonna go do the warrant. Dog done hit on it. I'll be back in like 30 or 40 minutes. Alright, cool.
They can change at this point.
Yeah.
We got some weed out of this one?
We got weed. It was on the ground right here next to where Red Hat was sitting there. It was in the blunt. Okay. Yeah, so I'll be right back.
And just looking at a few portions of that video, it started, it ended at 29:44 for the record. Now the white Solera that we see in the video, did you see a portion of that white Solera in the IG video?
Yes. Or what I believe to be the white Solera.
Okay. And moving to
Yo, this was a legal stop, y'all. He watched him on Instagram and then pulled up and used a fake excuse, talking about he smelled marijuana. But if you premeditated it when you left from wherever you was at watching him on Instagram, you already knew what you was looking for, the red bag. So that's premeditated. Yo, this whole stop right here is supposed to get thrown out. Yo, he watched the video go on Instagram Live, then went where they were at, and then claimed he smelled marijuana. That's why he was fucking with him. Bro, that's crazy. He already knew what he was looking for in the video, bro. But he claimed of another reason. He ain't pop up and say, yo, I'm looking for that red bag. I seen you on Instagram. Bro.
timestamp 17:24 in the video. What are we observing at 17:24 in the video?
From what I was watching, we was observing the point where the dog started nibbling at the door handle and began, scratching on the door.
Okay. And is that the K9 where the white flashlight is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're listening to the body cam, there appears to be someone very loud in the background. Do you know if the person was speaking to a police officer, law enforcement, or something else?
I think that person was just talking randomly, but I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to show you the next video. And while this is playing, where did you have to go to do the paperwork?
I can't remember where I swore to one. The closest precincts would have been probably the Zone 3 precinct, which I was in, and where we come from, headquarters.
And when you say I had to go fill out the paperwork, what was the paperwork you're referring to?
The search warrant that's in my hand in the video.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a little bit of weed right here. That's where it was. Got everything for intent right here.
Oh my God.
You probably saw, we caught the tail end of it. Yeah, it's weed in there. It ain't that much.
Them ain't no damn baggies.
Some shit.
Man. Oh my God, this dumbass nigga carrying around that stupid ass bag of paraphernalia. Stupid ass nigga.
Yeah, I
Shit
did. I
ain't
got
even a real.
Yeah, we got it's shake all in there. I gotta go back through it one more time. The gun right here under this seat. It's right here. It's under this seat. Yeah. You got some gloves on you, Horny? I have Daniels come get this one. When you get a chance, grab this one. There's one under this seat too.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, never mind.
I was wondering, I was like, do you want gloves to put on your hands? Because I don't think they're going to fit your hands.
You gotta go on the backside. It's deep underneath.
Oh, it's deep.
Yeah.
Oh my God, try to stick your hands in this way. I don't think I can fit in my hands. My world.
I don't think they seen the gun on Instagram. They just seen the fucking grass, I think. But you could barely see it. Like, you ain't know if that was real grass or not.
Yeah, in my pocket.
Yo. This case got thrown out? Did they say this case got null process? Cause this shit look phony as a motherfucker on camera, y'all. Like, this look like some shit to get thrown out, to be honest.
You can't reach that damn pull right now.
Whole bunch of nothings, because they ain't doing shit.
There's another one?
What was that on there?
Under the rug?
Okay. You was standing right here when he got the first one?
Yeah.
Where was the first one at?
It was right on the seat. That one was
Point to where it was at for me.
The first one's right here. It was right on
Hey,
the seat.
okay, all right.
Like that sticking out. You can
All
see
right.
it.
And this second one, show me where you. Okay.
Where the camera footage showing us where it was at.
Hang on. Hang on. Make sure. See if there's a safety on there.
Well, the safety's right here.
Is it on? Nah, it's on red, so it'll shoot.
No, but, oh, you mean...
Yeah, you don't want. Nah, I got you. Just put it on just in case. You gotta get you some too, man.
What? Some glove?
Yeah.
The police just touched it with no gun. I mean, with no glove. My bad.
Do me a favor and check that on
Brother name?
yeah, Verizon.
I got all these.
Either you don't got a birthday though. I mean, either way, whichever one you want to do it on, give me that. Appreciate it. Supervisor left. Yeah.
And did that conclude your two body cams as it relates to this particular incident?
Yes.
How much time passed between the time you saw the ID video and the time that you went over to see it? Excuse me, 226 folks.
Approximately 20 minutes.
What?
So
We
after the
rushed
search,
over
what was
there.
found in the
That's
After
crazy.
the search, we recovered 17 grams of marijuana, a scale, a plastic bag, some sandwich box bag with a sandwich box with smaller plastic bags inside of it, as well as 3 firearms located throughout the vehicle.
And with the 3 firearms that you found located throughout the vehicle, did you run those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did it happen when you ran those firearms?
I believe 2 came back stolen, and 1 we had no indications of stolen.
And you said you believe you could look at a copy of the report held from fresh.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a scale in the back.
I'm going to show you what's the market States Exhibit 85R. First, what is Exhibit 85R?
It appears to be an official police report completed by me through the Atlanta Police Department.
But looking at this Exhibit 85R, how will refresh your memory as to how many guns were stolen?
Yes, ma'am.
I seen him show the scale. Yo, they was watching the nigga IG live and went over there in 20 minutes.
I'm ready. It showed that 2 of the firearms, the Glock and the Smith & Wesson, to be stolen.
Okay. Where was the Glock stolen from?
Stand by. I need to refresh my recollection. The Glock was stolen out of Atlanta Police Department.
What?
It's stolen out of Clayton County.
And did you collect all the items?
The Glock was stolen out of Atlanta Police Department.
I'm mad. I'm sorry. I'm mad as hell.
I did. Can you ask that question again? What do you mean?
Did you collect those items?
Yeah, it was a... I did. Atlanta Police Department. The Glock was stolen out of Atlanta Police Department.
And then what about the Smith?
It's stolen out of Clayton County.
Clayton County what? Just the county or the police department of Clayton County? Like, god damn.
Out of Atlanta Police Department.
And then what about the Smith?
It's stolen out of Clayton County.
And did you collect all the items that were found inside?
I did. Can you ask that question again? What do you mean?
Did you collect those items?
Yeah, it was a group effort. I mean, yeah, okay.
A better question. Were those items collected?
They were.
And were those items subsequently transported to APD's property?
They were.
With the guns, specifically, were they found with rounds inside? Objections being.
I sustain the objection to
How were the guns found?
I believe the firearms were loaded. I'm not sure with the capacity of each firearm.
Did you put the ammunition inside of your report?
I believe so.
We're looking at your report, how refresh your memory?
Yes. So for 2 of them, the Glock was loaded with 11 rounds, and the Smith & Wesson was loaded with 5 rounds. I'm not sure if the Phoenix was unloaded. I didn't see any round count for that one.
I'm going to first show you what has been shown to defense counsel and previously marked as State's Exhibit number 71I. Do you recognize 71I?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 71I?
The bag is a property concealed bag for us to turn in evidence. Inside of the bag is what appears to be the marijuana collected from the vehicle, as well as the blunt that was collected from the ground during the incident.
Now, I want you to take a moment. You can open and look at State's Exhibit 70I.
I can go ahead.
You go ahead.
Okay. Inside is the red Xfinity bag that was collected from the vehicle. Inside the red Xfinity bag is the one of the bags containing possible marijuana that we recovered, as well as the sandwich bags with extra bags inside of it. Another sandwich bag.
Ready, salute.
scale, digital scale, as well as a third box of
Thank you, folded
sandwich
hands.
bag.
And these items, the 3 boxes of sandwich bags, the digital scale, and this other baggie appear to be what you collected back in October of 2018.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, folded hands.
Your Honor, this time say would like to tender State's Exhibit 71I and this
Some of those.
70I with all the content within 70I
Just 70I?
and 71I.
And Mr. Westmore, any objection to state 70 or 70I?
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
Okay. I'm going to admit over your objection.
Come on, sweetheart. You gotta put more spice in it than that.
All right.
Fuck
And
you mean
first
it's
looking
irrelevant.
at 71I. And now look at the contents within 70I.
Salute the arms.
In your experience or your knowledge training experience as an officer, what is this?
A digital scale,
And what is it used for?
weighing items, and as it relates to narcotics, weighing the
Speculation.
Oh,
Get 'em.
I'll sustain the objection. Lay a little more foundation.
Oh.
In your experiences also, have you seen one of these standards relates to narcotics? Objection.
I'll stand as the form.
Have you ever seen this
Yes.
in your job as a police officer?
Yes.
When have you seen this as your job as a police officer?
I've seen it as in situations as like this, where you have a possible intent to distribute case. There'll be scales, various sizes, depending on the quantity of weed that's seized or that's being moved through a location, that is used to weigh the amount of narcotics being distributed.
And as a police officer, when you see the marijuana, the scale, and 3 boxes of baggies, what does that indicate to you?
All that is indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute controlled substance narcotics.
With 19 bucks and 16 grams? No, that's not.
And next,
How successful is this business? We got $80 operation. With the scale in the bag. We got an $80 total operation.
first I'm going to show you what's been marked as 72I. Tell me if you recognize 72I.
72I is a firearm that was seized from the Chevy Sonic on the day of the incident.
And what type of weapon is 72? What type of weapon is 72I?
It's a Smith & Wesson pistol.
Also now looking at 73I.
State's exhibit is a Glock 20 10mm firearm with a magazine that was seized on the day of the incident from the vehicle.
And now looking at 74I.
.74I is the Phoenix arm pistol that was seized from the day of the incident with a magazine.
And 72I, 73I, and 74I all appear to be those guns recovered from the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state under tender states exhibit 72, 73, and 74I into evidence.
Any objection, madam?
Your same objection.
All right. They'll be admitted over your objection. The court will admit 72I, 73I, and 74I. Maybe published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in that same fashion, when you see guns mixed around with the narcotics, what does that indicate to you?
I sustain the objection as to form.
In your experience, officer, have you seen guns with drugs in your experience?
Yes.
And as a police officer, when you see guns with drugs, what does that indicate to you?
Foundation, Judge.
I stand as the foundation and speculation as well at this point in time.
How often
You
have
want to
you
phrase
seen,
it?
sure, Your Honor. How often have you seen drugs and guns?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Quite frequently during my times in Apex.
And as
type
an
of shit?
Apex officer, when you see the drugs and the guns together, what does that mean?
Your Honor, Foundation.
I'll overrule the objection.
It's used as a tool to, prevent possible.
Overruled.
As a tool to possibly prevent the actual, stealing of the narcotics or the proceed earned from selling narcotics.
And now looking at, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 73I. And then last one, excuse me, publish State 74I. Now, on October 23rd, 2018, did you arrest anyone?
Yes.
Who did you arrest?
Mr. Nichols.
And what did you charge him?
I believe possession of narcotics with intent to distribute, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Permission to approach?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, State's Exhibit 69I. Do you recognize it? State's Exhibit 69I.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 69I?
It's a social media handle that is suspected of being Mr. Nichols.
And when did you observe this particular post?
Observed it. I'm not sure. It would have been at some point that day. I believe
I stand as the following question.
Well, first, okay, when you say that day, what day?
the day of the incident.
Would that be October 23rd, 2018?
That or into the 24th, because my body camera jumps into the 24th.
Okay, so at some point in time, on the day of this incident or in the early morning hours the next day, you saw this post?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the same Instagram handle where you saw the video earlier that day?
Yes.
Earlier the day before?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair representation of the picture you saw on that post on October 23rd or October 24th, 2018?
Yes, as well as what he would have been wearing that day.
You said as well as what he was wearing that day?
Yes.
And is that in the same Instagram handle as you said earlier was the Instagram handle for Parmelia Smith?
Overruled.
Yes.
You're right, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 69I entirely.
Any further objection, madam?
It's not relevant. She still didn't like the foundation or the authentication for the photo itself. Not that he saw the photo, but the photo.
Your Honor.
Has a photo in 69I been changed or altered in any way?
No, Your Honor.
I'll overrule your objection. I'll note your objection, continuing objection for the record, okay? Yes, and I'm going to admit, say 69I, maybe publish as you see fit.
And is that the picture that you saw either late in the evening on the 23rd or early morning, 24th of October 2018?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
So, if you could just read for the jury, what does it say underneath the blank mark out?
Okay, so it says the name of his Instagram handle, which is in bold, and
Overruled.
it says the name. Okay. It says the name of the Instagram handle, which is in bolded, as well as smile through the
Try
pain.
to speak a little bit slower for me. So
Okay. As well as smile through the pain with an exclamation mark, and it says keep yourself even when you broke, exclamation mark, hashtag bad season, hashtag slime.
Hashtag slime.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. This is, what community was this in? This occur?
The Cleveland Avenue community.
Were you aware while you were an Apex officer of any gang activity within the Cleveland Avenue?
Objection.
Basis.
It's not relevant.
Foundation?
Foundation.
I'll sustain as a foundation.
As a police officer working in Zone 3, were you aware of gang activity in Zone 3?
Yes.
And how were you aware of gang activity within Zone 3?
Through knowledge of, investigators from the gang unit, as well as, reviewing some of the Instagram handles. I saw what I suspected to be, gang.
I sustain the question, the answer.
Your Honor, is saying that it's suspected marijuana, suspected drugs. He's saying what he's suspected it to be based on.
That's bullshit.
Gotta lay more foundation in terms of that, though, madam. So I sustain the objection.
What type of things did you see?
At various times, you can see individuals throwing up what's been assumed as the. I'm not.
Get his ass.
What was it?
Okay. As a relation to the community overall, individuals throwing up hand motions that are to this effect.
Okay. And what did you understand that particular gang sign to be?
I understood that to be related to YSL.
Okay. And inside the community in Cleveland, in Zone 3, where in Zone 3 would you see that type of in Zone 3, did you see anything else associated with the YSL?
It was some, what's the word? Tagging is a graffiti word. It's a graffiti term for spray paint, where you see buildings or whatever marked with YSL or slat or slime or various phrases that is known to be associated.
Basis.
Lack of foundation. He's saying it's
I'll overrule the objection this time.
To be associated with YSL.
And where would you see that type of tagging of slat, YSL, or slime?
On various walls.
Okay.
Yes.
Where?
Oh, in the community. I can't off the top of my head think of one right now.
Was it near Cleveland Avenue? Was it near Steel?
Well,
I'm going to overrule the objection. I sustain it as to leading.
Where is Zone 3? Would you see these types of tags?
along, the whole Cleveland Avenue area, it's all one street, so, it has varying streets that branch off. You may see it on an apartment, building along, one of the neighboring streets off of Cleveland Avenue, but that's the main, thoroughfare corridor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84I. Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. If I didn't, I would like to send State's Exhibit 69I into evidence.
Sorry,
I think it did. 84I. What's State's Exhibit 84I?
It appears to be an aerial view of Cleveland Avenue, Steel Avenue, and some of the neighboring businesses and residents in the area.
And does that appear to be a very accurate depiction of that Cleveland Avenue area near Steel Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the area in which this incident from October of 2018 occurred? Yes, ma'am. This time, say, like, Senate State's Exhibit 84I into evidence.
Just for demonstrative?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Westmoreland? I'll admit over your objection. All right. For demonstrative purposes.
And if you can just kind of orient the jury, starting from 75,
Okay.
And bring them over to Steel Avenue.
Okay. So to the right of the photo, you have 75, which runs north and south.
The right or the left?
I'm sorry. the left of the photo, you have 75 that runs north and south. You have what appears to be a neighboring street or oncoming, the roadway leading on to 75. At the bottom of the screen, you have Cleveland Avenue, a nearby Chevron.
So you can actually do one of two things so that the jurors in the back can hear you.
Okay.
You can either use that same symbol earlier and point and use your arrow and then turn this way. I know it's going to be kind of hard.
I got you.
And you can use that to point to where you're saying Cleveland Avenue.
Okay.
Cleveland Ave
So
runs
right
off of Steel Ave.
You have 7585, which runs north and
So
south.
Brian Steel Ave.
Then right here we have Cleveland Avenue, which runs east and west along, 7585. And then we have the Steel Avenue street and the apartments and parking lot area where the actual search and investigation took place. And then we have neighboring businesses and the actual residents of, the apartment complex.
And going straight, you kind of go going up Steel, past 2612 Steel. What, if anything, is behind that's not indicated in?
Another apartment complex, but I'm not sure the name.
Okay, but that's another apartment complex.
Yes.
And that shit set up the jam. They got a Checkers and a gas station right there. It set up the jam.
Taking the items to ACB property and evidence. Did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this particular?
What the fuck is this? The highway and the
I
train
believe so,
tracks?
yes.
They got a highway exit by they shit?
Cross.
Ain't nowhere in hell. It ain't no highway exit right there, is it? They got the Checkers in the gas station though. That's set up the jam. Meet me at the fucking gas station.
Good afternoon.
They right on the exit? Oh my
Good
God.
How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
Okay. So, you do not know when this video, the social media post, you do not know when it was created, correct?
I do not.
All right. And you do not know who posted it, correct? You cannot say that for a fact?
I cannot say who posted.
Okay. And in fact, you do not know who filmed the video, correct?
I do not.
You do not. All right. And you do not know what approximate time that you saw the post, correct?
Well, in my narrative, it says 20 minutes.
No, what time you
the
saw.
timestamp. Oh.
Yes. You
Yeah,
do
get
not
him.
know.
No.
Okay. And you do not know what device that you were using to see this post, correct?
Nah, hang on, because you said, I don't know what time it happened.
Uh-oh.
If we comparing the body camera video to when I'm saying 20 minutes when I recorded, it would have been roughly approximately that time.
You don't know when the video was created. You don't know if it was created and posted on the same day. You do not know.
We're not talking about that, though. We're talking about you saying how long after me seeing the video. That's what you just said.
That is not what I said at all. Let's just go back a little bit. Let's slow down. Okay?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
All right,
Slap
right
his
now
ass.
I am just asking questions about the post itself.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm not talking about your body camera.
She bullying
All
him.
right. Okay, so I asked you, you do not know when the video, meaning the Instagram video, when it was created. You do not know that, correct?
No.
Okay, because you didn't make it. You don't know.
No.
All right. And you do not know who filmed the video. You weren't there. You do not know.
No.
Okay. And you do not know when the approximate time that the video was
She'll force a
posted,
blowjob
correct?
on you.
No.
Okay. And you do not know where you were when you were watching this video, correct?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you do not know the device that you even used to watch this video, right?
My city cell phone.
Huh?
My city cell?
You're saying your cell phone?
Yeah, my city cell phone.
Your city cell phone? Okay. Do you remember another occasion where I asked you that question?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you don't remember saying that you did not know?
I'm pretty sure I said my city cell phone
Okay.
at the time as well.
All right. Don't worry. We can move on. All right. So you're watching this post, right?
You slapped him.
And you see what you believe to be a small bag of marijuana, correct?
Yes.
All right. And You see this post and you call your supervisor?
I notify him, yes.
All right, and you get a caravan together?
Yes.
All right, and you find a staging location?
Yes.
Okay, and several officers meet you at the staging location?
Yes.
All right, and you do this briefing session with your other officers?
Yes.
To go get this marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you arrive at the apartment complex, right?
Yes.
And when you get there, Mr. Nichols, who you believe to be Mr. Nichols, he's not even in that car, the gray car anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you a question. Let me make sure that I'm clear on this. You saw another post on that same social media account from the day before or earlier that day with the same clothes on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so anyway, so you get to the apartment. Mr. Nichols is not in the white Toyota.
No. He's in the white Toyota.
Excuse me, he's not in the gray Sonic.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, he's now in a different car. He's in a white Toyota, right?
Yes.
All right. And there are two other people in the white Toyota with him, correct?
Yes.
Right, the two females that we just saw.
Yes.
Okay. And there are several individuals standing outside. That's fair?
Yes.
Okay. And of these individuals standing outside, they're males, they're females, it's both, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me ask you, sitting on top of the gray car, okay? The gray car.
Okay.
You saw individuals sitting on the gray car, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you saw individuals standing beside the gray car, correct?
Yes.
None of which was Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
All right. And so you park your patrol car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get out. And you testify that you smell marijuana in the air, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you said you smell burnt marijuana in the air, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Nichols, you approached Mr. Nichols immediately, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have any marijuana in his hand, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't observe him smoking any marijuana, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have a firearm in his hand or anything of that nature, right?
He didn't.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, when you approached Mr. Nichols, you and the other individuals, you asked them about marijuana, right?
I did.
And Mr. Nichols told you he didn't have any.
He did.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Nichols said, "Officer, you can search me."
He did.
Okay. You asked Mr. Nichols for his name.
I did.
He provided it to you.
He did.
He gave you his real name.
He did.
It's fair to say he was cooperative.
He was.
Okay. Now, several other individuals was outside. You checked their IDs, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you put them in handcuffs.
Yeah, somebody did.
Okay. And you didn't see them committing any crimes?
No.
Okay. And it would be fair to say throughout your whole time in this apartment complex that all of these individuals, they didn't give you any trouble, did they?
No.
Pretty cooperative.
They were.
Okay. All right, so now you called for the K-9 unit, right?
Checked on the ETA, yes.
Okay. And you observed the K-9 unit patrol, walk around the area with the K-9 officer, right?
I did.
Okay. And out of all of these individuals outside and the cars outside, you didn't observe the K-9 alert anything beside that one car, right?
To my knowledge.
To your knowledge, okay. All right, so out of all of the individuals that was congregating that evening, no one else was arrested, right?
Correct.
All right, so they weren't arrested for drugs, right?
Correct.
Okay, and they weren't arrested for guns, right?
Correct.
All right, so you didn't find, crimes out there beside the one that you said that you arrested Mr. Nichols for, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and so you based your arrest for Mr. Nichols solely on what was in the gray car, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the gray car that he was not in when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. The gray car that you couldn't pinpoint what time that he may have been in that car, correct? You don't know. I asked you that earlier.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and Officer Ross, let me just ask you this. You're aware that the marijuana charge against Mr. Nichols was dismissed?
No.
You're not? No further questions.
Any further examination? Mr. Sharp?
Officer Ross, good afternoon.
morning.
Good afternoon.
How many people approximately were out there that night?
I'm not sure. Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to? Officers?
No, not officers, civilians, citizens.
More than 3.
More than 3? Was it more than 10?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How many total people were detained?
The people near the vehicle and the people inside the vehicle.
And how many people was that?
Without looking at the video, I'm not sure.
Give me an estimate.
I'm gonna guess, maybe 5 at least.
5? And how many people were put in handcuffs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it multiple people that were put in handcuffs?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the total amount of marijuana seized?
17 grams.
And that's a misdemeanor amount?
Standalone, yes.
Okay. You also testified to, as an officer, seeing firearms with drugs a lot.
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony was the reason for that is because the people with the drugs don't want the drugs taken.
Or the proceeds.
Or the money taken.
Yes.
So your testimony as an expert is
He didn't say
drug,
that's
or as an officer, excuse me, thank you, Your Honor, is that drug dealers have guns to avoid being robbed, correct?
It's one of the reasons.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? All right,
Yes, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell me your rank again.
Sergeant.
Sergeant. All right. Just a couple questions for you. I want to pick up where Mr. Shaw just left off. You started talking and you were asking questions toward the end of your direct examination about your time patrolling the area, and you said that you are familiar with that Cleveland area. Is that correct?
Yes.
You asked some questions about, quote, gang activity or gang whatever in that area, right?
Yes.
And you said that you know that there's some people who, quote, throw up gang signs, I think is what you said, right?
I believe that to be a gang sign, yes.
Right. Okay. Sign you threw up while you were on the stand a little while ago was something that you said, well, that's recognized as that's what I know to be a YSL gang sign or something like that. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So let me bring this back around to this incident. You see a video on Instagram, right?
Yes.
You decide based on the video where someone's got what looks like some marijuana in their possession inside of a car, that you're going to go to that location and conduct an investigation, or I guess go find the weed, right?
Conduct an investigation, yes.
Right. You went over there with a bunch of other officers. I think your word was caravan. Right?
Yes.
To go locate this weed that you saw in the car, right?
To investigate the marijuana, yes.
Right.
Crazy.
You were very interested in doing this because you even called for the canine before you went out there.
Yes.
Right? Make sure that as you go over to this, wherever this location is, where someone's got a little bit of marijuana or some marijuana in a car, you're fully prepared, you and the other officers, right?
Yes.
I can't believe this shit.
There's a canine coming to make sure that when you get there, you got what you need to search or find whatever you got to find, right?
Yes.
You get there, and as we just discussed a little while ago, there's some folks who live in the area, some citizens, right, who are there standing around, right?
I don't know where they live at, but yeah.
You know they're there, right?
Yeah, they're there.
I mean, they're not running all over the place. They're there in the location, this apartment complex where you are, right?
Yes.
Right? And what you do then is you all get out of the car and start talking to them and you detain them, right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think the way you described it, as you walk up, let's see, you say something to the effect of on the tape that we saw, do me a favor, I'm going to detain y'all. That's what you say, right, when you walk up to these folks who are just standing there.
I believe so.
Detain in your word means put them in handcuffs, these citizens, right?
Yes.
Right. Even the ones who you hadn't observed commit any crimes, these folks in their neighborhood are put in handcuffs by you because you want to detain them, you want to investigate, right?
To locate the marijuana, yes.
Locate the marijuana that you saw in a car on an Instagram post.
He on his ass, y'all.
When it was posted, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so these folks who are just standing around there in their neighborhood, right, detained, quote unquote, put in handcuffs, and you tell them, as you're conducting your investigation, that you're being detained. As a matter of fact, one of them you said something to the effect of, some kid, you said, you're being detained, you're a grown man now.
Based on his age, yeah, he was considered grown by the state.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you said to this kid who's standing around there, right?
Yeah.
Well, he was putting handcuffs.
Well, somebody else was talking to me. I didn't say that to him.
You didn't?
Somebody was talking. Somebody asked me something, and I said, he's a grown man now.
So when you said, when the words are said on the tape, and we saw the video, you being detained, you a grown man now, that ain't you?
I just said that was me. I said somebody was asking a question of him, I believe, and my response to them was, he's a grown man now.
Right. And that's the kid you're talking about who didn't have who had the ID that he had gotten to get a job or something like that, right?
I guess so.
Remember him saying that?
I don't know if he was getting a job, but I guess so.
You don't remember him saying that, I went to this location to get this ID, you got to get it to have a job? You don't remember that?
Didn't really hear.
Okay. So, as you're conducting this far-ranging investigation looking for this marijuana, you're talking to individuals who are there, right?
Yes.
Somebody says something to you and you says, you can have a seat on the ground. Remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you conduct the search and you find 17 grams of marijuana is what you found, right?
Yes.
And you found 3 guns, right?
Yes.
Mr. Nichols gets arrested.
Yes.
And that is the extent of it, right?
Yes.
Except at no point while you're conducting this investigation, while you're on the scene, is there anyone out there throwing up gang signs, right?
Correct.
All right. Ain't nobody out there while you're conducting this investigation that you're here talking about, that you're here testifying about in this RICO racketeering gang case, throwing up gang signs saying, I'm selling some marijuana because I'm by itself. None of that, right?
I sustain the objection.
No gang signs.
No gang signs.
All right. That's all.
All right, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Ross, and you're familiar as a veteran police officer and a sergeant, the responsibilities that you have with documenting and reporting as a responding officer, collecting gang-related information when you go to these scenes, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't document that as any gang signs, any paraphernalia, any language about any gang signs that particular night, correct?
That night, no.
Okay, nothing further.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect from the state?
Yes.
All right.
How long you been a police officer?
11 years.
How long were you with the Apex unit?
3.
As an officer with APD, Apex unit, when you're conducting an investigation outside, in front of people, is it common that people throw their gang signs while you're in the midst of the investigation?
No, not when they get detained. No, yeah.
Not when they're being detained, all right? Okay. Everyone keeps talking about the marijuana. Were there weapons found as well?
Yes.
Why do you detain individuals when you first get on the scene?
Oh, well, in this sense, I didn't know who actually, had the marijuana. And we were there to conduct the actual investigation. Had several individuals in a separate car that was nearby the car in question, and I had individuals sitting on and standing, immediately behind that vehicle as well. So as well as they've been saying, door could be closed. Somebody could be trying to move whatever we suspect of being in that car. So I found it safe to detain anybody with immediate presence from that vehicle.
And were there others? Matter of fact, in the video, was there a woman in the driver's seat?
Of the white? Yes.
And from the video, did you put her in handcuffs?
Yes.
Was she in handcuffs? From the video, the driver?
Oh, the driver, I'm not sure about her.
Okay. Was the passenger, was she free?
Yes.
Now, there has been some conversation about time. The video, again, where was it posted?
It was posted on Instagram on that page, Bitches Quay.
Okay. And I think earlier you said it was posted in the Instagram stories?
Yes.
And again, how long are the Instagram stories last?
24 hours.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you got to work somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock p.m. that day?
Between 2 and 4, yes.
2 and 4, excuse me. And would you have seen the video after you got to work?
Yes.
I stand the question as the form.
What time would you have seen, approximately around what time would you have seen the video?
Overruled.
After I got to work.
Okay. So sometime after 2 or maybe even after 4, depending on what time?
Yes.
All right.
If I can continue, I believe it would be closer because my immediate action after seeing that video was to start gathering resources to go further investigate.
And in that Instagram video, were you able to see that white Solera?
What I believe to be the white Solera, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke with the owner of the white Solera, how long did she tell you she had been out there?
I believe it was 30 minutes.
So at best, from the time you saw the video, about how long was from the video when you saw it to when you got out there?
Objection, leading, asked and answered, she said.
Well, she said how long, so I'll overrule the objection.
If I said I saw the video, it took me 20 minutes to gather resources. I believe at that staging location, we drove across the street. That took minutes. So I would say, well, within that time frame that she's saying they had just got out there.
So this isn't as if, do you know, the video was posted months prior to this?
Not on the story, it wouldn't be there.
And again, once you arrived and you saw Mr. Nichols, where was he?
He was in.
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection.
And lastly, do you see Mr. Nichols in the courtroom today?
I do.
If you can identify him by article of clothing that he
Individual back in the, towards the back wearing a gray suit. It looks like a black turtleneck with some type of jewelry around his neck.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that Sergeant Ross has identified Mr. Nichols.
Yes, y'all.
And last but not least, as an Apex officer, are you responsible for charging gang activity?
No.
Okay. Who would that responsibility fall upon?
Normally, it's a gang investigator, or somebody assigned to the gang unit that has a very broad basis of knowledge around the topic.
All right. I think I have no further questions.
Any further recross?
Officer Ross, the state just asked you about the firearms in the vehicle, right?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right, so you're aware that you charged, and I think you went over this a little bit, and you're direct, Mr. Nichols with 1, 2, 3 possession of firearms during commission of a felony, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're aware that they were dismissed?
Yeah, I wasn't aware, but okay.
Okay. All right, and you said that it was 3 guns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, that 2 of those counts, you're aware they were dismissed?
No.
You're not? Okay. All right, now, you charged Mr. Nichols, right? You filled out the arrest warrants. And you did not arrest Mr. Nichols for any gang charge, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm finished, Your Honor.
Anybody else?
you asked a question that you answered about the term 12. Remember that?
Yes.
You said that 12 refers to police, right?
Yes.
You said that 12 normally is people yell out 12 to alert folks that the police are coming, right?
Yes.
Would it surprise you? I mean, would you be surprised that people in a community might yell out 12 when the experience that they have is police coming in and folks who haven't done anything is just thrown in handcuffs and detained when they haven't been observed committing any crime? You think people might be concerned about the police and might want to warn about the police coming in the community when they see that kind of stuff over and over again?
Are you referring to this incident?
Sure. Well, this incident and any other incident where something like this happens.
Well, I'm not sure about any other incident, but as it refers to this incident, I believe that there was justification for detaining people, so I'm not sure what they would feel.
Justification for putting folks in cuffs even if they hadn't done anything.
They would be.
I sustain the objection.
Yeah. You all, so when you just talked about this a while ago, detaining folks to make sure you can conduct the investigation, put them in cuffs, do this up in Sandy Springs too?
You said do they?
Mr. Adams.
This nigga shooting fadeaway threes.
That's improper commentary.
Well,
no, it's improper commentary.
Okay.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay, objection.
wrong with you?
Understand. Actually, that's all I got.
Yeah, look. Yo, he did that on purpose, yo. He dirty.
Sergeant Ross, on that particular night, did you all photograph
Oh shit, he long arming him.
building or any area that had any YSL graffiti in that apartment complex?
That night, no.
What?
Anybody else? All right. Anything else you say?
One question.
He long armed him.
We'll see.
Do you have control of how the DA's office disposes of cases?
No.
And on that Instagram post of him in the single picture, was the word slime on his Instagram post?
It was.
And was that within the time frame of his videos?
It was.
And your understanding is slime one of those gang graffiti that you would see on the wall? Excuse some of the graffiti you would see on the wall.
I sustain it as deleting.
Have you seen that word slime as graffiti?
Yes.
Anything further?
Did you forward Sergeant Ross as a requirement for SOP any of the information to any gang-related investigator?
Forward it, I'm not sure, but I believe I made them aware of it.
Is it documented in any narrative report that you completed as a requirement as an officer?
In a narrative, no. I don't believe so.
Maybe.
Anything further? Anybody? All right. May I excuse Officer Ross, permanent
Get
or
his ass
temporary?
out of here.
All right. Officer Ross, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you,
Get him
sir.
out of here.
All right, thank you.
They'll smirk at him, bro. Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about 5:20. How about we recess for the evening? You disappointed?
Like
You all look disappointed. All right, okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a natural stopping point, so let's go ahead and just recess for the evening. Let me go ahead and make a couple of comments to you at this point in time. First, we'll start out with the nightly ad nauseum admonitions that you all have grown to love. Now that you've heard several witnesses and you've considered some of the matter, is it appropriate for you to walk and talk about this case you're going out? No. Is it appropriate for you to tell your friends, neighbors, and loved ones tonight about all the things that you covered in court? No. All right. And you're going to post otherwise on any social media platform or phone a friend and tell them all the things that you learned thus far? No. All right. Okay, I think you understand that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, along with, just to reiterate as well, if anybody, third party or otherwise, tries to comment or reach out to you, I need to know about that immediately, okay? But nobody's supposed to be reaching out to you. Nobody's supposed to talk about this case to you. Nobody's supposed to discuss this case in your presence and hearing anywhere. So if somebody does so, I need to know about it, okay? That means somebody reaches out to you by email or text message or other device. I want to know about it, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, any other ministerial inquiry of me at this point in time before I tell you a little bit about the rest of the week? Anyone? All right, say again? I said any other ministerial inquiry of me. Okay, I mean, it's a question. If you have a question or anything like that. Okay, while you're thinking, okay? All right.
Don't do that. Boy, don't you blow on the tip of that mic like that, boy. Fuck wrong with him?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just to kind of go over with you a little bit about what's going to happen this week.
Did he just do that? He's spicy. Electrifying. White static.
All right, tomorrow is the 5th Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start. I'd like you to be here by 10 o'clock, and then we'll start as soon as all of you get here, and I take up any other matters, but we should start between 10 and 10:30 tomorrow morning. So that's the first thing. It'll be a regular work day. We'll probably work to, again, somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock. So that is tomorrow, Tuesday, the 5th of December. As it pertains to the 6th of December, again, that's a regular work day. I'll have you come by report by 9 o'clock, and then we'll start around somewhere 9:30. We'll work the entire day at that point. Okay. All right.
Bro.
As for Thursday, the 7th, ladies and gentlemen, Thursday and Friday are going to be short days. So if you have businesses you might want to take care of, I'm going to go ahead and tell you the time period. We're going to start probably about 9.
I cut it again.
Probably around 9:30 or thereabouts. We're going to work to about 12.
We got a short.
So 11:30, 12 o'clock. And then you'll be recessed for that day. Okay? So
I keep bringing it back.
Thursday's a short day. You have anything you want to book in the afternoon?
Yo.
Like an appointment or anything like that? That would be the time to do it.
What's up with him, y'all?
Conversely,
look.
The 8th. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, this microphone keeps going in and out, but I apologize. I need to look at my computer to talk with you.
Yo, like you at the McDonald's drive-thru. Look.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Friday the 8th, you will have the morning office.
Yo.
Unrelated.
Stop.
So I'm going to have you come by report at 12:30. And we'll work from about 1 to 5, and then we'll recess for the day. So that's the schedule for the rest of the week. Just to give you all
I can't believe you're doing this
planning.
shit. I can't believe this nigga's doing this shit.
And know this up front so you can kind of plan accordingly. So,
yo, what the fuck wrong with him?
How are we doing with our facilities? We got plenty. We got coffee. You comfortable back there?
Yes.
All right. How about juror stickers?
What?
Got plenty? Okay. Remember when you leave tonight, leave your notepads in your basket and take a juror sticker, and then we'll see you. You can take that so you can get back in the courthouse accordingly. Okay. All right. So what time are you supposed to report tomorrow?
10.
And what time are we going to get started by? Hopefully. Okay, 10:30, that's right. Wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any other questions about this? Now I'll give you a little bit more information. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, as I've said to you, and I will continue to say to you daily, thank you for your patience that you've given us. You'll continue to give us in the resolutions now. And unless you have anything else for me, we'll go ahead and recess for the evening, and we will see you tomorrow at 1000 hours, okay? All right, all rise.
Now them niggas is slut. No, fuck is them niggas? Niggas better watch out. Man, we out. About to get the fuck out of here.
Here, involving the objection that was recorded and everybody had a chance to hear. I'd like it to go back to the video at about 40, number 1.
Oh shit. What you got, Judge? I'm pulling a whole move.
And that would be state 68I, number 1. That would have been not the Instagram video, but the first body cam video at approximately 48 minutes or thereabouts. I wanted to check for what Ms. Westmoreland purportedly said on the video.
You're right. I assume you mean 48 minutes from the top of the screen.
Yes, ma'am, at the top of the screen, yes. If we could forward that to that just a little bit before, I want to see it and hear what it says. To see if it comports with what was told to me at the bench.
Right there, smile.
You got a license? Never had one? From what? From prison? Okay. Spell it for me. Last name.
Okay, you can stop there. Stop there. I did hear the word prison. Ms. Westmoreland, as I mentioned earlier, it wasn't I could have, if you had told me about it prior to this, we certainly could have gone ahead and edited that. I'm going to order that it be edited at this point in time for any future showing of that particular video. We had as to that issue. You did not bring that up before. It was not objected to at the suppression hearing, and it was objected to after it was played. So I just want to make sure I got that for purposes of the record, but I will go ahead and edit it at this point in time since you brought it up to me afterwards, okay?
Your Honor, thank you for editing it now. Just for the record, I think that I preserved the objection by objecting to the video in its totality for all of the reasons I stated.
Object specifically to that because that is a definite separate basis for objection. So I disagree with you humbly about that. While you objected to the video as a whole, that specifically should have been brought to the court, and I could have edited at that point in time. All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, just for the record, we will go ahead and edit that out. I do want to state for the record, though, that the evidence will come in that he was convicted of a previous offense, just not that we're not going to edit it out, but for the purposes of any potential mistrial, the fact that he was convicted previously is going to come out because of the certified copies of conviction, and so I just want to place that on the record as it relates to Mr. Nichols.
All right. Okay. Now that we've resolved that particular bench conference issue, anything else at this point in time before we recess for the evening? Okay, if not, are we straight on witnesses for more?
I can tell who I think we are calling.
Say again, Mr. Steele? Yeah, okay. I'm with you.
We sent the list. It'll be Officer Cornelius, who didn't come today, Stancil, who was supposed to testify today. And let me pull up the list. Give me 1 second, Ron. Deal on for Tuesday? You sure? Okay, Joshua Mason-Sack, Officer Fikes with Brookhaven, Patrick Chapontis with GBI, and Joshua Mason-Sack is formerly with GBI. Officer Ian Applewhite or Applewaite, Officer Jasmine Hawkins, now Jasmine Mogavero, and Edwin Garcia. Yeah. After Fikes or before Fikes? I sure can. Joshua Mason-Sack from GBI. Officer Fikes. Patrick Chapontis from GBI. Officer Ian Applewhite. Officer Jasmine Hawkins, Mogavero, and Edwin Garcia, in addition to Officer Cornelius, or Sergeant Cornelius, excuse me, and Investigator Stancil.
Maybe I don't see it, but
Mason-Sack did the GBI reports, I believe, for the July 2017 case. That's from the Friday list, and maybe should have been on the list yesterday too. I thought I recapped everyone, but definitely on Friday. Yes. He tested the drugs in, give me 1 second, which case he's on.
Excuse me, Your Honor, while we're looking for that.
No. Let's just wait one at a time, madam. Okay?
Patrick Chapontis tested the cocaine in Act 100.
All right, is that it?
You're welcome.
All right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Williams, what were you going to ask at this time, madam?
My client needs a comfort break.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else that we need to cover so we can recess for today?
I just have a question. That exhibit with the body camera, I can't remember the number I talked about.
It's 68I.
Okay, thank you, sir. You didn't make a ruling that that's going out with the jury.
I don't have to right now.
That's fine.
I'll wait till the end of the trial.
I was just,
Yeah.
Yes, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
I wasn't behind the ball.
No. If I have another one, did you move for admission, Miss?
I do believe we moved for the admission.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I do believe we moved for the admission of Stacy Exhibit 68I.
Yeah, I think I'm going to admit it.
You'll be a continuing witness if
I get it. Okay. I'll deal with that all at the end of the trial. Okay. We'll cover all the exhibits that have been identified, just for the purpose of record, and those admitted, and those that go back, and those that won't go back. All right. Okay. All right. And now can we let Mr. Ryan go to the bathroom, Mr. Steele, and recess for the evening? Okay, all right. Okay, folks. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for a 10:00 start time, and we'll be well, okay? All right. Thank you.
Good night, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, that was a full day of court, y'all. What y'all think? What y'all think? I mean, what y'all think? $17 grams and a few pistols. Coming home. Yeah, that case should have got thrown out, to be honest, y'all. Way they pulled up off of Instagram, that look illegal. Straight up. He gonna lie and say he seen a post. Well, shit, that make it worse, cause it proved he was lurking, and then he messed up the time, so it proved like he just sitting around waiting to try to find something incriminating. Like, I ain't gonna lie, that's bad. That's bad on that police part. Yeah, I believe it was a legal search and seizure myself. I believe it was. Now, we probably too far to prove that, but it definitely looked bad. It definitely looks bad, baby. And then they beat the charges, y'all. They beat those charges later. Is that what that's what she asked him? It's looking bad, y'all. And the police didn't know that they beat the charge. Because that shit was light. He wrote up all that bullshit. And a lot of cases go to court and get dropped like that.
Yeah, I can't give posted back to late night. That ain't happening. No, 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 no.
Adeline.
Yeah, I can't give posted back to late night. That ain't happening. No, 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 no.
Yes, the charges were dropped. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Shorty was doing her thing. Shorty was doing her thing. Kept putting them back on the street to build their case. But I mean, they ain't built it strong. They ain't do a good job, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. They ain't do a good job. I don't think so, y'all. He was salty when he heard it was dropped. Yo. All right, y'all. We had a whole day of trial. It's time for me to take my break. I rocked out the whole day. I'll be back for the night show. I probably don't go to sleep. I'll probably just get something to eat. I'll probably be back at 8 o'clock, y'all. I'm going to be on Clubhouse, too. So if you want to pull up, and then on Clubhouse, man. But I'll be back. We rocked out. Salute to y'all. I appreciate it. If you ain't tapped the like button, tap the like button on the way out. Leave a comment on the vid after it's over, y'all. When I end the video, just leave a comment. Just to, you know what I mean, put it in the algorithm. Posted is right again. I mean, I don't even like being right, bro. You don't get no credit. These other niggas be saying they be predicting shit. Dallas, salute. Yeah! Dallas, salute to you, bro. I appreciate that. I ain't see you. I appreciate that, brother. But yeah, y'all, I'll be back at 8 so we can talk about some things. Do a short night stream. I'll be back. 8 o'clock.